Chapter 796. 0796 Yi Fan didn't mean to do anything. He just felt that this girl was quite simple. Looking at her performance last night, she should be a very kind girl. It wasn't her fault that she was born with a large birthmark on her face. She didn't even dare to raise her head when talking to others. She must have been discriminated against since she was young, which was why she was like this. Although the two of them had only met by chance, meeting each other twice could be considered a bit of fate. If he could give her some confidence through simple words and regain the vitality of a young girl, why not? Walking to the elevator, Yi Fan looked at the floor sign and directly went to the general manager's office on the 3rd floor. However, before he even reached the office door, Yi Fan could already feel a rather extraordinary aura in the office. Where did this expert come from? Yi Fan was greatly puzzled because this guy's strength was probably at the small success stage of spirit concentration. When he got closer and heard the voices coming from inside, Yi Fan frowned even more. Yi Feng, if you want to talk about the matter between the two of us, you should talk about it in private. You came here to delay my work. Are you trying to make a joke out of yourself? The one who was angry was Ling Yue, the international heavenly queen. Today, she had a ponytail and looked rather capable and heroic. In front of her stood a tall and handsome young man. The man was dressed in an exquisite handmade robe. He was classical and elegant, but his expression and eyes were filled with arrogance and aggressiveness. I'm talking to my fiancée. Who in this world would dare to laugh at me? Whoever laughs is courting death, Yi Feng said with a proud face. The foreigner next to him was the producer who had been rescued yesterday, John Stern. He carefully asked, Miss Ling, can we continue? John, of course we can talk. I'll let him out now. Ling Yue smiled apologetically. Yi Feng coldly snorted and looked at John with an ice-cold gaze. If you don't want to die, then scram. John was shocked. Yi Feng's gaze and aura made him feel an incomparable pressure. After all, he was an ancient martial artist of the spirit condensation realm. Yi Feng, Ling Yue was so angry that her face flushed red. What are you trying to do? Didn't we agree that you can't interfere in my work? That was before my cultivation had not yet reached the spirit condensation realm. Plus, I was not old enough, so I let you work abroad for a few years. But now, my cultivation has broken through the shackles and is steadily improving. I'm also old enough to talk about marriage. As my fiancé, of course you can't show your face in public like this. What movie are you acting in? Yi Feng said. Why? Ling Yue said angrily. I'm not your servant. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Of course you are not my servant. You are the woman that I, Yi Feng, have taken a fancy to. Your bloodline, your appearance, your physical condition, all of them can give birth to outstanding descendants for my Yi clan. This is a marriage arranged by our ancestors, so they naturally have their own considerations. You should be grateful because I, your fiancé, like you. I don't need your love. I just want to do what I like. I never agreed to marry you. I told you long ago, I like women. I don't like smelly men like you. Ling Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gritted her teeth and said. Yi Feng looked at Su Qingxue, who was standing at the side, and after sizing her up, he said, You mean, is this woman? Not bad. She looks good. If you like her, I can marry you and take her as my concubine. That way, you can still be together. Although she had never seen Ling Yue's fiancé before, she did not expect him to be such an unreasonable, arrogant, and despotic fellow. It was as if he was the greatest ruler in this world, and everything had to listen to him. When Yi Fan, who was standing outside the door, heard this, he frowned and walked in. Who do you want to take as your concubine? Yi Fan asked expressionlessly. Hubby? Su Qingxue looked at the man in surprise and hurriedly ran over. Why are you here? Yi Feng turned his head and looked at Yi Fan with disdain and contempt. Fan Xian looked at him, then said to the woman, Auntie Jiang was afraid that you would be tired, so she asked me to bring you some food. If I don't come, someone will brazenly try to snatch my wife. Ling Yue hurriedly explained, Yi Fan, don't misunderstand. This guy has always been arrogant since he was young. He just said it casually, don't be angry. Yi Fan forced a smile. If it wasn't for Ling Yue, he would have already gone up to make a move. Is there any use in being angry? This young master has never casually said anything. Even if I really want to take a concubine, no one can stop me. Yi Feng arrogantly said, Ling Yue, you are my woman. There is no need to lower your voice to these lowly people. Ling Yue was about to explode from anger. Yi Feng, have you said enough? Hurry up and leave. Go. Yi Feng slowly walked to a desk and picked up a thick stack of scripts. I heard you guys talking about the script just now. There are emotional scenes between you and other actors. How could I allow my fiancé to be intimate with another man? Even acting won't do. That's all fake. Intimacy was also a fake. I used to act in action movies, so what if I'm acting in a love scene this time? You don't have the right to stop me. As Ling Yue said this, she was about to go up and snatch the script back. However, a slight surge of golden spiritual energy appeared in Yi Feng's hand, and the script was directly shattered into countless pieces. This scene scared the producer, John, to the point that his face turned ashen. He shouted God and ran out in panic. Looking at the messy script fragments flying down, Ling Yue's eyes turned red. Yi Feng, you're going too far. Too much. It's just that you don't have any sense of propriety. Yi Feng sneered. You have been my woman since you were born. You are doing it for me, Yi Feng, for the sake of our Yi clan. That is your duty, not to be some lowly actor. I'll give you a few years of freedom. Do you really think you can escape from my palm? Don't even think about it. This time, I will definitely take you away. I won't go with you. Even if I die, I won't marry a condescending, arrogant, and cold-blooded pervert like you. Ling Yue scolded. Li Feng's eyes were gloomy. Ling Yue, if it wasn't for the fact that my children still need to be raised in your stomach, just because you scolded me, I would have cut your stomach open. Your grandfather and the others can forget about protecting you. Come on, kill me. I won't marry you even if I die. I won't give you a child. Ling Yue stood closer and stared straight at Yi Feng. Shu Qingxue was anxious. She went up and pulled her best friend. Wei Wei, don't be like this. Don't anger him. Qingxue could tell that this Yi Feng definitely had an extraordinary background. If she were to force herself like this, it would only be a bad thing. Yi Feng teased, why would I kill you? Ling Yue, I will only let those who are related to you, those who make movies, those who write scripts, those who work for you, and those who work with you, all go bankrupt and have nowhere to go. There's no doubt that if I want, I can do it. Do you wish for everyone related to you to die just because you're unwilling to marry me? Ling Yue's eyes revealed a trace of despair. She was in a hurry just now, but she didn't expect Yi Feng to have such a method to force her to submit. Despicable. Shameless. Ling Yue felt wronged and wanted to cry. Qingxue also couldn't hold it in any longer and said, This, Mr. Yi, you're going too far. How are you talking to your fiancé like this? You're clearly robbing a woman. Don't you feel ashamed? I, Yi Feng, am talking to my woman. How can it be up to a lowly woman like you to interrupt? As Yi Feng said this, he slapped Su Qingxue. However, just as he raised his hand, it was firmly held back by someone. Fan Xian had just put the food to the side, and when he walked over, he coincidentally stopped Yi Feng's movements. Chapter 797. One hand is enough. 0797. There was no expression on Yi Feng's face, and his eyes were also very calm. However, Su Qingxue, who was familiar with Yi Feng, knew that the more emotionless her husband seemed, the greater the waves in his heart would be. It was just that he was used to seeing big waves, so he wouldn't reveal it too much. Qingxue was afraid that blood would splatter on the spot, so she hurriedly reminded, Hubby, he is Wei Wei's fiancé after all. Ling Yue was full of worry as she said, Yi Feng, don't do anything. He is not on the same level as the people from our Mount Shu sect. This is my business. You don't have to get involved in this mess. Yi Feng sneered. Oh, so the people from the Mount Shu sect fought with him before? Did you hear that? I'm not on the same level as those good-for-nothings. Li Fanxian looked at Su Qingxue's worried gaze, then looked at Ling Yue's anxious expression and took a deep breath. In the end, Yi Fan still let go of his hand and said, You are Ling Yue's fiancé, but not her lover. If you were a confident man, You should let her fall in love with you, not hurt her and forcefully take her away. Love? Ha! How stupid. You lowly ants would think about such a waste of time. Your name is Yi Fan, right? Although you have the same surname as me, don't think that I am the same person as you. Yi Fan proudly raised his head and said, in my life, I, Yi Feng, don't have that much time to think about these boring things. My time is precious, and I have an even greater mission waiting for me to complete. Women are only a small part of my life. For me to be able to take a fancy to Ling Yue is her good fortune from her previous life. For her to be able to marry into our Yi clan, she should be grateful to me for the rest of her life. Yi Fan frowned. He suddenly noticed that this guy called Yi Feng had always mentioned the Yi clan and not the Yi family. Furthermore, based on Ling Yue's background, this Yi clan must be a large clan. No wonder Ling Yue would advise him like this, telling him not to provoke her. However, this Yi Feng dared to humiliate his wife more than once. If he were to endure this, Yi Fan would feel that there was no point in living. Since you won't listen to my advice, then I won't let you take Ling Yue away. You insulted my wife just now, so you need to pay the price. Yi Fan lightly said. Ha ha! Yi Feng laughed wildly. What huge joke! Idiot! Do you think this young master will let you off? If you dare to stop me, you'll be sentenced to death. With that, Yi Feng directly sent a palm strike towards Yi Fan. Yi Feng's palm technique. It was very simple. However, it coincided with the Tao of heaven and earth. It had the essence of an ancient martial arts palm technique. Yi Fan was surprised in his heart. This was because he could clearly feel that this palm technique was just like the ancient sword technique he saw in the ancient tomb. It was a true ancient martial art palm technique. A simple and unadorned push palm had linked his body and arm together, becoming one. The clan was indeed worthy of being called a clan. The martial arts that the disciples cultivated were much purer and stronger than those sects. It was obvious that the true essence of ancient martial arts had been preserved in the clan. However, there was still a gap between Yi Feng's physical fitness, cultivation, and his comprehension of ancient martial arts compared to Yi Fan's. To put it bluntly, even if he had cultivated the purest ancient martial arts since he was young, he wouldn't be able to immediately comprehend its profoundness. Yi Fan had also relied on countless battles to wander around the edge of life and death. He had mastered all kinds of martial arts in the world, experienced all kinds of ups and downs, and relied on his own talent to comprehend sword intent from the ancient sword technique. As for this Yi Feng, although he had been practicing martial arts since he was young and his talent was not bad, it was obvious that he had not reached this level yet. Therefore, although Yi Feng's palm technique was powerful, it was still a pipe dream to rely on a single palm to defeat Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not in a hurry. With a horizontal step, he perfectly dodged the palm strike. Boom! This palm strike actually produced a destructive palm wind that directly shattered the wall behind him, creating a huge hole. Upon closer inspection, it was in the shape of a palm print. You were actually lucky enough to dodge it. Yi Feng grinned. All right, let this young master play a little more. Ling Yue, who was at the side, shouted, Stop fighting. Yi Fan, you can't fight with him. Leaf the corner of Fan Xian's mouth slightly raised. Are you afraid that I won't be able to beat him? No. You can't fight. Ling Yue thought to herself. It's normal that she couldn't beat him, but the key was that if she did, it would be even worse. After Qingshu understood her best friend's meaning, she frowned and said, Hubby, how about? Li Fan Xian stretched out his hand and stopped the woman's words. Wife, I've already given your best friend a lot of face. Now, this is a matter between us men, so there's no need for you to say anything more. Li Feng laughed and said, That's right, this is a matter between men. You two women, watch carefully and see how I beat him to death in front of you. Saying that, Yi Feng stepped forward again, and with a long kick, he went straight for Yi Fan's throat. Yi Fan could tell that this was another exquisite ancient martial art. This was a good opportunity. He planned to take a look at these ancient martial arts that he had never seen before, so he wasn't in a hurry to counterattack. He directly retreated and jumped down from the hole. Yifeng followed closely behind, and the two of them landed on the lawn downstairs. Shu Qingxue and Ling Yue looked at each other, both of them filled with worry, and then ran downstairs together. Ji Xianqing, who was waiting at the entrance, ran to the lawn when she heard the commotion. She couldn't help but be stupefied. "Cousin, what's wrong with you guys?" Yifan looked at Ji Xianqing in surprise. He didn't expect them to be cousins. It was really strange. A pair of cousins, in terms of conduct and human nature, were actually so different. Yifeng roared, "Scram! Don't delay me from killing people." After saying that, Yifeng once again charged towards Yifan. His fist technique, palm technique, and leg technique were all the most basic moves that had been tempered thousands of times. Although it was simple, its power was peerless. Almost every time he attacked, it would cause an explosive effect. Li Fanxian continued to carefully observe, memorizing the essence of these ancient martial arts in his mind. The more he looked, the more excited he became. There were many things that he didn't understand before, but he now felt enlightened. "Useless thing, don't tell me you only know how to run around and run." Seeing that he couldn't catch Yifan, Yifeng said angrily in his heart. After Fan Xian stood still, he said, "Can you blame me for not being able to hit me? Do you think this young master has already used all his strength? Let me tell you, if I get serious, one hand is enough to kill you." Yifeng looked at Yifan disdainfully, and a ball of golden spiritual energy condensed in his hand. Leaf this time, Fan Xian carefully felt it and discovered that this spiritual energy was quite strong. In terms of purity, it was actually not inferior to Xiao Xian Er's Phoenix Flames. Of course, it didn't have the temperature of the Phoenix Flames. Chapter 798, 0798. As soon as Yifeng unleashed this golden spiritual energy, the three women who were watching nervously from nearby couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, because there was an inexplicable and powerful pressure spreading out in all directions, arousing the reverence and fear in the depths of their hearts. It was as if the Yifeng in front of them was no longer an ordinary human, but a superior species that suppressed them in terms of primal instincts. Ling Yue's eyes revealed a look of fear. She felt her heart beating faster and faster. She pulled Su Qingxue and said, "Little Snow, let's hurry up and move away. My heart is beating so fast." Su Qingxue also felt uncomfortable, but it wasn't as obvious as Ling Yue. "Wei Wei, don't you have a higher cultivation than me? Why does your complexion look so bad?" "This has nothing to do with cultivation. It's the bloodline of the Yi clan, the cultivation technique they cultivate," Ling Yue said helplessly. "Then why do I feel fine?" Su Qingxue was puzzled. I don't know. Maybe people are different from each other." Ling Yue anxiously said, "Don't worry about this for now. Hurry up and persuade your husband. If we fight, something bad will happen." Su Qingxue looked at Yi Fan and faintly smiled. "It's fine. I believe in my husband. He definitely has his own thoughts." Ling Yue was about to go crazy. She couldn't help but wonder, are all women who fall in love so stupid? Although Ji Xianqing also felt uncomfortable, she didn't want to leave. She anxiously stood to the side, trying to dissuade the two of them, but she was afraid of being blamed. Yifeng looked at Yifan with a playful expression and said, "Not bad. You can actually stand here and not retreat. Are you prepared to die, or are you so scared that you can't even walk?" Yifan actually didn't feel any pressure at all. This kind of golden spiritual energy seemed to have no effect on him at all. However, Yifan muttered in his heart, this guy was quite cocky, but then again, with his age, to have this kind of cultivation, he was indeed a genius among geniuses. Unfortunately, this Yifeng's knowledge was mediocre, and he didn't know that there was always someone better than him. In this world, he wasn't the only genius. Yifeng thought that Yifan was scared and laughed evilly. "You don't even have an inner force cultivation. To be able to let me use one hand to deal with you is already a pretty good result. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have provoked. You still dare to show off in front of me. You simply don't understand that in my eyes, People like you are no different from ants on the ground. She felt that once Yifeng made a move, Yifan would definitely die. She hurriedly shouted, "Cousin, please don't kill him, he's a good man." "Ji Xianqing, what did you say? You dare to plead for him? What's your relationship with him?" Yifeng curiously turned around and asked. "Last night, I met a few bad people who cheated me of my money. He was the one who helped me. Cousin, please spare him." "Humph, you want me to change my mind? Get lost." Yifeng scolded. Ji Xianqing was so scared that she trembled. She could only silently retreat and use her eyes to signal Yifan to run away. Only then did Yifan know that this girl was called Ji Xianqing. He smiled at her and told her not to worry. What a useless fellow. He actually needs a woman to plead for you. If you dare to stop this young master, only death awaits you. If you don't have any last words, then go and die. Yifeng grinned and sneered. Wind blew under his feet, and his figure quickly arrived in front of Yifan, striking out with his palm. This time, the palm that had fused with the golden spiritual energy covered a very large area, and its power was several times stronger than before. The golden illusory palm seemed to want to wrap around Yifan's entire body, shatter it, and put him to death. Pure ancient martial arts, combined with powerful spiritual energy, was indeed extraordinary. However, Yifan's physical fitness was already very abnormal, and the power of heaven and earth he controlled, compared to this spiritual energy, was an even more profound level of energy. When Yifeng's palm struck down like a hot knife through butter, Yifan clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out towards his palm in a seemingly ordinary manner. The power of heaven and earth was contained within Yifan's fist intent. Breaking the palm with his fist, Yifan quickly made his judgment. As soon as the fist arrived, the golden palm print dissipated. Its power scattered in all directions, and the surrounding grass was forcefully blown away. Boom! With a muffled sound, Yifan's feet sank more than 10 centimeters into the ground. However, Yifeng's body was pushed back, and he only managed to stand firm after taking 7 or 8 steps back. Yifeng's face was filled with anger and embarrassment, and his eyes kept changing. "How is this possible? You don't have any cultivation. How did you block my palm?" Of the 3 women at the side, other than Su Qingxue, who was not surprised at all, Ling Yue and Ji Xianqing were also dumbfounded. They thought that Yifan was going to be in a miserable state, but they didn't expect. "Why are you asking so many questions? Continue. You probably haven't used your full strength yet, right?" Yifan calmly smiled and hooked his finger. Yifeng was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. "I have to say, you have really angered me. You are doing something very dangerous. Do you understand?" Yifan remained silent and watched quietly. He wanted to see what other abilities this Yi family had. In the future, he would definitely need to meet the people from the clan. Battles might not be avoidable, so it was always good to have more information. Yifeng took a deep breath, and the golden spiritual energy on his body continued to increase in intensity. It was as if a golden flame was burning all over his body. Soon after, Yifeng's pupils also began to flicker with golden flames. A pressure that was even stronger than before spread out. When Ji Xianqing saw this, she hurriedly turned around and shouted at Su Qingxue and Ling Yue. "Sisters, let's quickly leave this place. This place is very dangerous. Aren't we standing far enough?" Su Qingxue felt that 20 to 30 meters away was enough. "Not enough. It's really not enough. I beg of you, run away." Ji Xianqing was very anxious. Ling Yue, on the other hand, believed it. Xianqing is an honest and kind child. She won't speak carelessly. Let's hurry up and leave. The 3 women listened to Ji Xianqing's words and arrived at an empty area 50 to 60 meters away. At this time, when he looked back, Yifeng was already floating in the air. His spiritual energy had lifted his body more than half a meter off the ground. "Your name is Yifan, right?" Yifeng said with a gloomy expression. "A lowly fellow like you wouldn't understand. I, Yifeng, was born in the Yi family and received the most outstanding guidance since I was young, learning the most powerful ancient martial arts. I am like a well-tempered, sharp-edged sword. I am destined to shine brightly. And you, even if you're like a sword, you are just a rusty, broken sword covered in mud. Chapter 799. Rusted Sword 0799. As the sound of his voice faded, Yifeng spread out his arms. The golden spiritual energy on his body seemed to have turned him into a sun. In the midst of the scorching radiance, the surging spiritual energy seemed as if it could explode at any time. It was extremely unstable. Even though they were separated by dozens of meters, Su Qingxue and the other two could still feel the powerful energy contained within. They finally understood why Ji Xianxing wanted them to run further away. It was indeed very dangerous. Yi Fan watched quietly. He was not in a hurry to make a move or interrupt him, because he could feel that the spiritual energy around Yifeng was extremely dense. There was no need for him to fight him head-on. Yifan was curious. How was this guy planning to kill him in one move? At this moment, the corner of Yifeng's mouth slightly raised. He smiled coldly and suddenly closed his arms together. This surging golden spiritual energy surged into his hands like a tide, forming a golden ball of light. Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. He had never seen such a profound spiritual energy control technique before. This clan's absolute art really did have a way. Go to hell. At the same time as Yifeng's voice fell, the ball of light that was condensed with a terrifying amount of spiritual energy suddenly shot out a beam of light. This beam of light expanded from small to large. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered an area of several hundred square meters. It was like a huge shockwave, engulfing everything. A dazzling light flashed, and a crater several meters deep was left on the ground. What made the three women in the distance break out in a cold sweat was that a 4-story building across from them had been smashed in half. There was a cylindrical depression in the middle of the building, as if a square cake had been bitten off by someone. Large amounts of rubble and steel bars fell to the ground, and the vegetation was turned into fine powder. With the power of this move, even if there were over 1,000 people in front of him, he would still be able to kill them. This is the price of provoking this young master. Yifeng landed on the ground with a complacent smile on his face. But at this moment, a voice came from behind him. What price can there be? Yifeng was shocked and turned around in disbelief. Shockingly, he saw that Yifan was already standing more than 10 meters behind him when he didn't know how ruthless he was. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, with such a fast move and such a large area of damage, Yifan was actually able to walk out. In the distance, Su Qingxue's pretty face was still pale, but after seeing Yifan's figure, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Ji Xianxing and Ling Yue felt even more incredulous. They couldn't understand what was going on. How is this possible? When did you get behind me? Yifeng angrily asked. Fan Xian's face was calm as he lightly said, "This move of yours is quite powerful. This is the first time I've seen someone use spiritual energy like this. Unfortunately, your details are not very good. If you could use a trace of your qi to capture my whereabouts, perhaps you wouldn't have missed. I don't need you to teach me. You lowly bastard, it's just that you were lucky enough to escape this calamity." Yifeng roared. Once again, he condensed his spiritual energy. Yifan didn't give him another chance. With a flash, he rushed in front of Yifeng and directly grabbed his shoulder. Dream on. Yifeng planned to stop him, but he was instantly grabbed by the wrist by Yifan. With a powerful throw over his shoulder, Yifeng was directly knocked to the ground. Bam! A crater was formed on the ground, causing all the bones in Yifeng's body to almost fall apart. He forcefully relied on his spiritual energy to hold on. Yifeng felt that this was inconceivable. Yifan, who didn't have any cultivation, wasn't afraid of his spiritual energy pressure. He actually relied on his physical body to forcefully break through his spiritual energy defense. Bastard! Yifeng tried to raise his hand to counterattack, but just as he raised his hand, Yifan grabbed his neck again. Yifan pressed down on his neck, lifted him up, and then forcefully smashed him onto the ground. Bam! Yifeng's head was smashed into the grass, and his face was covered in mud. He grimaced in pain, and his teeth seemed to have loosened. Ugh, ugh. Yifeng wanted to curse, but his mouth was full of grass and dirt, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. When Ji Xianqing, who was in the distance, saw this scene, she quickly ran over and begged, "Mister, don't hit my cousin anymore. I beg you. I beg you, stop fighting." When Ji Xianqing saw Yifeng being beaten up on the ground, she was so anxious that she was about to cry. Ling Yue also realized that the situation was not good and shouted, "Yifan, don't kill anyone. Otherwise, something big will happen." Yifan didn't care so much. He lifted Yifeng's head and said, "Insulting my wife. Even if you die, you will still be asking for it." After saying that, Yifan threw Yifeng's body into the air, followed by a series of punches and kicks. Yifan's attack was as fast as lightning, his fists hitting the flesh, causing Yifeng to have no time to defend. His body was actually beaten into the air like a sandbag, unable to even fall. Looking at Yifan's monster-like speed and strength, Ji Xianqing and Ling Yue were both dumbfounded. One must know that Yifeng was a martial artist of the spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, he was an absolute art, yet he was in such a sorry state in front of Yifan. When Yifan's fist sent Yifeng flying and rolled to the ground, several of Yifeng's ribs were broken. His body was covered in wounds, and his face was bruised and swollen. In his eyes, there was despair and fear, as well as a kind of hysterical madness. He couldn't accept that he had actually been abused by blood. "You said, if you want me to see the gap between us, then let me tell you, this is the gap between us. In front of me, you can't even fight back," Yifan said coldly. Yifan was already certain that this Yifeng had a body of cultivation and a body of absolute arts, but his actual combat skills and his ancient martial arts realm were far inferior to his own. Against such a person, Yifan didn't even need to use his sword intent. Just by relying on his tyrannical body and fists, he could defeat him. You. Yifeng tried to get up, but he was in so much pain that his entire body was about to fall apart, and he couldn't support himself at all. Yifan slowly walked towards Yifeng and said, "You said that you are a treasured sword that reveals its sharpness, but a broken sword that is covered in mud and rust. This analogy is very appropriate, but you are mistaken about one thing. The reason why the sword was dirty and rusty was because it was constantly bathed in blood and constantly killing enemies. This kind of bright and flawless treasured sword of yours is just a simple and beautiful accessory. In reality, it's not very useful." When Yifeng heard this, his face turned even redder, and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ji Xianqing and Ling Yue stared at Yifan in a daze. This man was like a tall mountain, causing people to look up to him. As for whether or not Yifan wanted to kill someone, she didn't think too much about it. In any case, no matter what choice he made, she would understand. Yifan was very open-minded. In any case, he had already provoked this Yi clan, so there wasn't much difference between beating people up and killing them. He might as well kill them and end it all. Yifan walked in front of Yifeng, intending to kick this guy's head until it exploded. Chapter 800. The second thing 0800. When Yifan heard this voice, he couldn't help but be stunned. He turned around and looked at the tall and sturdy man in military uniform who was running towards him like a gust of wind. Dragon King. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the boss of the Dragon Soul, Yifan might not have been willing to stop. With a solemn expression and an anxious look in his eyes, the Dragon King stretched out his hand and gestured. "Yifan, let go of this child. Do not harm his life." A few thoughts flashed through Yifan's mind. He remembered that Sally had once told him that the current Dragon King's real name was Yi Longting. Both of them had the surname Yi. Seeing how worried the Dragon King was, could it be? Could he be your son? Yifan asked. The Dragon King frowned, hesitated for a moment, and sighed, "No, but he is my nephew." Li Fanxian suddenly realized that the Dragon King was also someone with a clan background. Thinking about it carefully, the true qi on the Dragon King's body was indeed very similar to Yifeng's aura. He had forgotten about it at first. On the ground, his face was covered in blood and mud. Yi Feng, who was in a sorry state, shouted hoarsely, "Uncle, he dares to provoke our Yi clan. Why don't you quickly arrest him and execute him?" "Shut up." The Dragon King shouted harshly and stared at him. "Fenger, don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Who allowed you to so brazenly destroy in the secular world?" The Dragon King pointed at the destroyed building and said with a face full of hatred, "I heard that you came out of the clan and came to Huahai. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I came to see you in Yue. But just as you arrived, you actually caused such a disaster. If I hadn't arrived in time, you wouldn't have been able to keep your life. Do you know? I'm in trouble. This guy dares to stop me from taking my fiancée away. Doesn't he deserve to die?" Yi Feng roared. "Shut up." The Dragon King was furious when he heard this. "How many times have I told you that you are the successor of the Yi clan and have a noble bloodline? You should be more polite to others and not bully others. Why are you still so domineering?" Yi Feng clenched his bloody teeth. "He forced me. He deserves it." Ji Xianqing ran over with tears in her eyes and said, "Cousin, don't say any more. Luckily Uncle came, otherwise you would have... Get lost." "Ji Xianqing, it's none of your business." Ji Xianqing was shocked and retreated a few steps, her eyes filled with grievance. Ling Yue ran over and hugged Ji Xianqing, saying indignantly, "Hey, Yi Feng, your cousin is so concerned about you. What kind of temper do you have? If Uncle Longtong had not come, you would have been dead. Do you know that?" Ling Yue also knew the Dragon King, but the woman was quite surprised that Yi Fan actually knew the Dragon King as well. This Yi Fan, what was his background? Ling Yue became even more curious. "Bullshit. Does he dare to kill me?" Yi Feng stood up shakily and shouted at Yi Fan, "Come on, kill me if you dare." "Shut up." The Dragon King went up and pushed Yi Feng away. Yi Feng, who was already seriously injured, fell to the ground again. "Uncle, you. Yi Feng's face was filled with disbelief. "You actually helped him?" The Dragon King ignored his nephew's words and turned around to say to Yi Fan, "I'm sorry about today's matter. Yi Fan, our elders did not teach us well. I will take him away now and let him return to the clan to reflect on himself." Just as the Dragon King turned around to leave with Yi Feng, Yi Fan called out to him expressionlessly, "I didn't say. I promised not to kill him." The Dragon King's body stiffened as he turned his head with difficulty and said, "You don't even want to give me face. Are you not going to give me face?" Yi Fan sneered, "Why should I give it to you? Are we familiar? Or, can you beat me?" The Dragon King's expression was unsettled. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh and nodded. "What a talented person, Yi Fan. You win. I admit it, you young man. I can't do anything to you. Since you know, then don't force me to make a move together with you." Yi Fan's eyes revealed an ominous glint. He already had no way out. So what if it was a clan? Let's have a big battle and see who's afraid of who. If he couldn't beat them, at most he could just escape overseas. He couldn't just be humiliated and endure it. However, the Dragon King smiled cunningly. "I remember that you still have to promise me two things." Yi Fan was startled. This old man actually brought up the promise he made with the dragon soul at such a time. "You mother of asterisker. Could it be that the second thing you want me to do is not to kill him?" Yi Fan was stunned. There were many people in the world who begged him, the king of hell, to do things for him. Asking him to do something was a huge temptation. After all, Yi Fan's influence in the entire world was there. However, the Dragon King actually planned to use this promise to use it for personal gain, to save this playboy nephew. "That's right. I told you not to kill Feng. This shouldn't be a violation of humanitarianism. It's not a crime, right? This is benevolence, saving a life. As a man, once you say something, you can't go back on your word. Could it be? Are you going to go back on your promise?" Yi Fan's eyes kept changing. One moment he was murderous. The next moment he was struggling. Right at this moment, Su Qingxue walked to his side, pulled the man's hand, and said softly, "Hubby, forget it. If you let him live, you can avoid the promise you made to the dragon soul. It's not a loss." Li Fan Xian looked at the woman, frowned, and muttered to himself for a while, then said, "All right, since my wife says so, then I'll let him live. But the next time you provoke me, you won't be so lucky." The Dragon King let out a long sigh of relief and said with a complicated look in his eyes, "Yi Fan, you will understand the reason why I did this. Don't worry, this time I will definitely let Feng Er wake up." Li Fan Xian said indifferently, "In any case, whether I kill him or not, there will be trouble. Since you are willing to use up a chance for me to do something for him, I will also follow you." Li Fen Yi Feng, who was on the ground, heard this. He felt incomparably humiliated. He actually relied on the Dragon King to beg for mercy in order to barely survive. This was something that his pride could not accept. "Uncle, I will kill him. I must kill him." This time, the Dragon King didn't give him another chance to get up. He directly used his hand to knock Yi Feng out and then carried him up. "Miss Su," the Dragon King said to Su Qingxue, "I will have someone transfer the compensation money to your account. My nephew has disturbed you. I am truly sorry." Su Qingxue smiled and shook her head. "It's fine, he has also been punished, but I hope that he can respect my best friend a little." "Sigh," the Dragon King said to Ling Yue. "Yue, I know that Feng Er is not worthy of you, but the marriage was decided by the elders. You don't make things difficult for both sides of the family." Ling Yue bowed and said, "Uncle Long Tongue, I know that you are an upright person. I don't want to lie to you, but I will not marry Yi Feng. To marry him, I would rather die." "You, how do you know he won't change in the future?" The Dragon King was very depressed. "At least from the looks of it, he has no intention of changing at all. I think you guys should check who made him have such a personality," Ling Yue said with a hint of meaningfulness. The Dragon King frowned, shook his head, and sighed. He said to Ji Xianqing, "Child, let's go." Ji Xianqing took out a handkerchief and wiped the unconscious Yi Feng's face. Hearing this, she turned around and bid farewell to Yi Fan, Su Qingxue, and the others. "Mr. Yi, Miss Su, Sister Yue, I'm leaving," Ji Xianqing said weakly. Li Fan Xian didn't have much of a temper towards this girl. He waved his hand. "If there's a chance next time, I'll treat you to a kebab." Ji Xianqing pursed her lips into a smile and nodded. Leaf. Chapter 801. Advice 0801. How could Fan Xian be willing to explain everything clearly? Wouldn't it be tomorrow? So he casually said, "I forgot too. Anyway, I just know him. I made a deal with him, so I'm not very familiar with him." Nonsense. Uncle Long Tongue's position was so important that ordinary people wouldn't even be able to see him, let alone know him. He seems to be very afraid of you. "Where did you come from?" Ling Yue asked unyieldingly. Fan Xian pretended not to hear and laughed as he said to Su Qingxue, "Wife, let's go home. Don't be so busy you have to eat something." Su Qingxue couldn't do anything to the man, so she shook her head and said, "Then go and take the food that Aunt Jiang made for me and bring it back. Don't waste it." Li Fan Xian hurriedly agreed and ran upstairs like a wisp of smoke. Ling Yue was so angry that she stomped her feet and said to Su Qingxue, "Xiao Shui, you've been hiding it from me all this time. Your husband is so mysterious. Where did you find him?" She didn't want to delve too deeply into it. Obviously, Yi Fan and his wife weren't willing to mention Yi Fan's background. Su Qingxue thought for a moment and replied, "I found it on the internet." Indeed, it was like this. She found Yi Fan on the internet as her fake boyfriend before getting married. Ling Yue rolled her eyes. "Good you. Online love. Even you dare to trick me? See if I don't punish you." After saying that, Ling Yue pounced on Su Qingxue and grabbed at the woman's body with both hands. Su Qingxue coquettishly pulled her hands away. "What are you doing, Wei Wei? Why are you so hooligan?" I don't care. I will figure out your husband's identity sooner or later." Ling Yue pretended to be angry and said. Su Qingxue helplessly sighed and said, "You should think about how to deal with that Yi Feng first. I reckon that the Yi clan won't change their mind and will definitely let you marry Yi Feng." "I'm not marrying. At most, I'll just seek death. Let's see if they want a dead person to be their bride," Ling Yue said fiercely. Su Qingxue was speechless. It seemed that even though she had become the international heavenly queen, Ling Yue's temper hadn't been restrained by much. I'm sorry, Xiao Shui. Your film company has just opened, and there are already so many variables. It's my fault for not being considerate. Shu Qingxue shook her head. It's fine. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Our embroidery pictures will hurt the interests of a lot of foreign capital. At this time, Yifan walked down with food in his hands and said with a smile, Wife, Empress, let's go. Who are you calling the Heavenly Queen? Sky your head. Ling Yue said angrily. Fan Xian was puzzled. I called you the Heavenly Queen, and you still scolded me? I'm gonna curse you. What a load of bullshit. I'll sleep with your wife tonight. I'll let you wear a green hat. Ling Yue hugged Su Qingxue and shouted. However, Fan Xian was not angry. His eyes meaningfully glanced at the two women, and in his mind, he imagined the scene of Su Qingxue and Ling Yue rolling around on the bed. All right. You, do whatever you want. Yi Fan chuckled. Shu Qingxue's face was tender and alluring. She gritted her teeth and pinched Yi Fan's arm a few times. You want to die? Yi Fan didn't feel any pain. He shamelessly chuckled and ran to the car. Scram! Get out! In the intensive care unit of the Jiangnan Military District's hospital, Yi Feng, who had been treated, pushed away Ji Xianqing, who was wiping his sweat. Ji Xianqing staggered and crashed into a cabinet. She grimaced in pain, but what hurt even more was the girl's heart. Cousin, can you not be angry? Your injuries have just been treated and your bones have just been reconnected. Ji Xianqing was still very concerned about Yi Feng's injuries. Yi Feng was so angry that his throat felt like it was about to spit fire. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Scram! You're a traitor. I don't want to see a traitor like you. Ji Xianqing shook her head sadly and cried, Cousin, why did you say that to me? What did I ever betray you? You still say no? You actually mixed with that lowly bug called Yi Fan? You're still pleading with him? You're simply joining forces with him to humiliate me. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said, Even if I, Yi Feng, die, I won't ask you to plead for me. You ugly bastard, I don't want to see you. The towel in Ji Xianqing's hand fell to the ground. She covered her chest with one hand and breathed rapidly. She felt that her heart was about to shatter. Ugly. These three words were like a sharp blade, enough to pierce through her heart and shatter all of her dignity. Xianqing, you've worked hard. Go out and rest. At this moment, the Dragon King walked in. He also heard Yi Feng's words and patted Ji Xianqing's weak shoulder in heartache. Ji Xianqing held back her tears and nodded. Then I'll go out first, Uncle Long Tongue. The girl jogged out of the ward. When Yi Feng saw Yi Long Tongue, he said in a low voice, Second uncle, you actually ignored the face of our Yi clan and lowered your head to a lowly outsider. Are you still a descendant of our Yi clan? Stop talking. Take good care of your injuries. Once you're done, hurry up and go back. Yi Fan, it's not something that you and I can casually provoke. The Dragon King shook his head. Yi Feng fiercely said, You are the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul. I am the young master of the Yi family. What kind of bullshit is he? If we tell him our identities, what would he dare to do? Yi Long Tong suddenly took a step forward and grabbed his nephew's collar. He stared straight at him and said in an incomparably dignified tone, Yi Feng, listen to me clearly. This young man, Yi Fan, is not on the same level as any other young man you've seen before. When you were still in the clan, cultivating every day and hadn't even reached the spirit condensation realm, he had already fought against 2 S-rank forces in the world for 2 years and won. Do you know? The lowly ant you speak of has already killed tens of thousands of people all over the world. Do you really think that his hands, which are even stained with blood, would care about your Yi Feng's life in his hands? Yi Feng's eyes were wide open as he looked at his uncle in disbelief. What did you say? He killed tens of thousands of people. How old is he? That's right, he's the same age as you. He's not that old, but he's been killing people since he was 13. The number of people he killed is more than twice as many as his days. The number of people who died because of him is even more uncountable. Yi Long Tong said with lingering fear in his heart. Do you know that if I didn't have 2 promises that I could make him fulfill, you would have? You would already be a corpse. Yifeng clenched his fist tightly and said unwillingly, just who is he? You don't need to ask too clearly. You just need to remember, don't provoke him. It won't do you any good. This is the advice that your uncle is willing to give you. After the Dragon King finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the ward. Chapter 802. 0802 Yifan and Su Qingxue returned home together, and Ling Yue also followed them. After letting Aunt Jiang make some simple dishes, they had dinner. Originally, Ling Yue wanted to stay, but because of work, the manager team took her away. Su Qingxue and Yifan sent her to the door and watched as Ling Yue's nanny car drove away. Wei Wei is so busy and likes movies so much. If she were to marry the Yifeng and be used as a tool to raise children, she definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Su Qingxue sighed. Fan Xian put his arm around the woman's waist and said, "That's why I said that marrying a good husband is very important. Wife, now you understand how wise your choice is." Su Qingxue raised her head and rolled her eyes at him. "Is that so? I can't tell that a certain someone is always running around outside and doesn't even keep me company. He just likes to be with other women." Yifan smiled awkwardly. "Wife, aren't I back now? I've been busy all this time." She really hadn't been together much recently. If she wasn't studying the Earth axis with Chu Yunyao, then she was busy with Feng Yu Ying's family matters and President Li's matters. I don't need you to accompany me. I'm going to study. Go do your thing." Su Qingxue took the man's hand away and walked back into the house. Just as Yifan was thinking about how to coax a woman, Su Qingxue's phone rang. Qingxue walked to the table and picked up her phone. When she saw the number, she immediately picked it up and happily said, "Grandfather." The caller was Zhou Xinjiang. Ever since the old man parted ways last time, he had gone to get an elderly phone. However, because the signal in the Zhou family village was not good, Su Qingxue would often not be able to get through. So most of the time, it was Zhou Xinjiang who called his granddaughter. The old man also knew that Su Qingxue was busy with work, so he usually made a phone call at night. He didn't say much and basically made a phone call every week. "Hey, Xiao Shui, you must be very busy recently. Am I bothering you?" "No, grandfather, I just finished eating." Su Qingxue smiled as she sat on the sofa. Zhou Xinjiang replied with an, "Oh, okay, eat more. You're too thin." Recently, the bamboo shoots on our mountain have grown very well. Grandpa went up the mountain to get a lot of them today and wrapped them up. I got the post office to send them to you. They should arrive tomorrow afternoon. "Grandfather, why are you still going up the mountain to break the bamboo shoots? How dangerous." Su Qingxue was both touched and worried. "Don't worry. Every household in the village went there. Many people helped. What could happen?" Zhou Xinjiang laughed and said, "All right. How many times have I told you? Grandfather doesn't lack money to spend. Don't send money to me. If I lose it on the way and it gets stolen by someone, how bad would that be?" Because Zhou Xinjiang refused to give Su Qingxue his bank card number, Su Qingxue sent the money over. "You don't want anything else. I just want you to buy some new clothes and some things you like to eat," Su Qingxue said. "Don't send it. Grandpa really doesn't lack money. If you send it over, Grandpa won't use it. He hasn't touched a single cent," Zhou Xinjiang said. Su Qingxue faintly sighed. "Grandfather, can I go see you? I miss you." In the past, she didn't know that an elder was still alive, but now that she knew that there was a grandfather who silently cared about her, Su Qingxue naturally wanted to take a look. "Please don't. The village is still discussing what happened last time. Moreover, I read in the newspaper that your company is going to be a movie company. You must be very busy. You should just focus on your work," Zhou Xinjiang said. Su Qingxue's nose turned sour. Zhou Xinjiang was really paying close attention to her own matters. "Grandfather, that elder from the Zhou family village, the village chief or something, is too annoying. Why don't you come out? I will be filial to you," Su Qingxue said. "Silly child, if Grandpa goes to Huahai, he will feel uncomfortable all over. Now that Grandpa can talk to you on the phone, I'm already very happy. If life really becomes inconvenient in the future and I need to take care of you, Grandpa will definitely tell you." Zhou Xinjiang laughed. "Oh, After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Xinjiang hung up the phone. The old man didn't want to waste any more of Su Qingshue's time. Aunt Jiang was also in the living room. Seeing that Su Qingshue's eyes were red, she said with a pained heart, "Miss, don't be sad. Old people like to stay in familiar places. You don't need to be too sad." Su Qingxue nodded and said, "Aunt Jiang, be careful tomorrow and see if there are any packages sent over. Don't let anyone lose them." "Got it, miss, don't worry." Aunt Jiang pursed her lips and smiled. Li Fanxian saw that his wife was in a low mood, so he walked in front of the woman, squatted down, and said, "Wife, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to increase my strength. As soon as possible, the people from a Zhou family will not dare to stop you from meeting grandfather." "Really?" Su Qingxue looked at the man eagerly. Yi Fan patted his chest. "Of course, when have I ever lied to you?" "Yes, last time when you were at Sister Ning's place. You lied to me at home, and I saw through you." Su Qingxue very honestly exposed the man's words. Fanxian remembered that time, when Su Qingxue asked him to give her a 100 yuan number. He really couldn't bear to look back, so he could only smile stiffly. "But I'm serious this time. I'll do what I promised." "All right, then I'll believe you for now," Su Qingxue said. Fanxian stretched out his hand and rubbed the woman's face. Now, when Su Qingxue faced him, she would rarely be so cold. Most of the time, he would feel that his wife was quite cute. "Wife, don't work tonight. Let's go out for a walk. I haven't gone shopping with you for a long time," Fanxian said. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, then said, "Then buy me milk tea and donuts." "No problem." Su Qingxue's mood immediately brightened up. She ran to change into a pair of white flat shoes, and her office-style dress was changed into a casual pink Givenchy star t-shirt and a white short skirt. She let down her hair that was tied up. She had a tall and slender figure, long legs, thin waist, and fair and lustrous skin. When she appeared in front of Yi Fan again, she looked like a beautiful and refined university student. Her entire body seemed to be sparkling. Looking at his wife, who was more beautiful than a flower, Yi Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "How is this outfit? Will going shopping embarrass you, the sovereign king of hell?" Su Qingxue saw that the man's eyes were straight and was overjoyed. She didn't forget to mischievously ask. "Little fairy," Yi Fan muttered. "What did you say?" Su Qingxue asked. Fanxian smiled and said, "I said, wife, you look like a little fairy like this." As for the great fairy, it was the big sister fairy that he met back then. Generally speaking, although Su Qingxue and that big sister fairy's appearance and figure were almost the same, there was still some difference in temperament and aura. Su Qingxue quite liked this title. She took the initiative to hold the man's arm and said, "Let's go, little fairy's husband." Yi Fan listened to the sweet voice, and his heart almost melted. His legs were light as he walked out of the door. The two of them walked out of the mansion area and onto the road. Holding hands, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. The weather was just right, it wasn't hot or cold, and there were quite a few people walking on the road. Everyone's focus was naturally on Su Qingxue, and what Yi Fan attracted was naturally some jealous gazes. The two chatted about the various things that Yi Fan had encountered recently. Unknowingly, they arrived at the dessert shop. He bought 3 donuts for Su Qingxue to satisfy her cravings. After all, she had just finished dinner and couldn't eat too much. After buying a drink each, Su Qingxue asked, "Hubby, where are we going next? Go to a movie?" Yi Fan suggested. "Another movie? Can't we do something else?" Su Qingxue wanted to change her taste. Yi Fan thought, of course there are other things, but you don't want to do it. He scratched his head and was thinking about what he could bring his wife to play when he saw Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes light up. Chapter 803. "Let me be quiet 0803. Yi Fan turned his head to look. It was a nightclub with a dazzling signboard, Hua High silver seat. He couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this the company that he and Du Yun'er had asked Sally Yi to buy after encountering something at the party? Right now, the head office of the Heavenly Zone Entertainment Group had tens of billions of shares that belonged to Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan had completely forgotten about this matter. "Wife, you want to go to a nightclub?" Yi Fan asked curiously. "I just want to sing. When I was in school, Wei Wei took me to KTV once, but I haven't been there since. Su Qingxue said with anticipation. Yi Fan was also casual. He also wanted to hear what Su Qingxue was like when she sang. Hubby, take me with you, okay? Su Qingxue tugged at Yi Fan's hand. All right, I didn't say I wouldn't go. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This woman even knew how to act coquettishly. The two of them walked in hand. When the female supervisor at the door saw Yi Fan's appearance, she immediately asked nervously, May I ask if Sir's surname is Yi? Yi Fan nodded. You know me? Su Qingxue looked at the man suspiciously. How does she know your surname is Yi? Do you often come here to play? Yi Fan hurriedly shook his head and said, Of course not. This is only my second time here. The foreman quickly bowed respectfully and said, Mr. Yi, our general manager told us to remember your photo and appearance. He said that you live in Hua Hai, so if you come, we must tell him in time. Oh, is that so? Is Manager Li here? Yi Fan felt that this Manager Li was quite good at flattering. You even know their general manager? Su Qingxue became even more curious. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. I've met him once. The foreman politely asked, Mr. Yi, what do you want to play tonight? I'll arrange it for you. Arrange a private room for singing. We'll just sing. There's no need for anything else. Yi Fan said. The foreman smiled and nodded. Then this way, please. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a luxuriously decorated private room. It could accommodate more than a dozen people, and it was a bit too big. Yi Fan was puzzled. The two of us? Why did you bring us to such a big private room? Since you're here, we'll naturally give you the best room, the head waiter said with a flattering smile. There's no need to be so big. Let's get the smallest one. Yi Fan said. No. Mr. Yi, please don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, Manager Li will punish me, the foreman pleaded. Fan Xian was speechless and was too lazy to bother about it. If it was big, then so be it. In any case, it would only come once in a while. After the foreman left, Su Qingxue angrily asked the man, Tell me the truth. How much did you spend here for them to please you? Did you call a lot of ladies here? Fan Xian felt wronged and said, Wife, what are you thinking about? The last time I was with Yin'er, I attended her colleague's birthday party. You actually brought Yin'er to the nightclub and didn't even bring me along. Su Qingxue became even angrier. What the hell are you talking about? It just so happens that their birthday party is here. Yi Fan didn't even know where to start. At this moment, the door opened and Manager Li walked in. Looking at his panting appearance, he seemed to have run over in a hurry. Mr. Yi, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? No matter what, I had to make some arrangements for you. Manager Li had a smile on his face as he lowered his head and bowed. Yi Fan waved his hand. There's no need. I just wanted to come in and sing a song when I passed by. Oh, so it's like that. Just Mr. Yi and this beauty? When Manager Li saw Su Qingxue, he was also stunned for a moment, but he didn't dare to look any further. From his point of view, with Su Qingxue's appearance and attire, she must be a university student or a recent graduate. Yeah, so you can go do your own thing. We'll leave after we finish singing. Yi Fan said. Manager Li didn't dare to disturb them, so he nodded and said, All right, I'll get them to arrange some food and drinks. If you two need anything, just tell the waiter at the door. I'll do my best to satisfy you. Just as Manager Li was about to leave, Su Qingxue called out to him, Manager, wait a moment. Manager Li was stunned for a moment. He turned around and asked, Miss, do you need anything? Do you still remember the last time Mr. Yi came? Su Qingxue asked with a smile that was not a smile. Manager Li immediately said, Of course I remember. It's only been a few months. Mr. Yi only came once, so I definitely remember it clearly. Only once? Su Qingxue frowned and asked doubtfully, Then why are you so polite to him? Does he spend a lot of money here? Manager Li smiled and carefully said, Miss, aren't you joking with me? Mr. Yi is a major shareholder of our main company, Tianzong Investment. Who do I think I am? It's my honor to be able to serve Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Su Qingxue opened her moist eyes wide in surprise and turned around to look at Yi Fan in surprise. Of course, Su Qingxue had heard of Tianzong's investment. After all, a listed company with tens of billions of yuan was not some unknown small business. Seeing that everything was fine, Manager Lee retreated. In the private room, Yi Fan put on a poker face and crossed his hands in front of him. With a face full of disappointment, he said, "Wife, do you really not trust me that much? It's too hurtful." Su Qingxue mumbled, "How would I know that you would be a major shareholder of Tianzhou? You didn't tell me. Can I have some assets, Sai?" Yi Fan shook his head. "Hubby, I know you're very rich, but I didn't expect you to be the big boss of Huahai's Ginza." "Hubby, don't be angry, I was wrong, okay?" Su Qingxue pulled Yi Fan's arm and said softly. Yi Fan was secretly happy in his heart, but on the surface, he said sadly, "I know that in your eyes, I've always had a bad image, but after I married you, I really didn't play around. I didn't expect. You still don't trust me." "No, that's not it. I believe in you." "Hubby, don't be like this, I won't doubt you next time," Su Qingxue explained anxiously. Yi Fan almost couldn't hold back his laughter, so he reached out to cover half of his face, lowered his head, and said in a deep tone, "Wife, let me be quiet for a while." "It'll be fine in a while." Su Qingxue simply hugged the man from behind. "Hubby, I was wrong. What can I do for you to forgive me?" "I'll be very sad if you do this." Yi Fan slowly turned his head. "Is it really that sad?" "Really?" Su Qingxue pouted her red lips and looked at the man eagerly. "Then wife, sit on my lap and let me hug you, okay?" Yi Fan said with a look of longing for comfort. Su Qingxue was naturally willing at this moment, so she didn't think too much about it. She nodded and took the initiative to sit on Yi Fan's lap. Yi Fan wrapped his arms around the woman from behind and gently caressed her fragrant hair with one hand. Then he asked the woman to turn her head so that he could kiss her. Although Su Qingxue was shy, there was no one else in the private room. This wasn't the first time the two of them had kissed, so she allowed the man to come. Chapter 804 0804080 Inching. When Yi Fan's hand reached into Su Qingxue's clothes, Su Qingxue couldn't help but let out a soft moan. "Hubby, what are you trying to do?" Yi Fan didn't answer. Not long after, the woman's breathing quickened. The two of them kissed more and more. Gradually, Yi Fan's hand moved downwards. When Su Qingxue found out where the man's hand was touching, she was shocked and quickly got off Yi Fan's leg. "Yi Fan, you lied to me." Su Qingxue blushed. She finally understood that this scoundrel had been pretending from the beginning. Yi Fan chuckled. "Wife, I didn't lie to you. I was in a bad mood just now, but now I'm better. Go to hell. You did it on purpose." Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to pick up a microphone and throw it at Yi Fan, but she saw the door to the private room open. 3 waiters walked in one after another with plates of fruits and snacks. When they saw Su Qingxue holding the microphone up high, the 3 waiters were obviously stunned. Su Qingxue awkwardly put down the microphone, cleared her throat, and pretended to be very natural as she asked, "What song should I sing?" The waiters didn't dare to look any longer. They put down their things and left. Yi Fan almost burst out laughing. This woman's reaction was quite fast. She shrugged and said, "Whatever. Wife, what songs do you usually listen to?" Su Qingxue was too lazy to bother with men, because after thinking about it, she seemed to have listened to some light music or classical music. It had been many years since she last heard singing. "If you don't listen to songs, can you sing?" Yi Fan could tell that the woman didn't seem to be very good at songs. "Of course. What about you? Do you know how to sing?" Su Qingxue didn't want to be outdone by a man. She was extremely competitive and wanted to compete in every aspect. Yi Fan nodded. "Yes, singing. Just follow the tune. Don't brag later. Let's compete and sing using the scoring system. Let's see who has a higher score." As Su Qingxue spoke, she ran to the computer and started to request songs. Fan Xian was puzzled. "Wife, you're quite good at it. Didn't you say that you haven't sung KTV in a long time? Please, this isn't something very advanced. Do you think I'm living in ancient times?" Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at the man. "Hurry up, what can you sing? I'll give you some." Yi Fan said indifferently, "I don't have anything special. I'll sing whatever you sing." Su Qingxue shook her head. "I knew you wouldn't, then I'll choose this song." Very quickly, Su Qingxue chose a song. When Fan Xian saw the rather old music video, He couldn't help but laugh. 7 emotions and 6 desires. Why does this song feel a little old? Su Qingxue said with a red face. What do you know? Do you know about oldies that are classics? Wife, why are you so excited? I was just saying, it's fine to sing old songs. Yifan also knew that Su Qingxue probably hadn't heard of any new songs in the past few years. However, when he thought of the iceberg goddess, Su Qingxue, who was as beautiful as a fairy, actually singing an old love song from the last century, he felt that the scene was a little abrupt. Following the accompaniment, Su Qingxue began to sing very seriously. The woman's voice was as pleasant to hear as ever. Although it wasn't very unique, her voice was pleasant to hear. Singing was always unpleasant to hear. I don't want you to return the heart I gave you, and I don't want you to pay for the pain. I'll accompany you for a period of time, and I'll taste all 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yifan listened to his wife singing and felt that she had a rough intonation. However, once she reached the high note stage, Su Qingxue couldn't sing anymore. She couldn't open her throat, so her voice inevitably changed. With this change in tone, Su Qingxue herself also panicked. She felt that it was too embarrassing, so her singing wasn't that accurate. When the song was finished, the score was more than 80 points. Su Qingxue gloomily pointed at Yifan and said, It's all your fault. What are you laughing at? Me? Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not laughing. You do. Isn't that funny? I haven't sung for many years. I sang very well in school. Su Qingxue defended herself. Yifan scratched his head. I didn't say anything. It's pretty nice to hear. Then you sing. I'll see how you sing. You can choose one yourself. Su Qingxue picked up a microphone and gave it to Yifan. Yifan had no other choice. Since he was already here, he might as well sing. However, this 7 emotions and 6 desires was too feminine. He walked over to the singing platform and chose a song called You'll Be Along the Way. This was the song of the song god. Although the masses were familiar with it, the more it was like this, the harder it was to sing in one's own style. Su Qingxue doubtfully asked, You can sing this song? Li Fanxian turned around and winked at the woman. He pointed at the woman and said, Xiao Shue's wife, I hope that I will have you all the way in my life. Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Then her face flushed red as she bit her lips and said angrily, Sing your song? It's so corny. Yifan chuckled. When the accompaniment was almost done, he calmed down and began to sing. Yifan's talent in imitating and learning language made him also very talented in music. Not to mention his profound realm, just singing the song accurately was not a problem. In addition, Yifan's mind was recalling the scenes of him getting to know Su Qingxue. As he sang, he naturally revealed his emotions. When the song ended and she looked back at Su Qingxue, the woman's eyes were already sparkling. Wife, does it sound good? Yifan asked with a smile. Su Qingxue nodded. She was a little fascinated. Yifan smiled again. I sang 98 points, which is more than 10 points higher than you. Hearing this, Su Qingxue suddenly came back to her senses and said angrily, I already said that I haven't sung for too long. Li Fanxian laughed out loud, walked over and hugged the woman, kissing her on the cheek. All right, let's not compete anymore. How about we sing a song together? Chorus? Su Qingxue was looking forward to it. What song? Just sing one. You're the most precious, Yifan said into the woman's ear. Su Qingxue naturally understood the double meaning behind it and stammered. I'll say it first. I don't really know how to sing this song. It's fine. I just hope that my wife can sing this song with me. Yifan said. Su Qingxue happily picked up the microphone. All right, then you go in order. I'll reluctantly accompany you to sing a song. Not long after, the sound of 2 people singing together could be heard in the private room. At first, they only thought it was fun and interesting, but as they sang, along with the melody and lyrics, the 2 of them unconsciously held hands and looked at each other. Thousands of emotions surged through their hearts. You protected me through the night, and I am willing to accompany you on this road of love. You are the most precious. After singing the song, Yifan and Su Qingxue looked at each other and smiled. Hubby, can we come here often to sing in the future? I think this is much more interesting than watching a movie. Su Qingxue said. All right, wife, if you want to come, I will definitely accompany you. Yi Fan was just about to go and see what he wanted to sing when he heard the phone in his pocket ring. Chapter 805. How to deal with it. 08050805. Inch Song Yang, what's the matter? One of the assassins, Song Yang, was arranged to be by Moo's side, secretly protecting him. Last time, when the Ghost Valley sent people to assassinate him, it was all thanks to Song Yang's timely intervention that Moo's life was saved. Normally, if there was no problem, Song Yang wouldn't directly call him. Therefore, Yi Fan attached great importance to this. Wang, Miss Moo completed a performance tonight and was almost violated by a male student from her class. I stopped him, but I'm in some trouble now, Song Yang said in a deep voice. Yi Fan could vaguely hear the sobbing of a girl coming from the other side of the phone. It was obviously Moo's voice. He remembered that Moo had received a call yesterday, saying that he was going to perform with their class monitor. He immediately had an idea. Is it the boy who performed with her? Yi Fan asked with an ice-cold look in his eyes. Yes, Song Yang said. Where are you now? Yi Fan asked. Song Yang replied. At the Dawson Hotel on Pingy Road. That boy asked the driver to bring Miss Moo here. He wanted to make a move, but I stopped him. This hotel seems to belong to their family. There are a lot of security guards stopping me from taking Miss Moo away. I'm afraid that things will get out of hand, so I hope you can decide how to deal with it. Wait there. Before I arrive, don't let anyone come into contact with Moo. After Yi Fan hung up the phone, Su Qingxue, who was at the side, saw that the man's face was gloomy and scary. She couldn't help but ask, Hubby, what happened to Moo? Yi Fan pulled the woman's hand and said, Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. After leaving Hua High Silver Seat, the two of them drove to the Dawson Hotel. After knowing the general gist of what had happened, Su Qingxue's expression also became ugly. Her relaxed and joyful expression had completely disappeared, and there seemed to be dark clouds surging in her beautiful eyes. Moo isn't hurt, right? Su Qingxue asked faintly. Yi Fan shook his head. Even if she didn't take advantage of me, she would probably be quite scared. Otherwise, with that girl's personality, she wouldn't cry under normal circumstances. Oh right, wife, do you know the background of that Dawson Hotel? Su Qingxue looked out of the car window and muttered, The Dawson Hotel is a high-end hotel brand under the Dawson Group. The chairman of the Dawson Group, Gao Shuliang, had a net worth of more than $5 billion, but because he was an overseas Chinese, he rarely appeared in Hua Hai, so he was not well known. But Gao Shuliang's daughter is married to the son of Minister Shun of the Overseas Trade Department. Their families are rich and powerful, and they have opened up a lot of businesses in various coastal cities. Yi Fan casually listened and said, I know, no wonder that kid surnamed Shun seems to be quite arrogant in school. Hubby, what do you plan to do? Su Qingxue turned around and asked. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. You'll know in a moment. After arriving at the hotel, Yi Fan followed Song Yang's instructions and went to the second floor. Outside the conference room of a hotel, there were more than a dozen security guards and a few bodyguards in suits. The management of the hotel was also discussing something uneasily. Seeing that Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were about to walk in, the security captain stopped them and extended his hand. I'm sorry, there's a problem here. Please don't come near. Yi Fan was too lazy to waste words. He directly grabbed the security guard and threw him 3 meters away. A few security guards jumped in fright. Just as they were about to come up, they were pushed away by Yi Fan and fell to the ground. Everyone felt Yi Fan's imposing manner and gaze, and they were all stunned, not daring to go forward. If you don't want to die, then scram. Yi Fan walked over, and no one could stop him as he directly barged into the conference room. Inside the conference room, there was a group of people standing together. The leader was a noble lady, and beside her was a handsome young man wearing a white shirt and a bow tie. On the other side, Moo was sitting on a chair, covering his face, his hair in a mess. Song Yang stood at the side, coldly looking at the group of people in front of him. Seeing Yi Fan and Su Qingxue come in, Song Yang heaved a sigh of relief and nodded towards Yi Fan. Who are you people? Who'll let you in? The middle-aged woman, who was dressed in luxurious clothes and was covered in famous brands, pointed at Yi Fan and Su Qingxue and asked with dissatisfaction. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue ignored them and directly walked to Mu Mu Mu's side. Su Qingxue leaned over and hugged her sister's shoulder, gently asking, Mu Mu, tell big sister, what did that person do? Elder sister. When Mu 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 heard Su Qingxue's voice, she seemed to have finally come back to her senses. She raised her head, and her tear-stained face was filled with grievance. However, what shocked Yi Fan and Su Qingxue even more was that there was a red mark on the girl's cheek. Who hit you? Su Qingxue's tone immediately turned cold. Yi Fan, who was at the side, couldn't help but feel his heart tighten as he clenched his fists. The girl threw herself into Su Qingxue's embrace, crying and complaining, telling her everything that had happened. It turned out that after Shenyu's performance, it was already very late. Shenyu said that he would invite Mu 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 to dinner. Mu 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 was indeed hungry, and Shenyu had invited her several times. She was both a classmate and a class monitor, so she was too embarrassed to refuse. Furthermore, since the start of school, he felt that Shenyu wasn't that kind of messy boy, so Mu 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 followed him to the hotel. However, after eating at the Western restaurant of the Dawson Hotel, Shenyu wanted Mu 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 to be his girlfriend. Mu 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 tactfully refused, but Shenyu refused. He actually had his bodyguards guard the door, preventing Mu 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 from leaving the restaurant, and even took her to the hotel room. Mu 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 Mu's temper wasn't small, so she naturally wanted to force her way out. In the midst of this argument, Shenyu slapped her, causing her to be stunned. After all, she was a girl, and she hadn't achieved much in her cultivation. How could she beat a boy? It was also at this time that Song Yang, who realized that something was wrong, rushed to the scene and rescued Mu Mu Mu. However, he was stopped by a group of security guards and bodyguards. Song Yang could naturally kill his way out, but after all, he was in a hotel in the city center, and there were a large number of ordinary people. Song Yang didn't know how to deal with them, and was afraid that things would get out of hand. Little girl, don't slander me. My son is from a scholarly family, a proper young master of a wealthy family. How could he possibly hit someone? When the lady heard Mu Mu Mu's words, she sneered and reprimanded. I think you're clearly acting, trying to swindle money from our Shin family, right? Shenyu smiled contemptuously and said, Mom, Mu 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 is the daughter of the musician, Mr. Mu Shueso. She shouldn't be so short of money, right? Chapter 806. 0806-inch nonsense. I don't care about your money. My sister is much richer than you guys. Mu 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 said angrily. Ah, what a joke. Who is your sister? The lady asked jokingly. At the side, the general manager of the hotel moved closer to the lady's ear and whispered, Madam, the lady in pink over there seems to be the chairman of the embroidery group, Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was a famous person in the business world in Huahai, and she was also a super iceberg beauty. Naturally, most of the business elites knew her. The lady was stunned. She carefully recognized her and realized that she was indeed the same as the Su Qingxue in the photos and TV reports. However, she didn't care too much and sneered, Oh, no wonder you're so full of nonsense. So you're President Su's sister. President Su, how did you teach your sister? Seducing my son is too outrageous. The Shun family had power, the Dawson group had money, and in terms of personal wealth, it was not less than Su Qingxue's. Therefore, even though they recognized Su Qingxue, the lady and Shenyu's mother and son were not afraid at all. Su Qingxue's face was as cold as ice, and she said without any emotion, I want your son to apologize to my sister right now. He hit my sister, so he should be beaten by my sister. Apologize? You still want to hit me? On what basis? It was Mu 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 who was shameless and came to seduce me. I rejected her, but she slandered me. Shenyu smiled evilly. Shenyu, you did such a thing, yet you still dare to bite me? I'm going to sue you. Mu Mu Mu's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. Her face was red from anger as she loudly retorted. At this moment, a refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked up from behind the lady and said, This Miss Mu, Your surname is Liu. As young Master Shin's defense lawyer, I want to advise you a few words of advice. If you want to sue young Master Shin, you need evidence. You don't have any video or audio evidence, nor do you have any witnesses. How can you sue our young Master Shin? Haha, did you hear that? Lawyer Liu was a big lawyer who handled international cases. What he said was the basis of the law. Go on, go on, go on. You need evidence for everything. What can you do to me? Shin Yu proudly crossed his legs. Before Yi Fan and the others arrived, they had already found a lawyer specially hired by their family to deal with all kinds of evidence. Now, as long as they refused to admit it, there would be no legal problems. Lawyer Liu pushed his glasses, carried his briefcase, and walked to Moo's side. He placed a document on the table. What is this? Su Qingxue asked coldly. Director Su, this is a confidential settlement agreement. As long as Miss Moo signs it, this matter will be treated as if nothing happened. Everyone will be fine, Lawyer Liu said with a formal smile. Su Qingxue sneered. You want us to calm things down? You think we can't afford a lawyer? Or are we afraid of the Shun family? Lawyer Liu sighed and pushed his glasses up. With all due respect, if this matter gets out of hand, the only one who will suffer is your sister, Miss Moo. So, for your sister's sake, I think it's better to sign this agreement. Are you kidding me? Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. I must seek justice. Moo pushed the agreement to the ground. Lawyer Liu smiled, bent down to pick up the agreement, and said, As far as I know, young Master Shun has always had a good reputation in school and in the upper echelons of society. He is a talented and virtuous young man. If this matter were to spread out or be brought to court, we can say that you are slandering us because you lack effective evidence. At that time, no matter how the public opinion was directed, everyone would only think that something had happened between Miss Moo and young Master Shin. Miss Moo, you are in the prime of your life and have just entered university. If this matter were spread out, it would not be good for your reputation as a girl. As soon as these words were said, Moo was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Nothing happened between me and Shun Yu. That's not something we can decide. The public naturally has their preferences for how they evaluate Mr. Moo Xuesong's daughter. Lawyer Liu squinted his eyes and smiled. Shu Qingshue's eyes flickered and she became silent. Indeed, if such a thing were spread out, it would definitely be disadvantageous to a girl. Shin Yu was a rich and powerful young master. It was very normal for him to play around with women. Although the common people condemned him in speech and in writing, most of them would look down on the women he was with. It was as if he was a prostitute. If this matter were to be reported by the media and spread by the Shun family, then Moo would be involved with Shun Yu for the rest of his life. But if she just swallowed her anger like this, not to mention Moo, even Su Qingxue wouldn't be able to do it. The lady chuckled and said, Lawyer Liu has already said it so clearly. Don't you understand? Miss Su, your embroidery group seems to be actively developing. My father-in-law is in charge of foreign trade, so you should be familiar with it. Haha, Mom, don't be like this. Won't you scare them to death? Shin Yu chuckled. Sister, I don't want to sign. Let's go. If they want to use Department Head Shin to suppress you, I'll go find Dad. I'll sue him until his reputation is ruined. Moo stood up and pulled Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue supported her sister and said seriously, Moo, don't cry. Big sister isn't afraid of them. She won't let you sign. Just as Su Qingxue was thinking about how to deal with this, Yi Fan, who had been silent all this time, spoke out. Song Yang, that brat hit Moo just now. What did you do? Yi Fan asked in a low voice. She discovered that Yi Fan's eyes seemed to be a little strange. The man didn't say anything just now, and she didn't know what method he had thought of. In short, seeing the man's eyes, Su Qingxue felt a little flustered. Song Yang's body trembled. He lowered his head and respectfully said, After I went in, I saw that there were bodyguards who wanted to capture Miss Moo, so I beat them back. However, I was surrounded and it was inconvenient for me to go out. So, I brought Miss Moo here and called you. Yi Fan turned around and looked at his subordinates. How old are you this year? This subordinate is 37 years old. Beads of sweat began to seep out of Song Yang's forehead. Others might not feel it, but he could feel that Yi Fan seemed to be very unhappy. Yi Fan sighed. Are you getting old and want to retire? Song Yang suddenly quivered and quickly knelt on the ground. King, please forgive me. This subordinate did not handle this properly. This scene caused the faces of the noble lady, Shun Yu, Lawyer Lu, and the others to be filled with surprise. They didn't pay much attention to Yi Fan's existence and felt that this man was very inconspicuous. Yi Fan expressionlessly said, You are not guilty because Muumuu's life is not in danger, but if you still don't want to retire, it's best not to sharpen your edges, but to sharpen your blade. Do you understand? Song Yang's body tensed up, and a hint of killing intent appeared on his lowered face. It was as if a sharp blade had been unsheathed in his eyes. This subordinate understands. After taking a deep breath, Song Yang stood up, and as fast as a tiger leaving the gate, he took a step forward, stretched out 3 fingers, and firmly and ruthlessly grabbed onto Lawyer Lu's throat. Poochie! His fingers were like thorns, and his throat was like paper directly pierced through. Chapter 807. Nothing happened 0807. This scene directly shocked everyone present. Just a moment ago, Lawyer Lu was still using sharp words to force the other party to sign a confidentiality agreement. In the blink of an eye, even his throat was pulled out. What followed was the screams and panicked shouts of the Shun family's mother and son. The group of bodyguards' faces were also deathly pale. This method of killing truly made them tremble in fear. The group of people immediately wanted to run out of the door, but Song Yang's body flashed, and he rushed to the door first, blocking it. No one is allowed to leave. Looking at the gloomy and murderous look on Song Yang's face, the group of Shun family members didn't dare to move. You, what do you want to do? Are you courting death? How dare you kill someone in broad daylight? Su Qingxue, do you believe that I won't let my father-in-law come forward and immediately make your embroidery group close down? The lady endured her fear and cursed. She had thought that Yi Fan would use some connections to settle this matter, but he didn't expect that Yi Fan would actually choose to kill people in such a simple and crude way. Muumuuu was shocked. She stuck close to Su Qingxue and stopped crying. She rarely saw Yi Fan reveal such a side of him. Leaf as Fan Xian thought about something. He naturally took out a cigarette and lit one. At this moment, no one would think about whether smoking was prohibited in this place. Leaf Fan Xian pondered for a moment, then spat out a mouthful of white smoke and looked at the girl. Muumuuu, that guy hit you with his right hand, right? Muumuuu was stunned for a moment before nodding. Yi Fan didn't say anything, but Song Yang, who was standing on the other side, already had a dagger with a blood groove in his hand. Seeing Song Yang walk towards Shun Yu, the lady was so scared that she quickly shouted, Quick! Quickly stop him! Take him down! However, the few bodyguards couldn't withstand Song Yang's killing intent and didn't dare to move in fear. The lady could only shout, Whoever subdues him, I'll give him 100,000. When the bodyguards heard this, they gritted their teeth and pounced towards Song Yang. However, Song Yang only casually slashed twice with the dagger in his hand, causing the kicking legs and punches to all be cut to the ground. Fresh blood spurted out. The group of bodyguards didn't even have time to look carefully before they were already injured. They grimaced in pain and fell to the side. Get lost. Those who stand in my way will die. Song Yang, who was stained with blood, arrived in front of Shun Yu. A group of bodyguards and security guards had already fled. Seeing this, Shun Yu was scared out of his wits. He got up in a panic and wanted to run, but Song Yang grabbed his right hand and chopped off his arm with the dagger. Shun Yu screamed miserably. Mother, Mom, my hand. How could the lady care about her son now? She was so scared that her face turned pale. She knelt on the ground and begged, Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. My family is very rich. I'll pay you however much you want. Song Yang turned his head and looked at Yi Fan, asking for his opinion. With a cigarette in his mouth, Fan Xian casually nodded, not even glancing at the lady. Song Yang understood and directly stabbed the dagger into the lady's throat, pulled it out, and cleanly took her life. Even in death, The lady did not understand why everything had happened so suddenly. How could life be so fragile? When Shunyu, who was at the side, saw this scene, he was so scared that his mind went blank and he fainted on the spot. Seeing everything that had happened, Moo 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 was stunned. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Yi Fan would splatter his blood on the spot in order to vent his anger for her. Although he didn't think that this mother and son deserved much sympathy, after all, it was obviously not the first time that Shunyu and his mother had done this. It was estimated that they had never defiled a girl before and then let a lawyer solve it. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, directly killing someone was still very terrifying. Shu Qingshu knew Yi Fan's background, so of course she knew that killing a few people was nothing to Yi Fan. What she cared about was another problem. "Hubby, what should we do next?" Shu Qingshu asked. Li Fan Xian threw away the cigarette but stamped it out and said with a smile, "Take Moo Moo home. I'll go take care of it." Shu Qingshu frowned, feeling a little worried. Leaf seeing this, Fan Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, my wife. I promise that by tomorrow, nothing will happen and the embroidery group will be safe and sound. I'm not worried about the company. Are you sure you're doing this? Won't the Dragon King and the others be dissatisfied with you?" Shu Qingshu asked. Li Fan Xian said with a smile that was not a smile, "It's time. It's time for them to be dissatisfied." Shu Qingshu didn't understand what the man meant, but after thinking about it, Yi Fan had been silent for so long, so he must have thought about it a lot, so she didn't ask any more questions. Shu Qingshu brought Moo 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 and left the Dawson Hotel. No one dared to stop her. Yi Fan, however, was not in a hurry to leave. He sat in the conference room, placed his feet on the conference table, and said to the hotel manager, "Go, call the police." The manager of the Dawson Hotel was so scared that his legs went limp. Hearing Yi Fan's words, he hurriedly shook his head. No, I won't call the police. Don't worry. I won't call the police. Please don't kill me." Yi Fan smiled. "If I tell you to call the police, then call the police. Find their director, Yao Jingong, and tell him that I, Yi Fan, am looking for him." The manager was stunned for a moment. He could only take out his cell phone with trembling hands and call the police. Not long after, Yi Fan's phone rang. The director of the Defense Bureau, Yao Jingong, directly called him. "Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Why did you kill someone in public in a hotel? That is the daughter-in-law and grandson of Minister Shun's family." Yao Jingong hadn't interacted with Yi Fan for a long time. He didn't expect that after being at peace for so long, the news would be so explosive. Yi Fan smiled. "Chief Yao, I just asked you to send someone over to clean up the scene. As for the rest, you can just report it. Don't you have contact with the Dragon Soul? It's not your turn to care." Yao Jingong was discouraged when he heard this. Indeed, he didn't dare to provoke this great god. It was more important to hurry and report it. After hanging up, Yi Fan brought Song Yang out of the hotel and arrived at the roadside. "Song Yang, you go. Continue to be in charge of protecting Moo Moo. I want to go back later," Yi Fan said. Song Yang hesitated for a moment before saying, "King, do you still want to kill someone? These ordinary people are not worthy of you taking action. I'll kill them for you. People, we have to kill them, but since they're not here, there's no need for us to do anything." Yi Fan smiled and waved his hand. "Go back. In the future, when you do things, be more decisive. Don't forget that you came from Baphomet." "Yes, sir." Song Yang patted his chest and respectfully retreated. In the dark night, he quickly disappeared. Yi Fan took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Looking at the busy traffic and the flashing lights on the road, he leisurely walked while making a phone call. Chapter 808. 0808. As one of the areas where the world's richest people gathered, there were a large number of mansions and manors. In the study of one of the mansions, an old man wearing silk pajamas with neatly combed gray hair was sitting on a chair. He held a cigar in one hand and a photo in the other. On it was a photo of the old man and a young man. That young man was Shunyu. This old man was the current chairman of the Dawson Group, Ricky Dawson. "Has the murderer been caught?" Dawson said with a gloomy look in his eyes. In front of his desk, a middle-aged man with a mustache shook his head and said, Father, it seems that the local defense bureau of Hua Hai has chosen to remain silent for the time being. They have only blocked the news. Oof. Just because that girl is the cousin of Su Qingxue from the embroidery group? I'm not sure yet, but the other party probably has some strength. It's better for us to be cautious, the mustache man said. Cautious? Your sister is dead. Your nephew has lost an arm. You want me to be cautious? Dawson said in a rough voice. The mustache man lowered his head and said, Father, to be honest, my sister has spoiled Xiaoyu. Previously, she had several women beat their children and even played with 2 female students to death. If it wasn't for the fact that those 2 families didn't have any background, we would have been in trouble long ago. This time, why don't we seek a reconciliation? If the other party dares to kill someone, he probably has nothing to fear. Shut up. Are you King a son of the Dawson family? As a man, what does it matter if he plays with a few women? After paying them, they are willing. Who can they blame? Dawson said angrily. The mustache man lowered his head with a complicated expression, not daring to say anything else. Go, contact the best assassin for me and find out who did it. I want blood to be paid with blood, Dawson said fiercely. The mustache man sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Yes, father. Just as he turned around and was about to leave the study, he saw the door of the study open. A woman wearing a maid's uniform walked in. What's going on? Hey, who are you? Who allowed you to barge into the study? The mustache man was puzzled because there didn't seem to be such a servant in the house. The Latino maid expressionlessly took out a silenced pistol, and without any hesitation, she fired a shot at Ricky Dawson, who was sitting inside. Pooh! With a dull thud, the bullet pierced through old Dawson's head. Then, the muzzle was aimed at the mustache man. The mustache man screamed in horror and raised his hands. Don't kill me. Congratulations, Conscience, you saved your life. After the female assassin finished speaking, she put away her gun. She turned her head and directly jumped towards the window. After smashing through the window, she jumped into the thicket below. When a mustache man ran to the window in fear and wanted to search, there was no sign of the killer. Why? A roadside barbecue shop. Yifan lit his cigarette and crossed his legs. He ordered a plate of green beans and salted water and a few skewers of lamb kidneys. He drank erguo too and ate very comfortably. Sensing that someone was coming over, Yifan shouted to the owner of the shop, Boss, bring out a wine glass. Hey, all right. The boss took out a glass. Just as he put down the cup, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man sat opposite Yifan. It seems like you knew that I would come looking for you. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Yifan smiled, picked up the wine bottle, and poured a cup for the other party. Since you came to see your nephew, you wouldn't return to the capital so soon, right? The person who came was the Dragon King. Lucifer, what exactly do you want to do? Do you know that Shen Yu is the only child of the Shen family? His grandfather, Ricky Dawson, is also a leading figure among the rich and powerful Chinese. You touched their precious baby and even killed Dawson's daughter. Do you know how big the impact will be? The Dragon King asked seriously. Yifan picked up a string of lamb kidneys, took a bite, and nodded. The taste is really good. Dragon King, why don't you have some? Do you think I'm in a mood to eat? The chief asked me what exactly was going on. Minister Shun was furious, and together with a few other high-ranking ministers, they are pressuring our dragon soul. The Dragon King said in a deep voice. Yifan playfully asked, Dragon King, are you afraid? Leaf the Dragon King was silent for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and said, What do you want to say? Yifan smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. Even if you don't say it, I am very clear that it is those ministers and the leaders who are pressuring you. You will only be annoyed, but not afraid. Why? Because you have nothing to fear. You have the background of the clan. To put it bluntly, in the end, you can just give up. Maybe those leaders will come and beg you to stay. Am I right? The Dragon King took a deep breath, picked up his wine cup, and took a sip. This cheap high alcohol made his mind spin quickly, but he couldn't understand what Yifan meant. What bullshit Shin family? What messed up Dawson Group? Actually, you guys both understand that in the ordinary rules, they do have some ability. But Once they break the rules and compete in absolute strength, they're just a bunch of fellows who know nothing about the power on the other side of the world. Li Fan Xian smiled and moved closer to the Dragon King. It's as if, in the eyes of your clan, it doesn't matter who is in charge of this world. It doesn't matter who is in charge of it, because you know very well that when you need it, you can use absolute power to control this land in your hands at any time. That's why you're so fearless. According to the rules of the game, you're playing your role, aren't you? The Dragon King's face darkened. He gradually understood something and snorted heavily. Lucifer, you are too arrogant. Do you think you can be compared to the clan? Li Fan Xian grinned and sneered. Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in being on equal footing with anyone. I just want to see in this world, who can stop me? The Dragon King sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Fan's madness had exceeded his expectations. Just as he was about to say something, a special phone he carried with him rang. The Dragon King took out his cell phone and picked it up. What is it? He hadn't even heard 2 sentences when the Dragon King's expression changed drastically. Very quickly, he hung up the phone. Lucifer, you actually dare to openly kill a member of the upper echelons of China? Just a moment ago, the Dragon King had actually heard the news that Department Head Shun had died of a myocardial infarction. Only a ghost would believe that such a coincidence must have been secretly poisoned by someone. Li Fan Xian ate the kebab and leisurely said, back then, I didn't like OL Duans and the Sacred Royal Court riding on top of my head and pointing fingers, so I spent 2 years to beat them into submission. 5 or 6 years have passed. I thought that I would be able to live a comfortable life after retirement, and no one would come to bother me. But things didn't go as planned. The tree wants to be calm, but the wind doesn't stop. It's one thing for the enemies abroad to not stop, but King Hell, there's also this strange clan of yours. My wife wants to see her own grandfather, but she's still restricted to this and that. I have to spend so much effort to get some medical information from the Earth axis to save people. I endured it again and again, but this time my wife's best friend was about to be forcefully snatched away by your nephew, and he even said that he wanted to take my wife as a concubine. He was already about to shit on my face. Could it be that I still had to open my mouth to receive it? In short, this enmity, even if I don't want to, I still have to. Since there is no way back, then what else can I endure? I can't endure it anymore. There's no need to endure it anymore. Whoever provokes me, I will kill them. Ridiculous. The Dragon King slammed the table and said, do you really think that with your strength, you can compare to the clan? You are simply courting death. The Dragon King finally understood that the reason why Yi Fan suddenly ordered his subordinates to kill people was not simply to target the Shun family and the Dawson group, but to show the upper echelons of China and the clan. Chapter 809. 0809. The Dragon King stared at Yi Fan with a burning gaze and said in a low voice, Yi Fan, do you know that if you think like this, you might burn yourself while playing with fire? Heh, is that so? Yi Fan took out a cigarette and lit it. He held a wine cup in his hand and pondered for a moment before asking, Dragon King, have you been to Africa? The Dragon King frowned, not understanding why Yi Fan suddenly brought up such a seemingly unrelated topic. But he still shook his head. I've never been there. Maybe after I retire, I'll consider going there. Oh, I'm very familiar with that place. If there's a chance, I can take you on a trip. Yi Fan smiled and said, in Africa, there are a lot of animals that live in groups. Zebras, elephants, monkeys, bison, lions. I like to watch the lions there, watching them hunt, watching them sleep, watching them fight, watching them fight. Do you know which lion is the one that is most afraid of every day in a pride of lions? The Dragon King thought for a moment and said, the weakest one? Li Fan Xian shook his finger. On the contrary, the one who is under the most pressure every day and whose eyes are filled with fear is the Lion King, the lion in the pride. Oh, how did you know? The Dragon King asked. Li Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. After watching for a long time, I can naturally feel it. It seems that it is already the king of the pride, and it seems to be very awe-inspiring. But in reality, it could be challenged by other lions every day. As long as it lost any one of the battles, all the lionesses would leave it. Every day, he lived in fear, afraid of the day when he would grow old and face the defeat that would come sooner or later in despair. And the weak would not be afraid of losing. The weak will not be afraid of losing. Only the strong will worry about personal gains and losses and have their hands and feet tied. When the Dragon King heard this, his expression turned serious. Yifan took a puff of his cigarette, flicked the ash, and continued, "Actually, I don't know if I'm overestimating myself, or if I'm hitting a rock with an egg. I also don't know what kind of name your clans have, how many people there are, how many experts there are, and how high the experts can be. However, I understand lions, and I also understand the strong. In this world, the more powerful a person, the more powerful a force, the more afraid they are of falling. Because the higher he stands, the harder he will fall when he falls." Fan Xian looked at the Dragon King with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Without disputes, without conflicts, without battles, the king will always be the king. So, the ones who are truly afraid of starting a war are not the so-called weak, but the current strong, am I right?" The Dragon King felt a chill run down his spine. The young man's words and aura made him suddenly realize that he had underestimated him. Obviously, Yifan was not a rash young man. He was not reckless and hot-blooded. He was actually very clear about what he was doing. Seeing the Dragon King's ugly expression, Fan Xian continued to smile and said, "There's one more thing. I'm very curious. Between your clans, or within a clan, could it be that they're all twisted into a rope? The stronger a country is, the greater the possibility of internal strife when there are no external enemies. I think it's the same for families and clans. Before you clans want to suppress me, are you sure you won't fall into chaos internally? I don't think so." The Dragon King sucked in a breath of cold air and stared straight at Yifan. He felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. This brat, he actually thought so deeply. Seeing that the Dragon King was silent, Yifan took out 100 yuan and placed it on the table. Then he stood up. "Dragon King, that's all I have to say. If you want to stand up for the Shun family, then I will be waiting for you at any time. If your nephew wants to take revenge on me, then I can't ask for more. Me and my brothers who have gone through life and death have already rested for 5 years, ready to fight against the world at any time. What about you?" Ha ha ha. After saying these words, Yifan laughed loudly and directly turned around to leave the barbecue stall. He was in a very good mood. Since the confrontation with the clan was unavoidable, then the first thing he had to do was to show his fearless determination towards the clan. If he didn't even have the courage to face it head-on, then he would have already lost in terms of momentum and mentality. There was no need to talk about anything else. Li Fanxian wanted to see if he, a young man in his 20s, dared to fight. Would this group of ancient clans hiding behind China dare to put down their pride and fight with him? Even until Yi Fan disappeared, the Dragon King did not leave his seat. He quietly sat in his seat. After a long while, a woman in red walked over and sat opposite the Dragon King. "Where's he?" "Gone." The girl was Xiao Exiner. Because of the sudden incident, the Dragon King had rushed over to see Yi Fan. After she received the news, she was unable to rush over immediately. The Dragon King nodded and sighed. "Let's go." He left straightforwardly. Xiao Exiner's tone was a little strange. She asked, "What did he say? How are we going to settle this matter this time? Some of the higher-ups are panicking. Did the chief order his arrest?" The Dragon King poured himself a cup of wine, drank it in one gulp, and asked, "Arrest? How?" "Don't forget, a few days ago, he just killed the Holy Dragon Knight, Alland." Xiao Exiner bit her lips and said unhappily, "I'm not Alland." "Haha. Exiner, as Uncle Yi, I advise you not to blindly try to be brave. If Yifan has the ability, you have to admit it. Alland, he had originally thought that he would be one of the top 10 legends in the world, but he had killed him just like that. I wish I could be there personally to see how he did it. Now that they said that Inferno had disbanded, because of that incident, their hearts were actually more united than ever. Do you know how many organizations there are abroad? I heard that after the Sovereign King of Hell killed the Holy Dragon Knight, they wanted to become a vassal organization of Inferno." The Dragon King smiled bitterly, as if he was muttering to himself. This kid, Don't look at how casual he seems to be. I don't know what he's doing all day, but in the dark, he must have been training hard. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have increased so quickly. I'm not afraid of talented people, but I'm afraid that this person has talent and is also diligent. Xiao Exiner felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this. She also realized that she and Yi Fan seemed to be widening the gap in strength. Dragon King, what did he say to you? Why are you so afraid of him? Xiao Exiner frowned and said, with the existence of our few great clans, can he still overturn the heavens? The Dragon King raised his eyebrows, but he secretly felt sad in his heart. Even the Phoenix Girl didn't understand that the big clans weren't as invulnerable as she had imagined. This was the gap in knowledge brought about by his experiences since he was young. It was not something that could be made up for with pure ancient martial arts cultivation. Seeing that Xiao Exner kept asking, the Dragon King could only sigh and reply. He said, he wants to be the new Lion King. Lion King? Chapter 810. Su Qingshue's first love 0810 when Yi Fan returned home. It was already the middle of the night, but the living room was still lit up. On the sofa, Su Qingxue hugged Moo 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 and watched the television. Moo 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 was not in the mood to watch what was on the TV. The girl's eyes were swollen from crying. What happened today had greatly affected her. When she was in school, she always thought that the person she met was a good person, but he suddenly did such an outrageous thing to her. Since she was a child, even Mu Xuesong was not willing to hit her, but today, she was actually slapped by Shenyu. The grievance and fear in Moo Moo Moo's heart were indescribable. You're back. Su Qingxue saw Yi Fan enter and asked with concern, how is it? Yi Fan replied with a smile, don't worry, it's nothing. Even if there's something, I'm here. When Su Qingxue heard this, she didn't ask any more questions. Yi Fan walked to the sofa and caressed Moo Moo Moo's head. Little girl, it'll be over after a nap. You can't keep crying in the middle of the night. I don't want to sleep. I want to have a nightmare the moment I close my eyes. Moo 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 leaned on Su Qingshue's body and hugged her, unwilling to let go. He didn't know what to do when he encountered such a thing. Shenyu was already crippled, so killing him was useless. Big sister, I don't want to be with boys anymore. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Okay? Don't leave me behind. Moo 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 looked at Su Qingxue eagerly. It could be seen that Moo 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 was truly stimulated. She was originally at the age of girl, and when her love was in full bloom, even if she didn't really like Shenyu, she at least felt that this boy was not bad. She wanted to get in touch with him with the mentality of getting in touch with him. Who would have thought that Shenyu, who looked quite good, turned out to be a beast with a human face? Moo 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 was truly afraid after a single attempt, resulting in such a result. Silly girl, not all men in the world are like this. Look at me, brother-in-law. Aren't I pretty good? Yi Fan hurriedly said. Moo 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 cried as he raised his head and said, you are my brother-in-law. How can it be the same? Yi Fan muttered in his heart. You didn't think that way before. Su Qingxue raised her head and frowned. Don't say any more. Go wash up and sleep. I'll talk to Moo Moo about girls. Yi Fan had no choice but to shake his head and walk upstairs. However, just as he walked upstairs, he heard a few words that Su Qingxue said. He couldn't help but let Yi Fan listen attentively. Moo Moo, don't think that all men in the world are like that, just because of a bad experience with a boy. In fact, love is a very beautiful thing. At your age, if a good guy pursues you in university, you still have to dare to love him, understand? Sister, did you fall in love in college? Moo Moo Moo's curiosity was piqued. Su Qingxue smiled and nodded. Of course I have. Although it was very short, only less than a month. But it is a very good memory and also my first love. Yi Fan stood at the door of his room, and when he heard this, his face almost turned green. What? Su Qingxue actually had a boyfriend in university? First love? How could he not know? Didn't they say that Tang Ziqiao was just an ordinary senior? All of a sudden, Yi Fan held his breath and quietly stood at the door to listen. Moo 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 was also very surprised. Elder sister, you also fall in love with someone at school? Why not? If I meet a good love, of course I have to grab it. Su Qingxue said. Then Then what did you talk about at that time, big sister? What does that man look like? Is he handsome? Moo 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 suddenly forgot about his own matters and started gossiping. Shu Qingxue retracted her legs onto the sofa and hugged her knees. She recalled and said, "Actually, I don't really remember what that boy looks like. He's from the class next door. He seems to be pretty and sunny." "Ah, then why did he chase after you? How'd he chase after you?" Moo 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 asked. "What's the problem? Does big sister look like no one is chasing after me?" Shu Qingxue pinched her sister's nose. Moo 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 Jiao smiled foolishly and said, "Elder sister, you're so beautiful. There must be a lot of people chasing after you. But I'm curious, why are you with that boy?" Su Qingxue said, "At that time, there were actually a lot of boys with better conditions, but that boy's smile was very warm, and he told me that he wanted to pursue me. He was also very simple, and his eyes were also very clean. At that time, I was at a fruit shop outside the school and bought a lot of strawberries. That boy happened to meet me, and he asked me if I liked strawberries a lot. I said, yes, I thought he would buy a lot of strawberries for me to eat, but he just left. What? So stingy?" Moo 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 pouted. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, but the next day, guess what? Moo 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 shook his head and grabbed Su Qingxue's arm. "Elder sister, don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell me what happened." Su Qingxue said with a sweet face. "The next day, it's almost the same time now. Our school's apricot flowers are in full bloom, and the petals are dancing in the wind. It's very beautiful, very beautiful." That boy appeared at the entrance of our class with a bouquet of flowers in his hands. What surprised all of us was that those flowers were actually made of bright red strawberries. He used a bouquet of fiery red strawberries and asked me if I would like to be his girlfriend. I really couldn't resist that kind of scene, so I agreed. Moo Moo Moo's big eyes sparkled as he muttered, "That boy is so romantic. It's a pity that I don't like strawberries. I like watermelons. What a pity." Yi Fan, who was standing upstairs, felt uneasy when he heard this. Which King man was this? At that time, he didn't know what kind of development he had with Su Qingxue, elder sister. Then how did you break up with that boy? Why do we spend so little time together? Moo 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 asked. Su Qingxue faintly said, "Because after we got together, we realized that some of our values were different, so we peacefully broke up." "Oh, so that's how it is." Moo 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 nodded. Su Qingxue caressed the girl's hair and said, "Although we were together for a short period of time, love is very beautiful. I will remember that memory for the rest of my life. If I didn't fall in love, my youth would be too regretful. If you give up on love because of a shun you, then it wouldn't be worth it, would it?" Moo 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 thought about it seriously and said, "I understand, sister. I'm starting to want to fall in love again. It's good that you understand. Stay at our house tonight. Go up and wash up and sleep. You're very tired." Su Qingxue said. Moo 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 hugged her sister and kissed Su Qingxue on the cheek. "Sister, I found it really good to have you here. I'm going to sleep. Good night." Very quickly, Moo 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 ran upstairs with light footsteps. The haze seemed to have been swept away. Su Qingxue let out a sigh, turned off the TV, and walked upstairs, preparing to enter her bedroom. However, just as she was about to enter, Yi Fan came to her side. "Aya, you scared me. What are you doing, hubby?" Su Qingxue was speechless. This man was like a thief at home. His footsteps were silent. Chapter 811. Who is he? 081 1-inch great. The one with the surname Yi. We two sisters are whispering to each other, and you're still eavesdropping upstairs? Are you a man or not? Su Qingxue said angrily. Fan Xian blushed and explained, "My hearing is good. It's not like I heard it on purpose. Besides, I'm concerned about my sister-in-law's mental health. There's no need for you to be so concerned." How shameless. Su Qingxue shook her head and was about to open the door. Fan Xian hurriedly pulled the woman and said, "Wife, you haven't answered me yet. Who is that man? Are you still in contact?" Su Qingxue speechlessly raised her head and sighed. "Yi Fan, are you stupid? Do you really believe what I said?" "Huh?" Yi Fan was dumbfounded. I told her a story in order to get Moo Moo out of the shadows and not to be completely disappointed in love. How could I have a first love? You've been with me for almost a year. How come you don't even have this little bit of discernment? If Mumu believes it, can you believe it too? Su Qingxue lowered her voice and asked. Yifan was speechless for a long time. He was also worried about her, and actually forgot that Su Qingxue was an outstanding actress. If there really was such a first love, then when Tang Ziqiao appeared, he should have mentioned it. Moreover, with Su Qingxue's shrewdness, how could she agree to be a person's girlfriend just because of a bunch of strawberry flowers? Wife, this move of yours is really brilliant. I admire you, I admire you. Yifan cupped his hands sincerely. That's also because Mumu is simple. If it was someone else, it wouldn't work. Oh, right, it's pretty easy to lie to you. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at the man. Yifan smiled awkwardly and said, I was too concerned. I was blind. Like I said, how could an ordinary man be able to catch up to my wife? Come on, next time you eavesdrop, I'll twist your ears. Su Qingxue said as she walked into the bedroom. Yifan still wanted to pretend as if nothing had happened and follow in, but the door immediately closed. It seemed that without a marriage proposal and a formal wedding, the woman still wouldn't let him do anything. Fortunately, Yifan had a lot of things to do, so he wouldn't be bored. Returning to his room, he took a shower and was about to rest before reading the medical information when someone sent him a WeChat message. Zihan. Seeing the person on WeChat, Yifan remembered that it was the Kunlun disciple who ran crazily when he had nothing better to do. Brother Fan, I'm near Huahai. Can you send me your coordinates, and I'll go find you for a run? Fan Xian couldn't help but be happy. This guy really ran to Huahai. Forget it. Since a friend came from afar, he had to meet him. Thus, Yifan sent an invitation to share his location. Soon, Zihan received it. The two of them looked at it and found that it was still about 50 to 60 kilometers away. This bit of distance was nothing to the two of them. After choosing a place near Huahai to meet up, the two of them began to run madly. Not long after, the two met up under the streetlight. Zihan was wearing a navy blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts. She looked more casual and modern than last time. When Yifan saw this guy, he couldn't help but say happily, You really don't like to sleep. It's already early in the morning, and you asked me out to run. Didn't Brother Fan not sleep either? We martial artists are full of vigor, and being able to not sleep for a long time is not harmful to our bodies. Such a good body cannot be wasted on sleeping. Zihan smiled and looked around. Look at this boundless world, day and night. The scenery is completely different. How interesting. Yifan nodded. What's the matter with you coming to Huahai? There's nothing special about it. The family asked me to meet someone, and it just so happened that he came to Huahai from the capital. So I came to Huahai to meet him. However, it's already night, so it's not convenient for me to look for him. I'll just go see him during the day. The night is long, and I was wondering if there was anyone here who could be my companion. So I thought of you, Brother Fan, Zihan said. Li Fan Xian smiled. I'm not interested in men. Ha, we met by chance. A gentleman's friendship is as indifferent as water. It's fine to run and chat, right? Zihan said. Yifan also liked this young man's temperament. Although the two of them were about the same age, this guy was a bit more innocent, like his little brother. All right, if you want to run, I'll run with you. But you have to have a goal, right? Yifan said. Brother Fan, you decide. I'm not familiar with Huahai, so where should I go? The scenery is good. Zihan asked. While Fan Xian was thinking, a gust of wind suddenly blew past, and a few petals fell in front of him. Fan Xian's eyes lit up, and he grinned. Got it. Why don't you take advantage of the fact that the sky hasn't brightened and accompany me to do something? Zihan was puzzled, but she didn't ask any further and nodded. Unknowingly, the night had passed. The city seemed to have woken up from its slumber. From silence, it slowly became noisy. The warm spring light of the morning shone on the balcony and into the window. Li Qingxue got up from the fragrant bed, wearing her light pink silk nightgown, and stroked her messy hair. Just as she was about to go to the bathroom to wash up, she heard someone calling her from outside. Wife, come out for a moment. Qingxue knew who it was the moment she heard it. Why was this man shouting so loudly so early in the morning? She walked in her slippers, sleepily pushing open the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window, and walked out of the balcony. As soon as she walked out, she suddenly saw a large number of pink and white petals falling in front of her like a rain of flowers. A rain of petals caused Qingxue to be stunned on the balcony. Qingxue stretched out her hand and took 2 pieces. Apricot flowers? Wife. A man's voice came from behind her. Qingxue turned around and discovered that Yi Fan had already jumped onto the balcony, and in his hand, he was holding a bouquet of flowers. The bright red flowers were none other than fresh and tender strawberries. Bathing in the rain of apricot flowers, looking at the strawberry bouquet in front of her, Qingxue felt as if she was in a dream world. She couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream, but no matter where she was, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world at this moment. Wife, did I make your dream come true? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Su Qingxue's charming dimples were pink. She bit her lower lip and walked forward. She first kissed the man on the face, then held the heavy strawberry bouquet. Silly hubby, I was just saying, you really want to make a bunch of strawberry flowers. Hee hee, as long as my wife likes it. Even if I'm a star, I'll pick it for you. Yi Fan laughed. Qingxue's heart felt as if it was filled with honey. Hubby, you're so nice. However, early in the morning, where did you get these apricot flower petals from? We don't have apricot flowers in this district, right? Yi Fan proudly hugged the woman's waist. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a man's voice coming from the roof. Brother Fan, there are still half of the petals left. Do you want to continue scattering them? Zihan was holding a large bag and a large handful of petals in her hand. She stuck her head out and asked with a serious face. Qingxue was shocked and subconsciously shrunk her body. Hubby, who is he? Why is he on our roof? Chapter 8:12. 08, 1, 2-inch, all scattered. Zihan was stunned. She looked at the remaining petals in the bag. Oh, okay. As she spoke, Zihan picked up the bag and flipped it open. The remaining half of the bag of petals all fell down. This was good. The rain of petals turned into a hail of petals, almost smashing onto Yi Fan and Su Qingxue's heads. When Zihan saw this, she realized that something was wrong. She smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Fan, I'm sorry, did I say too much? Yi Fan's head, full of petals, were all stunned. Did this guy not understand human language? He had been on Kunlun for too long, and his head had gone haywire. Su Qingxue shook her hair and couldn't help but laugh. Hubby, where did you find such a clown? Li Fanxian bitterly smiled. I'm not afraid of a godlike opponent, but I'm afraid of a pig-like teammate. Although the result was somewhat unexpected, Su Qingxue still liked this kind of surprise. After cleaning up a bit, Su Qingxue invited Zihan to stay and eat breakfast together. Zihan didn't stand on ceremony. She said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Then, she sat down in the dining room like a family member. Aunt Jiang was making breakfast when she realized that there was an unfamiliar guest at her house. After asking for the reason, she couldn't stop laughing. Last night, Yi Fan and Zihan ran all the way to the hills near Huahai and picked a large pile of apricot flowers. Taking advantage of the dawn, Yi Fan ran to the fruit distribution center and bought the freshest strawberries. When Su Qingxue woke up, everything was ready, and she put on such a show. When everyone was eating breakfast, Su Qingxue asked why Yi Fan knew Zihan. When she heard that he met her during the night run, the woman felt that it was even more inconceivable. You two are too strange, running so much at night. If others knew, they would think that you two were crazy. Su Qingxue was speechless. Sister-in-law, I originally thought that I was the only one like this, but I didn't expect to meet Brother Fan. I felt that it was fate, so I left my contact information. Zihan said. Yi Fan hurriedly said, Hey, I'm just running with you. Don't think of me as the same as you. Su Qingxue glared at him. All right, Zihan accompanied you to pick the petals for the entire night. Why aren't you thanking him? I think he's also patient. How could an ordinary person endure it? Through this incident, he felt that this guy's character and character were indeed not bad, and was worth befriending. Thus, he patted Zihan's shoulder and said, Thank you, brother. Zihan shook her head. What are you talking about? I don't have anything to do at night anyway. so I'm just doing a small favor. Besides, this is quite interesting. All right, you said you were going to see someone today. Did you delay your time? Yi Fan asked. Zihan looked at the clock on the wall and said, "It's about time. I'm going to look for that person. If he returns to the capital, then I'll have made a wasted trip." Shu Qingxue kindly asked, "Where are you going? I'll get a driver to take you there." Zihan waved her hand. "There's no need, sister-in-law. I'm going to the Jiangnan military region. It's more strict there, so I'll go there myself." "You're going to the military? See someone from the capital?" Yi Fan thought of something and asked, "Could it be the Dragon King?" "Brother Fan, how did you know?" "I'm looking for the Dragon King. You know him?" Zihan said in surprise. Li Fan Xian smiled. "We just met yesterday. Why are you looking for him?" Zihan helplessly said, "My family wants me to participate in some selection competition, but before I signed up on behalf of the Kunlun sect. Now that I want to change to representing my family, the staff of the Dragon Soul said that I have to ask for the Dragon King's consent. My grandfather told me to go to the Dragon King and ask him to agree in person to show my respect, so I had no choice but to come and find him." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. This selection was probably the Hidden Dragon selection. There were only a few days left until the Hidden Dragon Selection Conference. He didn't expect that this Zihan would also be a participant. However, with Zihan's strength, it was indeed worth a try. "Do you really want to serve the Dragon Soul that much?" Yi Fan asked. Zihan gave an unexpected answer. "It's better than staying at home. At the very least, I don't have to stay in the clan and fight for power with a group of people. It's much easier." Li Fan Xian smiled and nodded. "That makes sense. Then hurry up and go. If it's too late, the Dragon King might really return to the capital." "All right, then Brother Fan, sister-in-law, we'll meet again if fate wills it." Very quickly, Zihan disappeared without a trace. Shu Qingxue looked at the man curiously. "Hubby, is it the Hidden Dragon selection that you mentioned to me last time that Chu Yun Yao asked you to help her?" "It should be," Yi Fan said. "Then why didn't you tell Zihan?" Shu Qingxue asked. "What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? If I really meet it, it would be a pleasant surprise," Yi Fan said. In fact, even if Yi Fan didn't say it, he still had some worries in his heart. He still didn't know which family this Zihan belonged to. He didn't ask because he was afraid that if he knew the answer, it would give him a headache. Not long after Zihan left, Moo walked down from upstairs, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Elder sister, why didn't you call me for breakfast?" "I'm so hungry." Shu Qingxue turned her head and playfully said, "You're hungry. It seems like you've already let go of the matter in your heart." Moo pouted and sat on his seat. He took a flour roll and took a bite, saying, "Elder sister, the first love you told me last night was actually a lie, right? Why do you think so?" Shu Qingxue put a peeled tea egg into her sister's bowl. "Because I thought about it. When you went to school, you would definitely be picked up by a special car. How could you possibly go to a small shop outside the school to buy strawberries to eat? It must have been Aunt Jiang who bought it for you to eat," Moo said seriously. Su Qingxue smiled and tapped the girl's forehead. Your way of thinking is really special. I thought you were thinking of something." "Hee, but don't worry, elder sister. I know what you mean. I'm no longer sad." Moo picked up the tea egg and took a big bite. Yi Fan saw that the relationship between the two sisters was getting better and better, and he was also happy in his heart. He thought that he would be busy with the Hidden Dragon tournament again in a while, and was afraid that he wouldn't have time to accompany the women. So he suggested, "Wife Moo, why don't we take advantage of the good weather recently and go out for a walk?" Great. Brother-in-law, you finally said something that I like to hear. You should take us out to play. You're always running around by yourself. Too hateful," Moo said excitedly. Shu Qingxue asked, "Where are we going?" "I can't go too far. I still have a lot of things to do at the film company." Leaf, just as Fan Xian was about to say something, he realized that a call had come in. Chapter 813. You forgot yourself 0813-inch Hey. Who are you looking for? A melodious female voice came from the other side. Yi Fan, I've arrived at Hua Hai. Yi Fan was stunned for a full 10 seconds before he reacted. Princess Aier? Why do you look so surprised? You left this phone number for me. Fortunately, I kept it in mind and didn't forget it, Aier said with a happy smile. However, Yifan was confused. He held his forehead and said, Princess, didn't you say last time that you've never seen me before? You, how did you know my phone number? If you knew my phone number, then when I went back to Barley with you, why did you ask so many questions all of a sudden? I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm at the airport right now, and I don't even know where to go. Can you bring me along? AI said softly. Didn't you say that if I came to China, you would take me out to play? Yifan thought of the news on TV and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you escape from marriage to us? This is a long story, and I'm also very troubled. Can you come pick me up? I'll tell you in detail when the time comes, Ayer begged. Yifan's mind was filled with questions, but he could only endure it for now. Who told him to agree to receive her back then? After hanging up, Yifan said to the two sisters, I'm going out first. I'm going to pick up a friend at the airport. Who are you? Why do you speak like a Nordic language? Shu Qingxue asked curiously. Yifan smiled bitterly. You might not believe me when I say it, my wife. Anyway, you'll know when you see him. I'm going to the airport. As he drove, Yifan unknowingly arrived at the airport. Arriving at the place where Ayer spoke, Yifan looked over and locked onto Ayer. In fact, Ayer was dressed very ordinarily. She was wearing a gray dress, a beige lady's hat, and a pair of sunglasses with bright frames that covered half of her pretty face. However, her amber hair, which was dark golden in color, left a deep impression on Yifan. Her innate noble temperament could not be hidden either. Ayer, over here. Yifan lowered the window and shouted to the girl by the roadside. She opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. She took off her sunglasses, revealing her beautiful face. Although this wasn't the first time Fan Xian had seen her, he still couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw her again. The creator truly treated this princess too well. Most Western women's skin and facial features were not as delicate and exquisite as Eastern women, but there was no such flaw on Ayer's body. Her facial features were exquisite and flawless, and her skin was as smooth and glossy as ivory. It was as if her whole body was emitting a gentle light, and a slight smile would make people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Yifan, long time no see. How have you been? Ayer greeted him in Chinese with a slight accent. Yifan blinked. You know how to speak Chinese? In order to come and play with you, I'll learn a little. Ayer smiled and said, What do you think? Your learning ability is astonishing, Yifan said sincerely. Then he drove on the road and asked, Princess Ayer, the last time you were attacked, I went to find you. Why did you say you didn't know me? Ayer looked puzzled. Which time? Haven't we only met once? Fan Xian gloomily said, Princess, don't play with me. It's clearly 2 times. I saved you from the Azura's stronghold once, and you encountered the betrayal of the attendant, Dina. That explosion, I saved you again. Don't tell me that you have a twin sister or sister. Although you are lively and cute one moment and a lady the next, I am very sure that it was you both times. Ayer was still confused and said, What? I know about the Azura, but I didn't see you at all when Dina betrayed me. Li Fan Xian's scalp went numb, and he scratched his head. He felt that this princess had always been unwilling to talk to him properly. Then tell me, after you were poisoned, how did you escape? You disappeared the moment I turned around. What happened? Ayer pouted. I need to ask you that. You left me in the wilderness. When I woke up, I found that you were no longer there. If it wasn't for a kind-hearted driver passing by and bringing me back to Barley, I wouldn't even know how to get back. Yifan felt like his head was about to explode. What kind of bull's head didn't match the horse's mouth? After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Ayer was simply bullshitting. However, Yifan still couldn't understand why Ayer was making things up like this. Since that was the case, Yifan didn't plan to force her to explain. He said, Princess, what are you planning to do this time? You can escape marriage for a while, but you can't escape for a lifetime, right? Call me Ayer, don't call me Princess. I told you last time. Ayer's slender fingers touched her chin. She thought for a moment and said, I don't know what to play with first. I want to see the Great Wall and the Terracotta Army. Yifan, can you take me there? That's a bit far. I have a lot of things to do recently, so I can't accompany you. How about I find someone else to be your guide? Yi Fan said apologetically. Oh, then forget it. I came to find you secretly, so it's not convenient for too many people to know. Moreover, I like being with you. It's more interesting. Ayer said with a smile. Yi Fan felt strange when he heard this. He didn't know why, but he and Ayer had only met twice. This was the third time, but he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ayer, your father, King Rue Dian, is looking for you all over the world. How did you get on the plane to Huahai? Yi Fan asked. Ayer stammered for a while, as if she couldn't think of an answer. Li Fan Xian rolled his eyes. Forget it. Stop making it up. In any case, you just won't be honest with me. Ayer giggled. I knew Yi Fan was a good person and wouldn't force me. Yi Fan helplessly shook his head and said, Then I have to ask, where are you planning to stay when you come here? Ayer looked at the man pitifully. If I stay in a hotel, Father will find out. Then you want to stay at my house? Yi Fan asked with a strange expression. It was hard to imagine what Su Qingshue's reaction would be if there was a genuine escaped princess living at home. Is that okay? Will it be inconvenient? Ayer's big eyes sparkled, revealing an expression of pity. Yi Fan smiled stiffly. Go ask my wife. It's fine as long as she agrees. Great. I wanted to meet your wife for a long time. Ayer clapped her hands. Li Fanxian was suspicious. Ayer, I never mentioned it to you. I'm married. I have a wife. How do you know I have a wife? Chapter 814. 0814 inches, that so? Really, you said it. Al nodded vigorously. All right. Yi Fan glanced at her, but didn't pursue the matter further. In any case, since he was already here, he wanted to see just what kind of secret this princess had to be so secretive. Not to mention anything else. You ran away from home and escaped your marriage all the way here. You didn't even bring a suitcase with you. Nor did you have any documents. This was too strange. On the way home, Al excitedly pointed and asked questions. This was her first time in China, and she felt that everything was new to her. Yi Fan also patiently explained to her, introducing some of the local customs of China. However, Yi Fan could faintly smell the faint body fragrance emitted from Ayer's body. Yi Fan always felt that this smell was familiar. He had smelled it more than once, but he couldn't remember where he had smelled it before. After all, he had seen too many people. When they arrived at the entrance of the mansion in Egret County, the two of them got out of the car. When they walked into the hall, Su Qingxue and Mu 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 were both there, watching TV with Aunt Jiang. Originally, Yi Fan had said that he would come back after picking up someone. They were also curious about who it was, so they waited. When they saw Al walk in, the three people in the room all stood up in surprise. Aya, isn't this? Aunt Jiang looked at Ayer, then gestured at the television. Isn't this the princess on TV? Mu felt that this was too cool. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and said, Wow, brother-in-law, why did you bring Princess Rue Jian to our house? Su Qingxue knew that Yi Fan had met Ayer before and had even saved her life. However, this was the first time she had seen Ayer at such a close distance. Similarly, Ayer was also looking at Su Qingxue. The two women sized each other up. Beauties and beauties always had the mentality of comparing. Even if it wasn't intentional, they would still subconsciously compare each other. Generally speaking, Ayer wouldn't compare herself to others, because none of the women she met were as good-looking as her. However, when she met Su Qingxue, who also didn't have any opponents, Ayer became interested. The two women looked at each other for a long time before realizing that they were about the same. So they smiled at each other, walked closer, and shook hands. Welcome to our home, Your Highness Daisy. Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't call Ayer by her name the first time they met. It's nice to meet you, Miss Su. I've heard of your company's name, In Rue Jian. I admire your business skills. Su Yin smiled politely and dignified. Nice to meet you, Miss Su. Shu Qingxue said in surprise. Her Highness Daisy even paid attention to me? Our company hasn't established a branch in Northern Europe yet. Doesn't this mean that Miss Su is famous? Ayer smiled and said, All right, Miss Su should just call me AI. There's no need to be so distant. Yi Fan and I are friends. Qing Xue glanced at the man. Seeing Yi Fan nod, she said, "All right, call me Qing Xue AI. All right, Qing Xue, I actually want to stay at your house for a while." Yi Fan said that he needs to ask for your permission. Do you think it's convenient? Shu Qing Xue thought for a moment. Are you trying to escape the marriage? It's fine to hide in our house, but that's not the way. Please, Qing Xue, I don't have any friends, so I can only come here to beg for your help. I really don't want to marry that Prince Frederick of the Liding Duchy. Ai grabbed Shu Qingshue's hand and said. Shu Qingxue actually didn't care. On the contrary, being able to have a good relationship with the heir of the royal family would be beneficial to her and the embroidery group. Not to mention anything else. If I were to inherit the throne in the future, then the business in Northern Europe would definitely be much smoother. Moreover, Ai was a beautiful princess with quite an influence in the world. If she were to be involved with the embroidery group, it would also be helpful to the promotion of the embroidery group. Merchants were often looked down upon by others, and they all smelled of copper. However, when it came to the real royal family, it was different. Shu Qingxue thought about it a lot. It wasn't that she had to use AI, it was just that her professional habits allowed her to analyze everything in an instant. Moreover, as a woman who had once been forced to marry, Shu Qingxue understood Ayer's troubles. Ayer, I didn't say I wouldn't let you stay here. Don't worry and stay here. If you need anything, just tell Aunt Jiang. Just treat this place as your own home. Shu Qingxue said generously. Thank you, Qingxue. You and your husband are so nice to me. I won't disturb you for long. While I think a way to deal with my father, I will leave. With just a few words, the dignified princess had become a beautiful tenant in her house. They called Moo 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 and accompanied Ayer for a day in Huahai. Ayer didn't have much money on her, so Su Qingxue bought some clothes for her. Ayer didn't have much money on her, so Su Qingxue bought some clothes for her. Ayer became more and more moved, and in the end, she even started to call her big sister Qingxue. He originally thought that a princess should be pampered and not easy to deal with. But after coming into contact with her, he discovered that Ayer didn't have the slightest bit of airs of a princess. Instead, she was pure and cute, which made Su Qingxue and Moo 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 like her a lot. Yi Fan was at the side as a driver and a lackey, secretly observing to see if he could find any clues and see through Ayer's secret. However, after a day, there was no result. He had originally said that he was going to go for a walk and play. Since Ayer was here, he had to go for a walk. After Yi Fan asked for his opinion, he simply went to the Qingshan Lake beside the Purple Leaf Tea House. There, he could barbecue and fish. Coincidentally, Su Qingxue still wanted to meet Ning Zimo and discuss the matter of the Purple Bamboo Forest investing in the film company. Yi Fan mustered up his courage and asked Su Qingxue if he could call the other women, Feng Yuing, Chu Yunyao, and Du Yuner. Although Qingxue didn't really like Chu Yunyao, she didn't stop Yi Fan from calling her over. Yi Fan called the women one by one. In the end, Chu Yunyao was in the research institute in the capital, so it was impossible for her to come over. On the other hand, Feng Yuing and Du Yuner agreed. Feng Yuing also called Helena, who was currently living together with them. The two of them had a very good relationship in both work and life, and it seemed like they regretted not meeting each other earlier. The next morning, Yi Fan drove a large SUV and drove the girls to the park next to Qingshan Lake. As the host, Ning Zimo had already arranged everything. As soon as everyone got out of the car, they saw a few long tables filled with all kinds of ingredients. Some were cooked, some were fresh, and there were also all kinds of fruits, drinks, and snacks. By the lake, there was some fishing gear, and not far away, there were some outdoor entertainment facilities. Ning, son, how much food did you prepare? Can you finish it? When Yi Fan got off the car, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw so much food. If you can't finish it, you can leave the rest. This is the first time everyone has come to my place to play, so I have to do my best. Ning Zimo pursed her lips and smiled. Sister Ning, it's been hard on you. I haven't thanked you in person for what happened last time. Su Qingxue said. Ning Zimo shook her head. It's just a small matter. We're on the same side. It's no big deal. Li Fan Xian happily nodded his head. Right, we're on the same side. We're all on the same side. Su Qingxue rolled up her sleeves. What are you giggling about? Didn't you say you were going to teach us how to fish? Yi Fan rolled up his sleeves. I'm not bragging, but fishing is too easy for me, isn't it, son? When Fog Knight heard this, it was a little speechless and said, I've never seen Brother Yi Fan fishing before. Li Fan Xian's expression froze, while the two women were about to laugh. Chapter 815. What I like is 0815. When Yi Fan heard this voice, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise, because this voice was very recognizable. Moreover, Yi Fan never would have thought that this person would appear in Huahai. A tall and sturdy man with a head full of gray hair and a big beard walked out of the woods with a smile on his face. He was wearing a black retro suit and a white shirt with a collar open. This outfit really made people a little uncomfortable all of a sudden. Ghost Captain Oleg. Why did this guy come here? As one of the top 10 legend rank experts, he was known to be invincible in water battles. He had always been active on the ocean, leading his A-class pirate organization, the Ice Ocean Whalers, to search for treasures and plunder goods. Even on the European continent, Oleg rarely showed his face, and he had never heard of him come in China. Along with Oleg, there were also a few well-dressed men with tattoos on their necks and arms. They were obviously pirates as well. Captain, why are you here? Did you come looking for me? Yi Fan revealed a doubtful expression. Oleg spread out his hands in distress. Other than you, who else is worth it for me to wear such clothes and come to such a place? Oh, could it be that you came here in an official form? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Oleg straightened his collar and smiled embarrassedly. To be honest, this time, I'm here to find you on behalf of the Duchy of Lidang, as Prince Frederick's godfather. I hope you won't stop me and bring Princess Elle back. Yi Fan said in surprise. You are the godfather of the Prince of the Duchy of Lidang. What, doesn't it look like it? When I was young, I was good friends with the old king, Oleg said with a complacent smile. Li Fan Xian suddenly understood. No wonder. You've been robbing everywhere, but I've never heard of any country being dissatisfied with you. It seems like you have quite a background on land. No, I don't have as much face as you, the sovereign king of hell. I'm just messing around, huh? Oleg laughed heartily. Although the Duchy of Lidang was very small, the royal family was extremely rich. For Oleg to be able to get to know the king, he definitely had a good relationship with some of the other nobles. However, why would such a noble king have such a close relationship with a pirate leader? Could it be that this Oleg had some other background? Captain, how did you know that Al was at my house? Oleg clicked his tongue. Isn't that easy? Nowadays, the land isn't like the sea. There are cameras everywhere. Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. Yi Fan remembered that they had been strolling around for a long time yesterday, and they really didn't do much to hide themselves. Looking at Ai, who was not far behind him, Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders and said, To be honest, Ai and I are friends. She came to join me and doesn't want to get married. I can't possibly chase her away, right? You don't have to rush her. We just need to bring her away. Don't stop us. Oleg laughed. He seemed to be just an outsider. Even if Oleg didn't say anything, he didn't seem to have any reason to interfere and forcefully stop them from getting married. I'm not leaving. She ran behind Yi Fan, grabbed Yi Fan's arm, and pleaded, Yi Fan, don't let him take me away. I don't want to marry that prince that I don't know. Please, only you can help me. Only you can help me. Only you can help me. Seeing this, Moo put his hands on his hips and said, Brother-in-law, can't you, a dignified man, help Princess Al? How pitiful she is. Su Qingxue had thought about it a lot and knew that this matter wasn't that simple. She went up and covered her sister's mouth. Don't say anything. Let your brother-in-law handle it. Oleg grinned and said, Princess, Frederick is pretty good. You should come back with me. Your father and mother are also anxious. When you get married, you will naturally develop feelings for each other. No, I don't like Frederick. What I like is Yi Fan. Suddenly, Ai hugged Yi Fan's neck, then raised her head and kissed Yi Fan on the face. This scene stunned all the girls at the side. Could it be that Yi Fan and AI had been together for a long time? If AI really had a special relationship with Yi Fan, then wouldn't she have been deceived if she agreed to stay at home? Yi Fan was about to cry. This matter was developing too quickly. He didn't even have time to feel Ai's soft lips, nor did he dare to touch Ai with his hands. He quickly explained to Su Qingxue, "Wife, don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with Ai. I've never heard her say that before. She just wanted to reject Prince Frederick. You don't need to explain to me. Explain to Captain Oleg." Su Qingxue turned her head. Fog Knight said in a low voice, "Brother, such a big matter. Why haven't you mentioned it before? This is a dignified princess. Yi Fan's face turned green as he loudly said, "I already said that there's no such thing. Why are you looking at me like that, son?" "Brother Yi Fan, Princess Ai escaped the marriage because of you?" Du Yin'er was also very surprised. "No, Yin'er, you misunderstood," Yi Fan said gloomily. "If it's not true, then why is the princess not going anywhere in such a big world? Why did she come to find you?" Fog Knight said seriously, "Brother, you don't have to be afraid. With your identity, there's no problem with you being a princess. Stop talking. Don't you know how to look at your sister-in-law's face?" Yi Fan winked. Only then did Fog Knight realize that Su Qingxue's head was already filled with cold air. Her eyes were about to freeze, so she quickly shut her mouth. "Yi Fan, are you going to give me to another man? You're the only one in my heart." Ai hugged Yi Fan, refusing to let go even if she died. "Princess, don't be like this. My wife is already suspecting me. Is there need to make it so complicated?" Yi Fan said with a bitter face. Oleg looked at Yi Fan strangely and said, "Brother, I believe in you. You're not that kind of person. You look like a good, devoted man." "Captain, you're wrong. My husband is that kind of person." Su Qingxue coldly snorted from the side. Yi Fan awkwardly smiled bitterly. "Ha ha ha. Don't mind me, my wife is just joking." Oleg also rubbed his forehead and said, "It doesn't matter. I just need to bring the princess back to the top of the mountain. Prince Frederick misses his fiancée and is in a hurry." Li Fanxian thought for a moment, then pushed Ai away and said, "Princess, I can accept you saying that you want to play with me, but your marriage really has nothing to do with me. You should also understand and not make things difficult for me, okay?" Ai's eyes revealed a hint of sadness and loneliness. She pitifully wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "All right, I know, you already have a lot of confidence. I'm just a burden to you. But I don't want to marry a man I don't like. Rather than that, I'd rather die." Chapter 8:16. Don't regret it. 0816-inch sigh. "Princess," Ning Zimo hurriedly stopped her. "There's no need to do this, right? You're seeking death for this? Is there anything more painful than being abandoned by the person you like and marrying someone you don't like?" "I'll sob heartbroken." "Yi Fan, say something. Is there no other way?" Ning Zimo said anxiously. Yi Fan looked at Su Qingxue, who had a cold expression on her face, and said, "There's really nothing going on between me and Ai. You guys have to believe me. It's not that you don't believe her. You can't just watch her jump into the lake and commit suicide, right?" Ning Shuama said. Li Fanxian waved his hand. "Ninger, don't believe her. She's a royal princess, so she definitely knows how to swim. She won't die even if she jumps down." When everyone heard this, it seemed to be the case. Swimming was definitely a compulsory course for nobles like this. It was difficult for a person who could swim to drown. Ai, it's better if you don't mess around. Come with me. Frederick can't wait to marry you." Oleg walked up and said. Ai gritted her teeth. "Don't even think about it. Even if I don't drown to death, you can't stop me if I want to die." As she spoke, Ai ran to the table filled with barbecue tools, picked up a pair of meat scissors, and was about to stab it into her heart. Seeing this scene, everyone was finally convinced that this princess was determined to commit suicide. Yi Fan hurriedly flashed over and grabbed her wrist, stopping her movements. "Ai, are you crazy? You really want to commit suicide? Do you think I'm just putting on an act?" Ai choked with sobs. Su Qingxue and the other girls also had serious expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but admire Ai. For the sake of love and marriage, she could even disregard her life. Oleg frowned and said, Lucifer, don't believe her. She won't die. Captain, I don't think so. Those who seek life can be saved, but those who seek death can't be saved. Princess Ai has already reached this point. Even if you bring her to the Duchy of Lidang, you will still bring back a corpse. She already believed in Ai. Although she felt uncomfortable in her heart, she didn't want Ai to die just like that. Oleg stroked his beard. After all, this is a royal marriage, not a child's play. We naturally have a way to bring the princess back safely. You don't have to worry too much. How can this be? You didn't even bring her to get married, but to kill her. Isn't this too inhumane? Fog Knight said indignantly. A chill flashed across Oleg's eyes. This marriage has nothing to do with any of you, right? Why do you all want to interfere? Brother Yifan, you should help Princess Ai. She's so pitiful. Du Yin'er couldn't bear to say. Seeing Su Qingxue, Du Yin'er, and the other girls all looking at him like this, Yifan couldn't help but fall silent. In fact, he felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Regardless of whether there was a hidden meaning in Oleg's words, there were many suspicious points about El. After thinking for a while, Yifan said, Captain, since the king of the Duchy of Lidang asked you to come find me, and not some other envoy, it means that they feel that you have the ability to bring Ai back, right? Oleg nodded. That's right. After all, you're the dignified, sovereign king of hell. I'm afraid you won't like ordinary people at all. Since that's the case, I have a way to make sure that you, Captain, can report to me, and I can also have a clear conscience. Oh, what method? Oleg narrowed his eyes. Yifan chuckled and said, It's very simple. It's the most basic rule of the underground world. You want to fight me? Oleg was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, Lucifer, you have to think it through. This is the lakeside. Although this is not the sea, but the water. It's enough. Li Fanxian turned his head to look at the vast green mountain lake. There was indeed enough water here, and he couldn't help but laugh. It's precisely because there's a lake here that I feel it's fair. Otherwise, even if I win, it won't be a fair victory. Oleg sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a playful smile, Interesting. This old pirate has been around for decades, and people have always avoided me when there is water. This is the first time someone has taken the initiative to fight me on the water. Fog Knight looked nervously at Yifan. Brother, this isn't good. He has never lost in a water battle. That's right, Mr. Yi. There's no need to attack the enemy's strong points with your own shortcomings. Helena, who also came with him, also knew how powerful Oleg was, so she kindly advised. Yifan, however, had his own plans. He had been training hard recently, but he lacked actual combat testing. With an ordinary opponent, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full strength. With this Oleg, he felt that he could give it a try. In this world, 70% of the area is the ocean. There are more places with water than land, so there's no point in deliberately avoiding it. Since we're going to fight, we naturally have to display 100% of our strength. Otherwise, what's the point? Ha ha ha! Good. What a great king of hell. No wonder you were able to kill the Holy Dragon Knight Alland. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that we were on the water, I, the old pirate, really wouldn't dare to fight you, but in the water, I have never been afraid of anyone. Oleg laughed heartily. He took off his suit jacket and pulled out the hidden sea god's blade from behind his back. The exquisite gold and silver carving handle, the azure blue long blade that emitted a faint light, was like a mirror, but also like the surface of the water, sparkling. As soon as it was unsheathed, it was as if one could hear the sound of the tide. The moment he held the saber, Oleg's temperament changed. He was no longer easygoing, and his eyes were filled with arrogance, tyranny, and sharpness. Seeing Oleg's ferocious look, Ai trembled and hugged Yifan's arm. Yifan, do you really want to fight him for me? It's not all for you. I really want to try out the strength of the world's #1 pirate. Yifan said. I knew you wouldn't want me to die. Li Fanxian helplessly sighed, turned his head, and said to Oleg, Captain, if I win by luck, please go back. Don't worry, if I lose by the water, I have nothing to say, Oleg said in a deep voice. Yifan nodded, looked around, and discovered that about 200 to 300 meters away from the middle of the lake, there was a small continent floating out of the water. He said, let's go to the continent in the middle of the lake. Otherwise, in the next battle, even the barbecue ingredients will be destroyed. Then there will really be water in all directions. Lucifer, this is the place you chose to fight. Don't regret it. Oleg laughed. I will never regret it. Yifan laughed and took the lead to fly towards the small continent in the lake. With Yifan's speed, even if he didn't have any movement techniques with such a short distance, he would be able to reach it with a single jump and step on the water. Chapter 817. 0817. Just the two of them had the ability to reach the high ground in the middle of the lake, causing the women by the lake to be in a daze. As soon as he arrived at the small continent, Yifan had just stabilized himself when he heard the sound of a torrent surging behind him. Wrath of the Sea God. Oleg didn't waste any time talking nonsense. He came up with a heavy slash. The lake water was like an army that obeyed his command, gathering above his Neptune's blade, forming a huge water blade that was 20 to 30 meters long. Under the sunlight, the huge blade reflected waves of light. It was a spectacular sight. Boom! The saber slashed down, and the water pressure was incomparably powerful. The saber chi wreaked havoc, as if it was going to split the small continent in half. Yifan looked at the power of the blade and knew that resisting it head-on was only a last resort. Thus, after a quick horizontal movement, he leaped up. Although he had dodged the saber strike, the vibrating saber chi and water flow were still very powerful. Yifan watched from midair as the trees on the small continent were turned into broken pieces of wood and grass. At the same time, Yifan, who was in midair, fiercely thrusted with one hand, sending out a stab sword intent towards Oleg. The sword intent carried the profound meaning of piercing through everything, as fast as lightning. Oleg was already prepared. With the sea god's blade in his hand, a surging barrier of water soared up from the lake. Boom! A hole appeared in the wall of water. Although it was unable to offset the sword intent, it was able to change the direction of the sword intent with the change in the flow of water. At the same time that Oleg dodged the sword intent, a large amount of lake water had already gathered around his body. The lake water condensed into a water fortress that was tens of meters wide and actually surrounded Yifan as well. Sea Domain. 9-headed sea demon. Oleg waved his long saber, and from 9 positions on the fortress formed by the water, ferocious monster heads condensed one after another. These sea demons condensed from water attacked Yifan like 9 huge sea snakes, wanted to tear Yifan to shreds. This scene caused all the girls watching from the shore to be stunned. The majestic aura didn't seem like a battle between ancient martial artists at all. It was more like a special effect from a science fiction movie. The sail moved at high speed, wanting to rush out of the sea domain. However, it discovered that this domain would rely on the endless stream of water in the lake to move and expand. It was not so easy to escape. Just as he was about to reach the border, a sea demon beast would suddenly appear from the wall and bite him. The sail punched out with a collapsing fist, shattering the sea demon into countless splashes of water. However, 2 more sea demons continued to tangle with each other. These sea demons were all controlled by Oleg. There was no way to kill them all. It was pointless to fight them. However, these sea demons were formed by a powerful stream of water. Dozens of tons of water pressed down on people. If it wasn't for Yifan's strong body, ordinary people would have been crushed into meat patties. Seeing such a powerful move, Yifan finally understood why the ghost captain had never lost at sea. Lucifer, I know that your ability is not limited to this. Show me your full strength, or you will suffer a great loss on the water. Oleg laughed loudly and continuously slashed out Neptune's wrath. The ferocious giant water blade seemed to be able to be released infinitely, perfectly coordinating with the 9-headed sea demon. Yifan discovered that in this small space, he had nowhere to hide. This was simply a show of violent slaughter in the water. It really is powerful. Yifan deeply realized that if he was at sea and didn't even have the slightest bit of land, Oleg's fighting strength would probably be even stronger. Compared to the Alland he had fought back then, he was even stronger. After thinking for a while, Yifan knew that if he wanted to break through this stalemate, he had to get close to Oleg. Otherwise, he would only be exhausted to death. This was because, as far as he knew, Oleg could rely on the sea god's blade to continuously recover his stamina on the water. Whatever charge, Li Fan Xian turned his head. With a thought, he took out a sharp sword made of steel from the sword god ring, and with a slash, he chopped apart a menacing sea demon and then madly ran towards Oleg. "Oh, you still have a sword?" Although Oleg was puzzled as to where Yi Fan's sword came from, he did not panic in the slightest. The sea god's blade stood upright in front of him as he muttered an incantation and waved it forward. Ghost ship. Behind Oleg, a ferocious pirate ship actually rushed out from the huge water screen. This pirate ship, which was completely made of water, was no different from a real ship in size. It didn't look like a ship that should exist in a lake like this. Countless ghosts wailed and howled on the ship. The ghost ship rode the wind and waves, crushing towards Yifan. Leaf the Sail watched helplessly as the earth-shattering ghost ship came over with an imposing aura. It clenched its teeth and brandished the sword in its hand, slashing out with a sword intent. The blade formed by the sword chi was already very sharp, but this huge ghost ship was simply too big, and it still managed to overturn Yi Fan's huge wave. The sword intent was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to have much of an effect. Leaf Yi Fan was confused by the current, and only then did he realize that sometimes quantity could also defeat quality. What made Yi Fan feel that there was a problem was that his sword still had resistance in the water. In this kind of special environment, the sword seemed to be useless. With a boom sound, Yi Fan was directly knocked into the lake by this impact. Could it be that if I don't disintegrate, I won't be able to fight? If I had a sword that wouldn't be affected by the resistance of the water, it might be much easier to fight. Yi Fan thought to himself. He was a little unwilling. Could it be that he had been training hard in the way of the sword recently, but it didn't have any effect? He still had to rely on disintegration and forcefully use his strength and speed to fight? Just as he was thinking about this, Yi Fan suddenly realized that the sword in his hand had disappeared. Yi Fan was stunned. He looked at his hand, and in that instant, the sword god's ring actually gave him a new sword. Yi Fan had never seen this sword before, but it was obviously much more special than the sword he had used before. The sword hilt was completely dark blue, and the blade seemed to be transparent. It emitted a faint white light and was extremely sharp. After the sail reached the bottom of the lake, a sword intent struck the mud at the bottom of the lake. Relying on the reaction force, its body rose out of the water. Landing on the beach, under the sunlight, Yi Fan could see the sword in his hand even more clearly. At the junction of the blade and the hilt, there were two small ancient characters engraved on it, Broken Water. Yi Fan's mind buzzed. This name made him think of something, but before he could think about it, he felt another wave of saber chi raging towards him from behind. "Don't look at me." Lucifer, Oleg's wrath of the sea god. This time he chose to slash horizontally. Wherever it passed, the trees and rocks were all cut down, and the huge water blade seemed to want to sweep Yi Fan into the lake once again. Yi Fan suddenly reacted. He raised his hand, raised his sword, and faced the water blade, the sword chi meeting it head-on. An astonishing scene appeared. Yi Fan discovered that the moment this dark blue water-breaking sword came into contact with the water, there was no resistance at all. The water flow was automatically broken apart, and it was difficult for it to have any power to speak of. This time, he was actually able to easily cut through Oleg's water blade. With it, it was impossible to open it. Chapter 8:18. No way to avoid 0818. Oleg was also aware of this change. Seeing that his sea god's wrath had been broken, he couldn't help but frown. "Lucifer, I didn't expect you to have such a divine weapon in your hands." Leaf the Sail waved the broken water sword in its hand, but it was also a bit confused. He really didn't expect this. Looking at the ordinary-looking sword god's ring on his hand, he muttered in his heart, no wonder Big Sister Fairy told him to keep it safe. Could it be that there were other divine weapons hidden inside? One must know that the 8 famous swords created by the ancient king of Yu, 1 was sun-concealing, 2 were broken water, 3 were soul-turning, 4 Xian-Jian, 5 were salamanders, 6 were soul-destroying, 7 were evil annihilation, and 8 were Zhengang. Legend had it that it was forged by Oyezi, the peerless grandmaster of swordsmithing. He gathered rare essence gold and used a unique craftsmanship to bestow each sword with a unique power. Although there were records, they had long since disappeared. Yi Fan had also coincidentally seen the shapes of the 8 swords in an ancient book. Looking at them, they looked similar, and moreover, they really did break when they met water. Only then did he deduce that this should be the real deal. If it was said that the sword god's ring contained these famous swords, then this ring truly had an immeasurable value. Li Fanxian couldn't help but be especially cautious. In the future, he would have to fight with the clan. This ring was very important, so he definitely had to keep it safe. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan smiled and said, "You have the sea god's blade, and I only have a water-slashing sword. Could it be that the captain is afraid of such a sword?" "Ha! That's right. You originally didn't have a weapon, and I, the old pirate, relied on the sea god's blade, which was a bit unfair. Now that you've taken out a weapon, it's even better." Before Oleg could finish his sentence, his knife slashed down again. Sea god's rage. The water current was like a half-moon arc, fiercely swinging towards Yi Fan. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew, and even a layer of the ground was shaved off. After this move was used, the entire small continent became completely flat and bare. Yi Fan stood on the beach at the edge, facing the incoming saber chi and water, and bravely advanced. According to his recent understanding of the sword intent, he fused the sword intent with the broken water in his hand. Although he didn't have any fancy sword chi, nor did he have any mighty sword intent, the sword in his hand had already condensed all of Yi Fan's sword intent. The sail was like a phantom, taking a step forward, the sword moving from the bottom to the top, raising it up. When this seemingly small stream of water came into contact with the majestic, raging tide saber chi, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter, directly slicing through it. Oleg's attack was defeated. At the same time, Yi Fan took advantage of the situation and shot forward, closing the distance between him and Oleg. The man was like the sword, and the sword was like the man. The sword pierced forward with an indescribable ease, as if it was a single entity. After Oleg realized that his long-range attack was ineffective, he knew that Yi Fan would definitely come over. He had already used the sea god's blade in his hand to block. Ding! With a crisp sound of metal clashing, Yi Fan's sword and Oleg's blade collided. The ground beneath their feet split into pieces. With a rumble, it collapsed into the water. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. This sword strike had actually been steadily blocked. He was a little surprised. Oleg grinned. "I don't only know how to attack from afar. In close combat, my blade technique is also not bad." Not bad, just in time. Yi Fan was finally able to use his sword in close combat with Oleg. He couldn't ask for more. The broken water sword in his hand stabbed towards Oleg more than a dozen times. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The sound of metal could be heard incessantly, reaching the distant shore, causing the hearts of the women to tighten. In fact, they could no longer see the details of the battle between the 2 legend rank experts. They could only see that the 2 of them had changed from a long-range battle to a close-range battle. Oleg looked tall and sturdy, and his blade was heavy, but his speed and strength were both very strong. Moreover, he was very good at using the large area of his blade to attack in place of defense. Since the sail had sword intent, Oleg naturally had his blade intent. Although his cultivation level wasn't as high as Yi Fan's, it didn't mean that he didn't have the strength to fight. The swords and sabers crisscrossed and collided. In just 2 minutes, they had already exchanged no less than 70 to 80 moves. Their figures flashed back and forth on the water, so fast that they were like afterimages. Yi Fan felt the high-speed movement, the tacit understanding between his own sword intent and the broken water sword in his hand. In actual combat, he was guiding the sword, and the sword was also guiding him. Every strand of air that flowed past, every vibration, and every power that was transmitted back allowed Yi Fan to better understand how a sword displayed its sword intent. Through Yi Fan's own exploration and comprehension, Yi Fan used the broken water sword with more and more ease. Sometimes, he needed to take a step back and let go of his strength, but sometimes he needed to catch up and fiercely suppress it. After fighting for 10 minutes, the two of them had already exchanged a few hundred moves. Yi Fan and Oleg both had astonishing stamina. In this little bit of time, I didn't feel tired at all. However, it was different from the beginning. Yi Fan gradually grasped the initiative, and the number of attacks increased. As for Oleg, he had already turned into a defensive stance. Yi Fan's mind was incomparably clear, and he was also incomparably ecstatic. He understood. So this was the sword. This was the battle of the sword. Feel the advance and retreat of the sword. Feel the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of the sword, and comprehend the will and determination of the sword. Yi Fan realized that at this moment, the sword was him, and he was the sword. He was strong, and the sword was strong. He was weak, and the sword was also weak. It wasn't just pure cultivation. It wasn't just pure strength. It wasn't just pure swordsmanship or sword moves. This was a deeper level of shackles. A swordsman had to understand that when facing an enemy, the sword was not your weapon, but a companion who would live and die with you. No one could be more loyal to you than the sword in your hand. The sword would not have any unnecessary thoughts, nor would it have any unnecessary emotions. It would only follow the will of the swordsman. Through the sea of blades and flames, through life and death, if you don't abandon me, I won't leave. Thinking of this, Yi Fan was so excited that he wanted to roar and howl. Yi Fan shouted crazily, his emotions high. The broken water in his hand shone brightly under the sunlight. A cold light circulated, and the sharp brilliance seemed to be enough to intimidate all living beings in the world. This is... Oleg was shocked. At this moment, he finally understood that Yi Fan was actually using his battle to comprehend and break through. This Lucifer had actually broken through to a whole new realm during his battle with him. At this moment, the sword in Yi Fan's hand became even more heroic and courageous. Every stab, lift, slash, flick, slash. It was even more casual than before, but it was even more difficult to defend against, as if the sword was alive. The changes in the details caused Oleg to be unable to cope with it. Chapter 819. Doomsday King 0819. As the pressure increased, Oleg's forehead began to sweat. The sea god's blade could no longer attack, and could only fall into a completely passive defense. However, Yi Fan pressed forward step by step, leaving no openings at all. Even if Oleg tried to pull away a few times, he was still stuck by Yi Fan's sword, unable to move smoothly. The small continent had long since collapsed, leaving only a few rocks exposed on the surface of the water. Unknowingly, the two of them had already left the small continent and arrived at the surface of the lake. Yi Fan relied on his extremely fast speed to continuously move on the surface of the water. The breaking water, sword in his hand, was like a swimming dragon, making it more and more connected to his heart. It was as if this sword had already become one with him, without any gap. But just when Yi Fan felt that he was about to completely break through this brand new realm of the way of the sword, there was a movement underwater. Rumble. The sound of water flowing came from the surface of the lake, and a water pillar that was several meters wide soared into the sky. It was unknown when, but Oleg had actually summoned such a pillar of water, directly sending Yi Fan flying into the air. Open. Yi Fan's breaking water sword was like a hot knife through butter. After slashing apart the water pillar, his body floated downwards. Even though his entire body was drenched, Yi Fan was still calm and collected. He tiptoed and landed on a piece of driftwood. At this moment, a large number of destroyed trees floated on the surface of the lake, making it convenient for Yi Fan to stand. At the same time, Yi Fan's chi also locked onto Oleg, who was already standing more than 30 meters away. The pirate captain placed one hand behind his back, the other holding his saber, and looked at Yi Fan with a complicated gaze. Yi Fan was fighting to his heart's content, and asked in bewilderment, "Captain, why aren't you fighting anymore?" "The outcome has been decided. There's no need to continue fighting." Oleg smiled bitterly. "Now, I believe that you were the one who killed the Holy Dragon Knight." Yi Fan said, "Captain, you still have quite a few tricks up your sleeves. I heard that you can fight against a royal fleet by yourself, so you didn't use many moves." Yi Fan was unwilling. He was still a bit away from breaking through to a whole new realm. Just a little bit of spiritual light might be enough. If Oleg did not have a heart to fight and did not seriously fight with him, then it would be like his entire body was itchy, extremely uncomfortable. "Ha ha! You're the great king of hell, Lucifer. You're more difficult to deal with in a royal fleet. I, an old pirate, know my limits. If I can't win, I can't win." After Oleg finished speaking, he straightforwardly put away his saber, Ping Bo Fei, and returned to the shore. Fan Xian wished that he could catch up to him and forcefully start a fight, but if that was the case, it would be too unreasonable. He simply wanted to form a grudge. After all, the other party had already admitted defeat. If you still wanted to continue fighting, wouldn't that be humiliating? Fan Xian could only shake his head and sigh. He caressed Duan Shui and silently said, "Thank you," in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Duan Shui returned to the Sword God's ring. After returning to shore, Feng Yuing brought a towel over. "Wipe yourself, are you hurt?" Yi Fan took the towel, wiped his wet hair with a smile, and said, "We are only sparring. We still have a sense of propriety. How could we be injured?" Oleg regretfully said, "Since the old pirate is lost on the water, then it seems that he definitely won't be able to take the princess away today. Lucifer, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Can we talk in private?" Yi Fan was puzzled. What could he not say face to face? However, he still nodded. As he wiped his face with a towel, he pointed, "Let's go to the tea house over there and have a cup of hot tea. Ninger, make the arrangements. The captain is a big shot. We can't neglect him." Ning Zimo smiled and nodded. "Got it. I'll go prepare now. You can also change into a clean set of clothes." "Ha, it's really wet and uncomfortable." Yi Fan smiled and followed Oleg to the tea house. After Yi Fan and Oleg left, Mu 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 leaned against Su Qingshua's ear and said, "Sister, look at Sister Feng and Sister Ning. One of them gave you a towel, while the other gave you a change of clothes. How attentive are they? Why don't you have any reaction at all?" Su Qingxue also realized that her reaction seemed to be half a beat too slow. The main reason was that she didn't have the habit of taking care of men. Ever since she was young, it had always been others who took care of her. Although it seemed to be a very small matter, Su Qingxue felt very upset in her heart. At this moment, Ayer walked over and said apologetically, "Sister Qingxue, I'm really sorry. Actually, there's nothing between me and Yi Fan. I just don't want to marry Frederick." Su Qingxue came back to her senses and looked at her coldly. "I don't care if anything happened between you two. I'm just curious. How do you know that my husband has the ability to protect you?" Ayer's expression froze for a moment, and her small mouth pouted. I have no other choice. I can only place my hopes on Yi Fan." Su Qingxue walked in front of her, looked straight at Ayer with her bright eyes, and said, "I feel that you are a kind person. Can you tell me if I can continue to trust you?" Ayer was silent for a moment, bit her lower lip, and nodded. "All right, then let's go barbecue. With this delay, it's almost noon." Su Qingxue smiled, pulled Ayer's hand, and walked towards the barbecue grill. Her beautiful eyes glanced in the direction of the Purple Leaf Tea House, as if she was deep in thought. On the other side, Yi Fan changed his clothes and sat in a private room with Oleg, drinking tea. Looking out from the private room, one could see that the women had already started to barbecue. They were chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was pretty good. "Lucifer, your luck with women isn't bad. Where did you find so many top-grade women?" Oleg joked. If I say that my charm is great and they were all attracted by me, would you believe me? Yi Fan replied, Huh, of course I believe it. There are many women in the world who want to be your female slave, let alone be your wife and lover. However, Oleg changed the topic and said with a meaningful look in his eyes, this beautiful life, this beautiful wife, also needs to be safe and sound in order to enjoy. Leaf, with one hand on his knee, the other picked up the teacup and took a sip. Captain, if you have something to say, you might as well say it. The smile on Oleg's face disappeared, and he said in a low voice, Lucifer, have you ever heard of the Doomsday King's authority? Li Fan Xian's expression froze. He had heard of this name when he was in the old days, but he had never paid much attention to it. He said with a doubtful expression, I heard that this is an organization led by Shakyamuni Apocalypse, but there is very little information about it, and I have never seen anyone with the authority of the Doomsday King active in the world. I always thought that this was just a rumor, a fabrication. Could it be this organization really exists? There is no information because ordinary people can't see it. There is no activity because there is no need for activity under normal circumstances. Chapter 820. Not a moment to rest. 0820 Yi Fan put down his teacup and asked curiously, What do you mean by that? Am I related to the Apocalypse King now? How do you know? It's very simple. Because this royal marriage was the idea of Shakyamuni Apocalypse. Oleg grinned. What? Yi Fan was stunned. He really didn't expect this Shakyamuni Apocalypse. He actually wanted to facilitate the marriage between Princess Al and Prince Frederick. What does this marriage have to do with the power of the Apocalypse King? Yi Fan asked. Oleg sighed and said, I can only tell you this much. If you want to stop me from taking Ai away, it means that you are standing on the opposite side of the Apocalypse King's power. Lucifer, have you thought it through? Do you really want to do this? Yi Fan doubtfully said, Captain, why should I believe everything you say? And what relationship do you have? Why do you know what Shakyamuni Apocalypse means? If I told you that I was one of the members of the Apocalypse King's authority, would you believe me? Oleg moved closer and smiled. Li Fan Xian pondered for a moment, then said, I believe you. Oh, why? Oleg was interested. Because this is the only way to explain why you have a relationship with the king of Lidang, and why you came all the way to China to try your best to take Ai away. Yi Fan said, Huh, that seems to be the case. Oleg laughed, then asked seriously, Lucifer, it's still that question. Do you really want to stop me from taking Ai away? Li Fan Xian laughed self-deprecatingly. You saw it too. She's seeking death. My women all pity her. I can't just watch her commit suicide, right? Oleg narrowed his eyes. Princess Ai, she won't die. She's just acting like this. You're worrying too much. Li Fan Xian thought for a moment, then asked, I'm very puzzled. Since Shakyamuni Apocalypse wants Ai to marry Prince Frederick, why didn't he come personally? If it was an epic expert, I would definitely not be his match. Then Ai could only be taken away, but if the Shakyamuni didn't come, and let Captain come, could it be that he was just here to give a try first? Oleg had a complicated expression on his face. What kind of status does an epic master have? How can he be moved so easily? Not necessarily. At the level of the Armageddon Shakyamuni, shouldn't he be able to do as he pleased and be free? Could it be that Shakyamuni Apocalypse did not personally make a move because he was afraid or worried? Yi Fan stared straight at Oleg. After all, Oleg was used to seeing big scenes. Even though Yi Fan's aura was extremely strong, it had little effect on him. Ha! Lucifer, I understand what you mean. I won't disturb you any further. Oleg didn't answer Yi Fan's question, but got up and prepared to leave. The sail also followed him all the way to the entrance of the tea house. Oleg turned around and said in a deep voice, Lucifer, before I leave, I'll give you a word of advice. Captain, please speak. Yi Fan smiled. Oleg said the stronger one is the more one needs to bear sometimes. However, one must not overestimate one's ability. Leaf after Fan Xian heard this. He nodded and solemnly cupped his hands. Thank you, Captain. Perhaps in the future, you and I will be in different camps, but Captain has a bold and open personality and has always been a senior that I respect. I hope that both of us can live in peace." Oleg laughed out loud and said, "Good." It was rare to hear such an amazing junior say such words. "I think highly of you." Then, "Old pirate, I'll be leaving first. See you again if fate wills it. Goodbye." Oleg left as quickly as he came. Yifan sent them off and returned to the lake. The women were already barbecuing. "Sister, you've burnt the meat. What kind of dark cuisine is this?" Moo 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 was holding a piece of steak, pointing at the black surface with a look of disdain. He was speechless at Su Qingshue's culinary skills. Seeing that Feng Yuing and Du Yun'er could roast it well, she naturally didn't want to be outdone. She said that she wanted to roast a piece for Moo 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 to eat. However, the moment he made his move, he burnt the steak. "What does this have to do with me? It's all because this charcoal fire is too big," Su Qingxue explained with a flushed face. It was unknown whether it was because of the heat or shyness. Moo 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 rolled his eyes. "Sister, it's better if you don't roast it. It's such a waste of such good meat. Don't you see how Sister Feng and Sister Yun'er roast it like this?" When Yifan heard this, he walked over and took away the charred steak with his hand. "You're blabbering. Your sister roasted it for you, and you still dislike it? Then give it to me." Yifan took a big bite of the beef. Although it was hard and bitter, he still enjoyed it very much. "My wife's roasted meat is really not bad. It's really fragrant. Brother-in-law, do you feel guilty? This meat is charred. It will cause cancer," Moo 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 shouted. Although Qingxue was happy in her heart, she knew that eating this kind of thing was not good for her body. She advised, "All right, don't eat anymore. I'll roast another one for you." Li Fan Xian waved his hand. "No need, it's pretty good. It's even more fragrant when it's burnt. It's impossible for my body to have cancer. Besides, it would be a waste to throw it away. How many people in this world are still starving?" Hearing the man say this, Qingxue didn't say anything else and asked, "Has Captain Oleg left? What's so important about him?" Yifan shook his head and glanced at Aier, who was cutting fruits at the side. "It's nothing. I just said that I wouldn't forcefully take Aier away." Aier raised her head and pouted. "I'm sorry, Yifan. I really had no other choice. I've already explained it to Sister Qingxue. She won't misunderstand you." "That's good." Yifan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Su Qingxue. "Wife, you won't be angry now, right? Am I that easy to lose my temper?" Su Qingxue said in annoyance. Yifan hurriedly shook his head. "Of course not. I was just casually saying it. Brother Yifan, have some chicken wings and freshly squeezed orange juice." Du Yun'er walked over with a plate of freshly roasted chicken wings in her hands. Yifan sat down on the bench and began to eat heartily. In order to eat the barbecue, he didn't even eat breakfast. Now that he had a fight, he was really hungry. The women also sat down at ease, chatting as they ate. The atmosphere was harmonious. Yifan sighed in his heart. If only he could live like this without worries. Unfortunately, there were still many people in this world who were always trying to find trouble with him. Although Yifan's appetite was big, the other women's appetite was very small. They were almost done eating, and there was still a lot of food left. "ZMO, you've prepared so much food, you won't be able to finish it now," Feng Yuing said regretfully. However, Ning Zimo smiled and said, "I've already discussed it with Yun'er. After we roast the food, we'll directly send it to the orphanage so that the children can share it. It's not convenient to make barbecue in the orphanage, and there are many children who have never eaten barbecue before. That's why I asked Sister Ning. It's all thanks to Sister Ning's help." "What are you talking about? It's just a small matter. In the future, you can bring the children here to play. I can still take care of this area." Ning Zimo smiled and raised her cup to clink with Du Yun'er. When Aier heard this, she couldn't help but ask in anticipation, "Yun'er, are you still in charge of an orphanage? You're so caring. Can you let me help as well?" Of course you can. If they knew that a beautiful foreign princess was going to see them, the children would definitely be very happy. Du Yun'er said, "I want to go too. I want to see President Li." Moo 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 raised his hand excitedly. You just like to join the fun. Later, accompany Big Sister to buy some other snacks and bring them over." Su Qingxue pinched her sister's cheeks and said, "Moo moo moo moo," complained in a low voice. "Elder sister, I'm not a child anymore. Don't pinch me all the time." All the girls giggled. Yifan also felt that the interaction between his wife and sister-in-law was quite interesting. But at this moment, Yifan suddenly felt a familiar aura approaching. He couldn't help but frown and turn his head to look. Chapter 821. 0821 Inchi. We're all eating. Am I disturbing you? It was the Dragon King, who was dressed in a military uniform and had an extraordinary bearing. Fan Xian stood up and said, "I've just finished eating. Does the Dragon King want to come and have a taste?" "I've eaten at the military canteen." The Dragon King smiled and looked at the center of the lake. "Looks like you fought with Oleg." "No. It seems like you guys should have already monitored the movements here. Ghost Captain Oleg has entered the borders of China. Without your Dragon Soul's approval, I'm afraid it wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Yifan said. Only then did the girls behind him realize that this was the leader of the Dragon Soul. Although the Dragon King looked rather easygoing, none of them dared to interrupt. The Dragon King didn't mind being exposed. He chuckled and said, "Yifan, we already knew that Princess Ai came to find you. Originally, it was nothing but, since Oleg has come to find you, there are some things that I need to talk to you about. Do you want to take a step to talk?" Yifan thought to himself, "Why are you guys always like this?" The Dragon King nodded. "Is it convenient? You, Dragon King, have come to my place. How can I say that it's inconvenient?" Yifan shook his head and waved his hand. "Let's go. Sit down and have a cup of tea. It just so happens that it's greasy." Once again, they came to the private room where they drank tea. This time, the person opposite them was the Dragon King. "What did Oleg say to you?" Dragon King asked as soon as he sat down. Fan Xian lowered his head and chuckled. "What else can he do? He just wants to convince me to take Princess Ai away." "What did he use to convince you?" asked the Dragon King. "Is there a difference between saying it and not saying it? In any case, the princess is still here." The Dragon King narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "He told you. You mentioned the Doomsday King's authority, right?" Sure enough, the Apocalypse Shakyamuni and the Apocalypse King's authority were real. It seemed like the Dragon King and the others already knew about this. Seeing that he had spoken so straightforwardly, Fan Xian did not hide anything and nodded. "That's right," he said. "He is one of the members of the Apocalypse King's authority. However, I don't know much about that organization, and he didn't explain much to me." "Did he try to recruit you?" the Dragon King asked cautiously. "Recruit me? Enter the power of the Apocalypse King?" Yifan shrugged his shoulders. "That's not true. I'm afraid I still can't enter Shakyamuni's eyes." The Dragon King said meaningfully, "You will definitely catch his eye. It's just that they won't do unnecessary things. If you don't even let Ai go, then it's even more impossible for you to join the Doomsday King." Fan Xian thought about it and agreed. "Dragon King, you came here personally just to ask me about this? That's all? Haha. Anything, as long as it involves the power of the Doomsday King, is definitely not a small matter. This is related to the fate of the world. How can we let our guard down?" The Dragon King said seriously. Yifan said with a smile that was not a smile, "I don't know what the hell the Doomsday King's authority is. An organization formed by an epic ranker has nothing to do with me." The Dragon King snorted. "I know. You are deliberately luring me. Wanted me to tell you more information about the Doomsday King's power, right? Kid, in front of me, it's best if you don't try to provoke me." Yifan really wanted to know more about the power of the Doomsday King, but this Dragon King was also scheming and didn't fall for it. "Since Dragon King has said so, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. I still have to go to the orphanage." Seeing that Yifan was about to stand up and leave, the Dragon King suddenly said, "It's said Oleg is only ranked 19th. Li Fan Xian frowned, sat back down, and asked doubtfully, "What, rank 19? The Dragon King picked up the teacup, drank it in one gulp, and tapped the tabletop with his finger. Yifan had no choice but to pick up the teapot and fill it up for him. The Dragon King thought for a moment, then continued, "The Doomsday King's authority has an even older name, God of Heaven Magic Research Institute. In fact, this was still the name. However, After Shakyamuni Apocalypse became the leader, the Research Institute changed its name to Doomsday King's Authority. This might have something to do with Shakyamuni Apocalypse's extremely proud and arrogant personality. It was said that in the Doomsday King's Authority, there weren't many members, and the official members were between 20 and 30. Between them, they called each other by their code names. The higher the number, the stronger they were. For example, Shakyamuni Apocalypse was worthy of being called number 1. Of course, it's not absolute. Some people are similar in strength, but the difference isn't that big. You mean to say, Ghost Captain Oleg is only ranked 19th? Yi Fan's entire body quivered, and he felt a chill rising from his back. From Yi Fan's point of view, Oleg was already very strong. If he was at sea, Yi Fan felt that even if he could win, he wouldn't be able to stop Oleg from escaping. However, such a legend who was known to be invincible at sea was only ranked 19th in the Doomsday King's Authority. Almost at the bottom. What is it? Surprised? The Dragon King laughed. Do you think? If the experts of China's clans can hide themselves from the world, then there won't be any hidden experts in the Western countries? Oleg's personality was bold and unrestrained, and he was also a descendant of the Vikings. The Doomsday King also needed people to run around outside, which was why he was so famous. But that doesn't mean that his position in the Doomsday King is that high. Yi Fan held the teacup in his hand and almost trembled slightly, because he realized that he had still underestimated the power of the clan. Without a doubt, his previous guess was correct. The reason why Shakyamuni Armageddon didn't directly take Ayer away was because he was afraid of the clans of China. It was hard to imagine that Oleg was only ranked 19th in the organization. If a few of these people were to come, how would he be able to defend against them? The Dragon King seemed to have seen through Yi Fan's thoughts and smiled. Did you suddenly realize that you were overestimating yourself by saying that you wanted to wrestle with the clan? Yi Fan fell silent. After a minute or so, he raised his head and smiled. On the contrary, when two tigers fight, there will definitely be injuries. If the power of the Doomsday King can contend against the clan, then, as a bystander, what is there to worry about? The reason why you asked me so nervously, Dragon King, what did Oleg say? I'm afraid you're worried that I promised Oleg to join the Doomsday King's side, right? The Dragon King's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but laugh boldly. What a good newborn calf. I didn't expect you to see it so clearly. All right, I won't beat around the bush with you. Yi Fan, what flows in your body is the blood of the descendants of China. If in the future there will be a dispute between the Doomsday King and our Chinese clan, you must not do anything that will let down your ancestors. Is the Dragon King trying to recruit me? Yi Fan asked. I'm not trying to recruit you. I just hope that you can choose the right path. The Dragon King sighed and said, I know, you are dissatisfied with the officials of China, dissatisfied with the clans. But don't forget, you grew up overseas after all, and the vast majority of the people you know are also foreigners. We have to be on guard. But I myself still believe that in the face of great right and wrong, you will not disappoint us. Yi Fan said expressionlessly, You don't need to use these words of national righteousness to trick me. Bloodline is bloodline, clan is clan. Although people can't forget their roots when they live, I won't blindly follow them either. Chapter 822. 0822 The Dragon King sighed helplessly. It is true that he's been spoiled, but his nature is not bad. This time, I will also let my big brother teach him a good lesson. All right, I came here to confirm these things with you. It's enough to know that you are not too close to the power of the Apocalypse King. With that, the Dragon King stood up and said his goodbyes. He didn't stay any longer and got into a military jeep that came to pick him up and left. After the jeep was on the road, the Dragon King narrowed his eyes and asked the driver, Little Wei, have you brought the thing? The driver, Little Wei, nodded. Yes, Chief. It's in the envelope on your left. The Dragon King looked at it, picked up the sealed document, opened it, and took out a test report. After just a glance, the Dragon King frowned and immediately stuffed the document back into the file bag. His expression was extremely complicated. The driver, Little Wei, saw the Dragon King's expression in the rearview mirror and asked, Chief, are you all right? The Dragon King was a little absent-minded. The wine cup you asked me to send for testing that night was for DNA testing, right? Who used it? Little Wei asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The Dragon King lectured solemnly. Little Wei was shocked. He had followed the Dragon King for many years and could be considered a trusted aide. He immediately knew the seriousness of the situation. I'm sorry, Chief. I was wrong, Little Wei said. The Dragon King's eyes flashed. After taking a deep breath, he said, Little Wei, change your schedule. We're not going back to the military, huh? Little Wei was puzzled. Then are we going back to the capital? The Dragon King shook his head. No, I want to go back to my hometown. Watching the Dragon King's car leave, Yifan also had a lot of thoughts. He actually wanted to know more about the Apocalypse King's power, but the Dragon King was obviously unwilling to talk to him about it, so he could only give up. It seemed that whether it was the clan or the Apocalypse King, they were both involved in the secrets behind many worlds. He didn't belong to either of them, so he naturally wouldn't let himself know too much. When they returned to the barbecue spot by the lake, the women had already prepared all sorts of delicacies to bring to the orphanage, waiting for Yifan. Yifan smiled apologetically. Together, they moved the things to the parking lot and put them away. Feng Yuing said embarrassedly, Helena and I are going on a business trip this afternoon. We can't go with you guys. Don't be so embarrassed. Didn't the CEO ask you to go on a business trip? Yifan blinked. Qingsha, who was at the side, said unhappily, What? Do you want me to go and let Sister Yuing stay? Yifan hurriedly laughed and said, Wife, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that. Helena had already gotten into the car and was waving her hand. Yuing, we're going to miss the plane. Let's go. Ever since she settled down in Huahai, Helena had bought a green Beetle. The small car seemed to indicate her current mentality. She was no longer the ruthless mercenary from back then. The car is very beautiful. Yifan gave a thumbs up. Thank you for your compliment, Sir Lucifer, Helena replied with a smile. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed through Yifan's mind. Wait a minute, Beetle. Yifan's heart skipped a beat as he swallowed his saliva. After thinking of something, he thoughtfully looked at Ayer, who was moving things. However, Yifan didn't change his expression and quickly waved goodbye to Feng Yuing and the others as if nothing had happened. After that, the group got on the car and headed for the orphanage. In the car, Su Qingxue said, Hubby, let's go find a snack shop. After the new year, I haven't bought snacks for the children yet. Eating snacks isn't good for the body. There's already so much to eat, forget it. Yifan said, What do you know? You're just a child. Besides, just buy some healthy snacks. Su Qingxue complained, Do you not like children? Yifan felt wronged. I still don't like children? Don't you often go and play with the children? Du Yin'er, who was sitting in the back, giggled, Sister Su, there's no need to look for it on purpose. There's a new chain snack shop opposite our orphanage. It's convenient to buy it when we get there. Is that so? This shop has a lot of ideas. There are a lot of children there, so the demand is really big. Whether it's you guys who buy it or the people who go to see the children who buy it, it's really quite suitable. Su Qingxue nodded. Du Yin'er smiled sweetly and said, That's right, that shop is still the property of our orphanage. I plan to wait for the new building to be built before bringing in a few more merchants to facilitate the children's study in life. Teacher Du, you've become an entrepreneur now. Mu exclaimed. Although Du Yin'er had resigned and was no longer a teacher, Mu was still used to calling her teacher. Not really, it's just that the principal is old and the orphanage has been open for decades. I can't just watch it be handed over to someone else, I won't be at ease. Du Yin'er said. After the car arrived at the orphanage, as soon as they got off, they saw a brand new shop opposite them. Sesame Cake Snack Shop? This snack shop is too funny. Could it be that their boss is called Sesame Cake? Mu couldn't help but laugh. Don't laugh. This Sesame Seed Cake Snack Shop has already opened a lot of stores. The name is easy to remember, and all the snacks it sells are imported. It has been promoted quite quickly in Huahai. Yifan smiled. Who cares what it's called? Hurry up and buy it so we can go in. Su Qingxue had already walked in, pushing a shopping cart, and began to choose. Fan Xian walked over to take a look. This woman had actually placed more than 10 packets of dried strawberries inside. He couldn't help but ask, Wife, Are you buying this for yourself or for the children? Su Qingxue blushed. She had forgotten that she was buying it for the children and remembered what she wanted to eat first. Children can also eat dried strawberries. The dried strawberries imported from your country are quite delicious, Su Qingxue hurriedly explained. Li Fanxian replied with an "oh," but didn't poke holes in her and continued to help choose. Not long after, the few of them bought a large pile of dried vegetables, potato chips, and chocolate. They also brought some candy in the shape of a minion. They filled the shopping cart and directly sent it to the orphanage. Ning Zimo and Ai were already distributing the roasted meat to the children, and the courtyard was filled with the children's cheerful cries. Su Qingxue and Mu 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 went to visit Dean Li. After coming down from upstairs, they saw a group of people dressed in white short sleeves and pink shorts running over. "Beautiful sister, where's the donut?" He hugged Su Qingxue's leg and asked. Hearing that, Qingxue immediately said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I didn't buy donuts today. Can I bring them for you next time?" Sister, this little girl is so cute. Does she like donuts like you?" Mu 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 said. Yinner walked over, squatted down, and patted his butt. "How could you ask your sister for donuts so directly? This is too rude, and you've already eaten so much. If you eat any more, you'll really become a fat girl." He pouted pitifully. "All right then, I won't eat donuts today. You mean you'll buy it next time and eat it?" Du Yinner pinched the girl's nose. He nodded his head vigorously, his face trembling. When the girls saw this, they couldn't help but burst into laugh. Li Fanxian was standing not too far away, distributing snacks to the children. Seeing the scene here, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. If he and the women had their own children in the future, they would probably be very happy every day. He had been bathed in blood and fighting for so many years. Wasn't it all for the sake of living an ordinary and happy life? This kind of scene was what he wanted to protect when he practiced martial arts and swordsmanship. Just as Yifan was in a good mood, a phone call came to Yifan's cell phone. Yifan picked it up and saw that it was actually Sally. He immediately picked it up and asked, "What's wrong, Sally?" Chapter 823. Chapter 0823 Safe Place 0823 Yifan's face froze. After 3 seconds of silence, his eyes gradually sharpened. "Who is it? What is it for?" Li Yi said, "At present, there are 4 guided missile destroyers of the Magnesium Army, as well as some small ships of the Magnesium Army and the ships of the amphibious forces. The combat power of this fleet should be that of the regular troops of the Magnesium Army, and not a motley crew. I haven't had the time to investigate what's going on, but it seems like the other party has already planned to seal off all the routes out of our island. Furthermore, it's obvious that a professional officer is in command." "Magnesium Army?" Yifan said seriously, "Don't act rashly. Send out all your spies and connections to figure out the cause of this matter. I'm preparing to leave now and rush back to Purgatory Island. Before I get back, I'll try my best to avoid fighting." "King, you're coming back?" Sally was pleasantly surprised. Yifan smiled. "Their cannons are already at our doorstep. Why wouldn't I go back?" Actually, when he let Aziz and the others return to Purgatory Island first, he was afraid that something like this would happen. And this time, it shouldn't be a problem that can be solved by talking. They've already drawn their weapons. It seems like they want to eat us. We're not afraid. As long as you lead us, there's no battle we can't win," Li said confidently. Yifan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just like Fog Knight, Sally had a bit of blind worship for him. Although it felt good, it also made him feel pressured. After hanging up, Yifan was just about to call the women over to tell them about this serious situation when he heard another phone call. Yifan looked at the unfamiliar number, frowned, and picked it up. "Who is it?" "Lucifer. I presume you already know the situation around Purgatory Island?" Yifan narrowed his eyes. "General Robert, was it really your idea? Why? Is it the Petersburg Club that wants to settle the score with me?" "Lucifer, don't misunderstand. This matter has nothing to do with the club. This concerns the peace and stability of the world. As the only superpower in the world, our magnesium country naturally has to be responsible for the development of mankind." "Don't tell me such high-sounding words. Speak, what do you want?" Yifan sneered. General Robert snorted. You're still playing dumb with me? Dr. Leonida has already confessed that it was you who concocted the medicine that turned that young man called Feng Shaohui from a vegetable into a spirit esper. You have such a horrifying formula in your hands. We want you to hand it over immediately. He never thought that General Robert would actually have his eyes on the medicine that was used to treat Feng Shaohui. That was a dose of medicine in the Earth axis, but it allowed Feng Shaohui to become a mutant. It was just a blind cat hitting a dead mouse. It could not be explained by science. General Robert, who bewitched you? This is just a coincidence. Yi Fan said, whether it's a coincidence or not, you have to hand over the potion. Otherwise, what if you build a demon army full of espers one day? Won't this world become yours, Lucifer's? Robert said. Yi Fan sneered. Nonsense. Could it be that I want to find a vegetable to train an army all over the world? Saying all this is useless. What you have in your hands is already a threat to the entire human race. We demand that you hand over the formula within a day. Otherwise, our Purgatory Island Special Assault Team will use missiles to flatten Purgatory Island. Don't think that just because you ancient martial artists are strong, we are afraid of you. We naturally have experts guarding us, and our Delta Zero team has also accompanied us. As for the Leviathan's sea demons, those pirate ships, don't make a fool of yourself. They are not a match for our Magnesium Army's equipment at all. Lucifer, there's an old saying in China, a wise man submits to the circumstances. I look forward to your wise choice. After Robert finished speaking, he hung up. Li Fanxian fell in a deep thought. He knew that the more critical the moment, the more he couldn't panic. Robert was obviously instigated by someone. At the very least, he definitely wouldn't just rely on the Magnesium Army to provoke Inferno, because he couldn't afford the consequences. Therefore, the greatest possibility was that Sylvie was the one behind all of this. The only thing that made Yi Fan feel gratified was that this time, it shouldn't have much to do with the power of the Apocalypse King. After all, Oleg had just arrived, and his attitude was quite friendly. With the status of those experts, they shouldn't be able to do one thing on the surface. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, causing Su Qingshu, Ning Zimo, Du Yuner, and the other girls to gather over. Yi Fan roughly explained what happened on Purgatory Island. After the girls heard it, they all revealed worried expressions. Hubby, if you return to Purgatory Island now, isn't that the same as walking right into a trap? Su Qingshu frowned. Even so, I have to go. They're all brothers and sisters who have entrusted their lives to me. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to live until now. This time, I have implicated them, so I have to take responsibility. Yi Fan said, Rower and the others will continue to stay here and protect you. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, just call old Xia, brother-in-law. Don't say that. It's as if you can't come back. Moo Moo Moo's eyes reddened. Yi Fan patted her head. Little girl, I'm not here. Don't make your sister angry. He said anxiously. Yi Fan, if you're not here, then what should I do? Will they take me back again? Princess, I really can't help you now. Yi Fan smiled. All right, just follow my wife. Won't I also protect you? Although Ayer was unwilling, she could only nod. Yi Fan said, You guys leave this place now. During my absence, I'm worried that someone will take advantage of the situation and enter, so I want to send you to a safe place. A safe place? Ning Zimo asked curiously. Is there any place in Hua Hai that we can hide? Li Fanxian smiled mysteriously and said, I've already told Shanger that she will bring you guys there. I need to catch a plane, so I won't be accompanying you guys. Li Fanxian looked at the girls apologetically and helplessly, then turned around and walked out of the orphanage with large strides, quickly disappearing without a trace. Sister Su, Sister Ning, let's go. Fog Knight walked over and advised. Su Qingxue and the other girls also knew that the situation was serious. They immediately got in the car with Fog Knight and started driving towards the east side of Hua Hai. The car drove further and further away, and the road ahead turned into a gravel road. Rower, where are we going? Su Qingxue asked absent-mindedly as they sat in the car. She was still worried about the man. Just as Fog Knight was about to say something, he heard a sudden boom in front of him. Chapter 824. 0824 Fog Knight reacted quickly and slammed on the brakes. The car spun, and her driver's seat was at the very front. Stopped the car, the handbrake, and, after instantly stabilizing the car, Fog Knight opened the car door and quickly rolled out of the car. "Everyone, don't come down." Fog Knight vigilantly looked at the place where the dust was flying and told the girls in the car not to move. After all, Su Qingxue and Ning Zimo's strength wasn't that outstanding in the underground world. It was very likely that they would be ambushed if they weren't careful. Su Qingxue, Du Yin'er, and Ning Zimo were still all right. They didn't panic, but Mu was so scared that his face turned pale. If they were to explode any later, their car would be in the sky. "Don't be afraid, Big Sister is here." Su Qingxue stretched out her hand and grabbed her sister's cold hand to comfort her. Ning Zimo said worriedly, "He actually knows our whereabouts. Could it be that someone is deliberately luring us away from the mountain? You want to capture us to threaten Yifan?" Aier, who was at the side, frowned. She gripped her skirt tightly, with a complicated expression on her face. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in the dust in front of him. It was a blade that pierced towards Fog Knight. Fog Knight dodged to the side, and at the same time, a figure flashed out from the smoke and dust. The assassin's face was covered with a gray cloth, and his movements were as fast as lightning. After failing to stab, he turned around and attacked Fog Knight again. This person's skill seemed to be on par with Fog Knight's, and with the advantage of his weapon, he was able to suppress Fog Knight in an instant. When the women in the car saw this, they were extremely anxious. "This won't do, I'll go down and help Yin'er," Ning Zimo said. However, Su Qingxue stopped him and said, "Don't. Sister Ning, your cultivation is not enough. You will only be a hindrance if you go." But a hint of regret appeared in Ning Zimo's eyes. She should have been more diligent. If her Tiani water had been cultivated to the body refinement realm, then she wouldn't have been so useless. But in reality, ever since Ning Zimo had comprehended true qi, her cultivation had improved very quickly. If it was any faster, then she would be a peerless genius. At this moment, because Fog Knight had no time to care about the situation on the car's side, another assassin threw out several darts in the dark towards the car. "Be careful." When Fog Knight discovered this, it immediately shouted. The few women in the car noticed the darts flying over in a split second, but it was too late to defend. They could only close their eyes in panic and subconsciously lower their heads to dodge. He thought he would hear the sound of a dart breaking the car window, but after a few seconds, there was no sound at all. Su Qingxue and the other girls raised their heads and were stunned by the scene in front of them. The 3 darts were suspended in midair outside the car, as if they had been caught by someone in midair. "Ai! Su Qingxue looked at Al in the back seat in astonishment. The latter's expression was somewhat complicated. With a light flick of her finger, the 3 metal darts turned into metal dust and disappeared into the air. "Sister Aier, how did you do it?" Mu asked carefully. At this moment, Fog Knight, who was fighting outside, and the masked assassin stopped fighting and walked toward the car at the same time. An indescribable helplessness appeared in Aier's eyes as she sighed. It really is a test. The third in line to the throne of the Rue Dien royal family, who is famous for her beauty in the world, is actually the president of the Adept Association, the legendary expert brother Al. Why am I so slow to react? Isn't it all the same when I call out? Not far away, at the place where the dart was shot, a man walked out from behind a tree. It was Yifan. "Hubby!" Su Qingxue cried out in alarm. After suddenly realizing something, she looked at the assassin who was fighting with Fog Knight. "Uncle Song Yang!" Mu shouted. The man who took off his mask was Song Yang, who was protecting Mu. It was obvious that this scene was self-directed by Yifan and Song Yang, who had called for Fog Knight and Song Yang. The bomb had deliberately not exploded at the right time, and the dart had also deliberately missed its target. But even so, in this critical moment, Aier couldn't think too much about it. In the end, she still revealed a flaw. When the girls heard Yifan's words, They finally realized what was going on and looked at Ayer in surprise. I'm sorry, wife, Ninger Yinner Moo Moo. I'm also pressed for time, so I can't tell you in detail. Before leaving Huahai, I have to confirm that Princess, is she President Al? Yi Fan's eyes flashed as he stared at Ayer and said, Can you tell me a reason, President? Ayer opened the car door and walked in front of Yi Fan. She smiled shyly. How did you find me? Yi Fan shrugged. Beetle. When you were at the Saite conference, you drove a beige beetle. At that time, I could smell the fragrance on your body. It didn't seem like a man's. Later on, when I saw you, I smelled the fragrance, but I couldn't remember it at once because it was hard for me to link you to a man, but I can't explain what happened to you. You can be poisoned and not die. You can suddenly return a barley. You can come to China without any documents. Before that, no one could follow you. Other than Brother Air, who can turn into particles, I can't think of anyone else. After all, putting all the clues together, I can't help but guess that the two of you are the same person, even if you use a man's body and voice to face me. When the other women heard Yi Fan's words, they found it hard to believe. Perhaps no one in the world knew that these two people who seemed to have nothing to do with each other were the same person. Al said gloomily, So I have smell on me? Ugh, it's not the smell, it's the fragrance. Yi Fan said in a low voice. I can't smell it myself. That's why I revealed this flaw. Ayer sighed and then asked playfully, Then, Sir Lucifer, do you think I'm a man or a woman? Yi Fan said with an awkward expression, It should be a woman. What do you mean by should? I am a woman. Apart from my identity as a psychic, I'm a genuine princess. Okay. Do I look like a man? Ayer was a little annoyed. Li Fanxian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a smile, Yes. I think so too, but, Princess, why don't you tell me your true identity? When you saw me that time, didn't you also not tell me your true identity? You said that you were accompanying the boss to Barley on a business trip. Could it be that the first time I met you in private, I had to tell you the truth that even my father and mother did not know? Chapter 825. 0825. Al nodded. That's right. If they know, they'll only worry about me. If they don't know, they won't have to get involved in the disputes of the underground world. Otherwise, why would I need to disguise myself as a man and keep changing my face? Isn't it just to prevent anyone from suspecting me? Yi Fan suddenly understood, but then he became even more puzzled. Al. President. Just call me Al, Al said. Yi Fan was also a little confused as to how he should address her. I still don't understand. With your abilities, it would be as easy as flipping your hand to avoid Oleg and Frederick's proposal. Why do you have to come here and drag me down? It can't be that I have to be the only one who can protect you, right? A trace of guilt appeared in Al's eyes. I'm sorry, I really can't think of any other way. This is a long story, and it involves the God of Heaven Magic Research Institute. What is the God of Heaven Magic Research Institute? Moo 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 asked curiously. Yi Fan felt that there was no need to hide these things from the women. So he said, Get in the car first, we'll talk on the way. Everyone returned to the car. Song Yang wasn't with them, so they could squeeze in a seat. Where are we going? Shu Qingshu asked. Yi Fan drove the car and said seriously, Originally, I wanted to bring you guys to Purgatory Island, but the situation over there is still unclear. I'm afraid that something might happen on the way. Moreover, Yu Ying and Yun Yao are not here, so it's impossible to bring them all out of the country at once. Staying in Huahai is the safest choice. However, to be honest, there is only one place in Huahai that is safe. Jiangnan Military District? Ning Zimo thought for a moment and said. Yi Fan nodded. That's right. I'll let old Xie arrange it. At the same time, I have to let the Dragon King know about this matter. Why do you want the Dragon King to know? Will it be too complicated? Ning Shuama asked. Leaf without waiting for Yi Fan to say anything. Shu Qingxue said, It has to be complicated. Since the people of Magnesium City want that kind of medicine formula, then China will definitely not allow such a thing to happen. That's right. Yi Fan smiled and said, General Robert thinks that the Dragon Soul and I are on guard against each other. However, there are no absolute allies in this world, and there are no absolute enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Back then, the reason why I was able to fight against the Great Old Ones and the Holy Royal Court for 2 years was because I dragged the Dark Parliament down with me. In the current situation, we have to first control the missiles of the May people. No matter how strong our martial artists are, we can't protect everyone on the island. A missile of sufficient weight can destroy an entire island. Such a thing must not happen. At present, only China's navy and missiles have the capital to challenge the main nation. After all, Yin Yao has made a lot of technology from the Earth's axis, which makes the people of the main nation very afraid. The girls nodded, but Fog Knight said worriedly, "Brother, although this can reduce the danger and limit the military operations of the Magnesium Army, but you owe the Chinese military a favor. In the future, they might use this to negotiate with you." Fan Xian sighed. "In the martial arts world, we can't help ourselves. Let's pass this trial first. This is not a small-scale, one-on-one battle. This time, we're facing an army or even more powerful enemies." Fog Knight frowned and said, "Isn't Princess Ayer here as well? With the strength and reputation of Ayer, could it be that she can't even deal with those warships?" "I'm sorry." Ayer shook her head and said, "I can break down and destroy those warships, but they won't give me enough time and space. Even if someone were to stop me, even if I were to break down a warship, it would take at least a few minutes." This was because the structure of those alloys was very stable and difficult to break down. Once they discover me, they can directly launch missiles. I can protect myself, but I can't stop their missiles from firing at the same time. Moreover, if we really destroy the billions of dollars worth of warships of the Magnesium Army, then this hatred will be huge. Li Fan Xian smiled. "Ayer, you don't have to blame yourself. No one can do this kind of thing. Otherwise, why would they even develop an army? It can only be said that you and I are not strong enough. Who told me to not be an epic expert like the Apocalypse, Shakyamuni, and the War God? If I really stood at the top of the world, they probably wouldn't dare to offend me. Tell me, why does your marriage have anything to do with the Empyrean Magic Research Institute?" Ayer frowned and said, "You might not have thought of it, but that Prince Frederick is also a mage." "What?" Yifan really didn't expect that the Prince of the Duchy of Ascension would have such an identity. Ayer nodded and said, "He's very strong. He recognized me at a royal exchange, but he didn't expose me, so we were still friends before. You may not understand, but in the royal family, although I have parents and relatives, I am actually very lonely. No one knows what the real me is like, so it's actually pretty good to have someone to talk to. However, in the past few years, Frederick suddenly told me that he wanted me to join his teacher, the Apocalypse Shakyamuni's God of Magic Research Institute. Shakyamuni has trained quite a few disciples, and there are also many experts in the Research Institute. Their disciples are also very powerful, but Shakyamuni seems to think highly of me and hopes that I can join them." "What you mean is, the reason why Frederick wants to marry you is not simply because of a royal marriage, but because the Doomsday King wants to recruit you?" Yifan suddenly understood. "Frederick. He said that he had a good impression of me, but I rejected him, and I really don't want to join the Research Institute." Ayer bit her lower lip and said, "When I took over the Adept Association from President Maxim, I promised the old president that I would protect this neutral organization well. If I joined the power of the Apocalypse King, it would be equivalent to getting involved in the battle between them and the ancient god's descendants. That is not what I want, and it will also implicate the Adept Association." "Wait," Yifan was puzzled. "You just said ancient god's descendants? What is that?" Ayer asked curiously. "Don't you know, Yifan? Didn't the Dragon King mention it to you?" "No, this is the first time I've heard of this name," Yifan said. Ayer was a little surprised, but she still explained, "Actually, I only have a rough idea, because Frederick once briefly mentioned it to me. The God of Heaven Magic Research Institute had always had an old enemy, and that was the ancient clans of China. Ever since the Armageddon Shakyamuni became the leader and changed his name to the Apocalypse King's authority, the War God, who was an epic stage expert, formed an ancient god's descendant to contend against the Apocalypse King's authority. It was said that before the appearance of the ancient god's descendants, There were many conflicts between the clans, and they were like a plate of loose sand. It was the appearance of the war god that caused the experts of these clans to be willing to unite. Chapter 826. 0826. When Yifan heard this, he felt a shiver run down his spine, and his heart skipped a beat. So, in a higher world that he didn't know about, there was such a game between the experts of the East and the West. No wonder Shakyamuni Apocalypse and the war god didn't make any movements during the Holy War. No wonder Sylvie and the Black Emperor claimed to be the disciples of Shakyamuni Apocalypse, but they didn't see Shakyamuni Apocalypse coming to help them. Because, in the eyes of Shakyamuni Apocalypse, Sylvie was probably just an ordinary disciple. What he wanted to deal with was the war god, the clan, and Yifan, back then, was not even enough to make Shakyamuni Apocalypse pay much attention to him. It was just like how humans didn't care about the battle between ants. Whoever won or lost, ants were ants, and it had no effect on humans. Although the gap between Yifan and them wasn't that big, they clearly didn't think that he was a threat. Unless he had really exterminated the ruler of the old days back then, Shakyamuni Apocalypse probably wouldn't care about the lives of one or two disciples. Of course, it was also possible that Shakyamuni Apocalypse was secretly controlling some things, but he didn't show his face openly. No wonder. The Dragon King is so worried that I will join the Shakyamuni. So it really is a confrontation between the two sides. Yifan nodded. Ai sighed and said, I don't want to get involved in disputes, but I'm alone and weak. My father and mother don't know the truth of all this. They can't understand why I rejected Frederick, and if I tell them that I'm an adept, the entire Rue Dien royal family will be in chaos, and they will be in danger as well. I don't want my relatives to enter the underground world. I hope to make Shakyamuni Apocalypse give up on recruiting me. That's why I came to find you. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's useless even if you look for me. Do you think that Shakyamuni Apocalypse would be afraid of me? I know that it's difficult for you to contend against Shakyamuni Apocalypse, and even more impossible for you to contend against the power of the Apocalypse. However, you're the only one who has fought against Shakyamuni Apocalypse's disciple and survived. If one day in the future, between the power of the Apocalypse and the descendants of the ancient gods, one side will be able to obtain the final victory, then you, Lucifer, your Inferno, will be a crucial bargaining chip. Whichever side you are on, they will have the advantage, so the only one I can place my hopes on is you. Al had a rare, serious expression on her face. Yifan narrowed his eyes. The dignified President Al thinks so highly of me. I'm flattered. I'm not joking with you, Lucifer. You're too dazzling right now. You killed Skeleton, defeated Sylvie, killed Alland, and now you've made the Ghost Captain retreat. Your strength is enough to attract the attention of two epic-ranked experts. Furthermore, you have a large number of fans all over the world. They view you as their faith. No matter which party wanted to control the world, they definitely did not want a broken world. Therefore, the key was people. You have so many people supporting you. If Shakyamuni Apocalypse were to kill you, it would definitely cause a lot of people to be dissatisfied. What he wants is the people's hearts, not to be treated as a tyrant that destroys the world. Yifan nodded. Looks like you and I are both people with no way out. I don't want to join either of them, but I'm willing to go with you and see if I can walk a completely different path. Al said seriously. Yifan smiled. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Do I have to test you? How do I know if you're with the ancient divine descendants? How do I know what you're thinking? Al asked. Yifan thought about it and agreed. The two of them weren't familiar with each other, so Al was definitely afraid of choosing the wrong person. Princess, oh princess, with this torment of yours, who knows how many brain cells I've lost? I've been trying to tell which of your words are true and which of your words are false. So it's all because you're confusing my line of sight. Yifan bitterly smiled and shook his head. Now I'm sure that you're not one of them, Al said apologetically. Yifan clicked his tongue, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. But there's still one thing I don't quite understand. What? Al asked. Yifan muttered, whether it's Shakyamuni Apocalypse or the war god, Is there really any attraction to fighting for hegemony in the world for people like them? What were they fighting for? For power? For status? For honor? Or for something? The girls looked at each other in dismay. Ayer also shook her head and said, I'm not sure either, but these two experts have been confronting each other for over 100 years. Brother-in-law, what's so strange about this? No matter how powerful they are, they're still humans. Human desires are boundless, Moo 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 said. That's right, just like Sylvie. In order to seek eternal life, she became neither human nor ghost. Fog Knight said, I think it might be for the sake of pursuing a higher cultivation. Ning Zimo said. Suching Shue retorted, if it's for the sake of cultivation, you can just focus on your own cultivation. Why do you need to form your own power and fight? Yifan nodded. I'm also wondering about this. Logically speaking, they should be focusing on something of a higher level and not fighting like this. It's really strange. We haven't reached that level yet, so we might not be able to understand the thoughts of these epic experts. The only thing we can do is not to be used by them as chess pieces and control our own destinies, Al said. Li Fan Xian smiled and muttered in his heart, simply not being a chess piece. That would be too boring. I really want to play a game of chess with them. Of course, Yifan wouldn't say such words out loud. Although Ayer was very strong, she was still a girl, and her heart wasn't strong enough. To put it bluntly, she might not be able to use much of her combat strength on the battlefield. This was also why Ayer needed to find an ally. After chatting for a while, the car finally arrived at the Jiangnan military district. Because Yifan had already communicated with Xia Linfuan, the moment the military gate saw the license plate, it immediately let them pass. Lieutenant General Wang Zhe of the Jiangnan military district specially rushed over to receive them. Yifan and Wang Zhe had already known each other before, so there was no need for them to waste any more time. Under Wang Zhe's lead, they arrived at a conference room. There was only one day left, so Yifan didn't want to wait any longer. Xia Linfuan was still in the capital and was unable to rush over immediately. However, Yifan said that he had something important to discuss with him, so he immediately held a video conference. After the few high-ranking generals of the Dragon Soul appeared on the video, Yifan discovered that the Dragon King was not present. Where did the Dragon King go? Yifan asked. Unfortunately, the Dragon King has returned home. However, I will send him a message regarding the contents of the meeting. Xia Linfuan said, Boss, what's making you so nervous? After so many things had happened, Xia Linfuan no longer hid his identity in Inferno. He openly called Yifan boss on the spot. Yifan was stunned. The Dragon King had returned to his hometown, so he was returning to the Yi family? He didn't know if it had anything to do with Yifan. Chapter 827. Our people 0827 on a train from the southeast of China all the way to the west. It was located in a second-class cabin, and about half of the passengers were seated inside. Drinks, snacks, lunchboxes. Do you want anything? The attendant pushed the cart through the passageway. A burly middle-aged man wearing a gray coat raised his hand. Give me the cheapest lunchbox. The 15 is sold out. The cheapest is 35, the attendant said. 35? So expensive? The man frowned. The attendant was used to hearing such questions and casually asked, Do you want more? The man hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Give me one. Do you have any candy or something like that? There's chocolate. $10, the attendant said. Give me one too. The man took out an old black leather wallet and took out a $50 bill. After changing the money, he took out a box of food and a piece of chocolate. The man directly handed the piece of chocolate to the side. It was a 7 or 8-year-old boy with a strong head and a strong head. Sitting beside him was the boy's grandmother, a fat middle-aged woman. Come, Uncle will give it to you. The middle-aged man chuckled. The little boy happily took the chocolate and was about to open it to eat. When the grandmother saw this, she hurriedly cried out, Io, big brother, how can I accept this? This child is really... Quickly thank Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. The boy said, He eats fine. It's fate that we met. This child is quite obedient. He didn't cry or make a fuss when he was in the car. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Grandma proudly patted the boy's head and said, That's right. He's sensible since he was young. His parents are both working in Hawaii and don't have time to take him. So I brought him back to my hometown for a few months. Oh, it's not easy for young people and children these days, the middle-aged man said with a sigh. Grandma sighed. That's right. What about you, big brother? Are you on a business trip? The man smiled. No, I'm going back to my hometown. Oh, you're also from Yin Province? No, I have to go all the way to Kunlun. I'll change trains when I get there, the man said with a smile. Io, that's far. It's not easy to go back. Grandma exclaimed. The man nodded. I don't go back often. It's been a few years. Look at me. I'm delaying your meal. Quickly eat while it's hot, Grandma said embarrassedly. The middle-aged man smiled and was about to open the lid of the lunchbox when someone called his cell phone. The man took out his phone, picked it up and asked, What's the matter? Within a few seconds, the man's brows furrowed and his expression turned grave. His entire temperament also became grave and stern. At the side, the grandma and the child felt that the middle-aged man had suddenly changed into a different person. Just a moment ago, he was very kind, but now he was very difficult to approach. After taking a deep breath, the man said in a deep voice, What does fan mean? So you're saying that we'll hold the May army back and he'll take care of the rest himself? I got it. Immediately give the order to fully support Yi Fan's operation. We must do our best to protect him and his people. If you have any questions, you can call me directly. There's no need to doubt him. He'll be one of us sooner or later. There's no need to hesitate when helping one of us. There's no need to ask too many questions. Just give the order. After hanging up, the corner of the man's mouth curled up slightly. He continued to open the box of food and began to eat in big mouthfuls. Beside him, Grandma hugged the little boy and carefully asked, Big brother, what do you do? The man turned around and said with a friendly smile, I'm sorry, did I scare you guys? I'm a soldier. Oh, no wonder, it's fine, you can eat. Grandma nodded in understanding. At the Huahai military airport, a group of officers, Su Qingxue and the other girls watched as a plane left the airport and flew into the clouds. Elder sister, brother-in-law's face is so big. Our military actually agreed to his request. Mu said, Yeah, I thought we would have to argue for a long time and talk about a lot of conditions. He actually agreed to Brother Yi Fan's request unconditionally. Not only did he send troops to support him and put pressure on the Magnesium Army, he even sent him and Princess AI over. Su Qingxue thoughtfully muttered, There is no friendship in front of the country, only benefits. There must be a problem. It's just that we didn't discover it. At this moment, Lieutenant General Wang Zhe walked over with a smile and said, Ladies, I have arranged a place to stay for the time being. You can come with me. I know that Miss Su and Miss Ning are both rich and noble people. I hope that the conditions of our Jiangnan military region will not disappoint you too. What are you saying? I have to thank you, General Wang, for providing this safe environment. Ning Xuema said. Wang Zhe hurriedly waved his hand to show that he did not dare. Since the Dragon King wants us to cooperate fully, we will naturally do our best. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to tell me. Hearing this, Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask, General Wang, didn't the Dragon King return to his hometown? I'm going back to my hometown, but I still have to ask him. For this kind of thing, if the Dragon King nods his head, the leaders will basically agree to it. Wang Zhe said. Su Qingxue replied with an "oh." Her eyes revealed a thoughtful expression, and she became silent at the same time on the plane. After entering the stratosphere and stabilizing the plane, Aira looked at Yi Fan, who was sitting opposite her. Seeing the man's thoughtful expression, she said, Do you still think there's a problem with this? Yi Fan nodded and said with a frown, This matter. It's too strange. I think you might be thinking too much. With your strength, your influence, China will definitely want to recruit you. This time, they're the ones who helped you, so they probably want to take this opportunity to rope you in, Aira said. Li Fan Xian smiled. Aira, you're thinking too simply. If they want to rope me in, they should negotiate with me, or they should make a difficult decision. Because, Only by making me feel that this kind of help is very rare and precious will I be even more grateful. I don't believe that these leaders can't understand this. This time, they almost instantly passed my request. The degree to which they fully cooperated with me was even better than I had expected. It was as if they recognized that I was on the same side as them, and that I would never betray them in the future. You are from China. Shouldn't they help you? Ayer was curious. But you have to be clear, I am the only one from China. My brothers come from all over the world, and my subordinates are even more so. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the location of Purgatory Island was within the control of the Magnesium Nation. For China to send troops to help like this, it was simply like fighting for territory with the Magnesium Nation's navy. Chapter 828. 0828. After Ayer heard this, the more she thought about it, the stranger it became, but she couldn't understand why. Forget it. I'm indeed in a hurry this time. Being able to smoothly get the Chinese military to restrain the Magnesium army is the best result. Next, it's up to us, Yi Fan said. Ayer said, "Don't worry, Yi Fan. I will do my best to help you defend against those enemies. Although I don't have much combat experience, it's not a problem for me to defend and protect people." Yi Fan shook his head. "No, you don't need to go to Purgatory Island. I hope you can go directly to the mainland of the Magnesium country." "What?" Ayer said in surprise. She had thought that Yi Fan had asked her to go with him to kill the enemy. Yi Fan explained, "The most difficult thing for me to understand about what happened this time is that I didn't even get any news. The other party quietly took Ronida hostage and even sent troops to besiege Purgatory Island. Logically speaking, our Baphomet has an intelligence network all over the world, so it's impossible for such a situation to occur. The only explanation was that there was an even more powerful intelligence organization that provided the Magnesium Army with our Baphomet network, directly avoiding our spies. And after I thought about it, there was only one intelligence organization in the world that could do this. There's only one, Heaven's Eye." Ayer immediately thought of it. Li Fan Xian's eyes were sharp as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. Zhuge Tianming thought that he had hidden himself very well, but such a seamless battle just happened to expose his figure. This scholar is very sinister. Why would the Ghost Valley's heavenly master want to be your enemy? Does he have a grudge against you? Ayer asked curiously. Yi Fan shook his head. "He doesn't have any enmity with me, but my wife is a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh, so he must get rid of me first so that he can make a move on my wife." "Sister Sue? Why?" Ayer was even more puzzled. "It's a long story. Let's talk about it later. I can't explain it all at once." Yi Fan grinned. "Then why did you want me to go to the mainland?" Ayer asked. Li Fan Xian smiled. "Under the surveillance of the Heaven's Eye, there aren't many people who can move silently, and you, Ayer, are definitely one of them. I hope that you can do something for me that I might not even be able to do." Located near a volcanic region of the Pacific Ocean, there were a few islands that could not be found on the world map. The islands were arranged in the shape of a half-moon, and there were many ships anchored in the bay in the middle. Relying on some of the land formed by the volcanic eruptions, these islands could grow a lot of crops, forming a virtuous cycle of self-sufficiency on the islands. There were all kinds of houses on the island, wooden houses, stone houses, and on the main island in the middle, there was a small town built with stones. In the middle of the town, there was a 3-story castle. Although limited by its size, the ancient castle did not occupy a large area. It was well built and majestic. The island was like spring all year round, like a few pearls in the blue sea. However, this peaceful and beautiful sea was currently filled with the sound of wind and cranes. More than a dozen warships that looked like steel fortresses had sealed off these islands. On one of the command ships, inside the cabin command center, several core members of this operation were discussing the situation with a serious atmosphere. Did the Chinese military take the wrong medicine? How could he agree to help Lucifer so easily? Don't they know that this guy is a wild horse that can't be tamed? The one who spoke was the Archangel of the Holy Royal Court, the silver-armored blazing angel, Michael Jialai. General Robert, who was dressed in military uniform, held a pipe in his hand and puffed out smoke rings. He pondered and said, "No matter how Lucifer convinced the Chinese military, since even the president has ordered that no military action is allowed, then we must withdraw. General, is this the backbone of your magnesium army? You retreated the moment you were pressured by the Chinese army." Sylvie, who was dressed in a black dress, said with an ice-cold gaze. Robert sneered, "White Empress, I am a soldier. Protecting the country and making the country strong is my primary goal. This year, China has just signed a large number of trade agreements with us, including the unprecedented import of our beef. Our relationship is just right, and you want me to go against the Chinese military at this time? There's no need for the president to tell me. Just those counselors and farm owners from all over the country can kick me out of office." I never thought that the dignified General Robert would be afraid of these words, Sylvie said disdainfully. Robert took a puff of his cigarette and said, "What do I count for? If we were to go to war with China just to deal with Lucifer, that would be a huge gamble. China has one of the world's top intercontinental missiles, with hundreds of nuclear warheads that can reach our country. Once their missiles enter the atmosphere, could it be that you, the old rulers and the sacred royal court, have a way to help us shoot them down?" Sylvie gritted her teeth and said, "China won't really launch a missile. They won't really start a war with your magnesium army for a mere Lucifer. If you say you don't dare, then you don't dare. Once China finds out that we're still launching missiles, even after they send out a notice, they will very likely judge that our missiles are being fired at them. Once they enter the mindset of war, China will adopt an indiscriminate attack. Not only will it attack our magnesium country, it will also directly attack our allies. No one could just watch the missile fall on their heads before pressing the nuclear button, because no one could withstand a round of bombardment. White Queen, our primary goal is to obtain the formula for the medicine. If we want to obtain the formula, we have more than one choice. Destroying Inferno is just a side goal. It's not our main goal, and we're definitely not here to destroy the world. If you insist on us not withdrawing our troops and do us a favor, we can stop the fleet here, but we will definitely not fire a single missile, not even a single cannon." Hearing Robert's words, Sylvie and Meet Jia Lai's expressions turned extremely ugly. At this moment, a communication device beside Sylvie's ear lit up. After Sylvie heard what was said, she frowned and said, "Not good. Lucifer has already left China more than an hour ago. With him is the president of the Adept Association, Air. He must be rushing over here." "Information from the heavens, Michael asked with a frown. Sylvie nodded. "I never thought that Al would be together with Lucifer. If they would go to Purgatory Island, then it would be very difficult to land. Then what are we waiting for? Take advantage of the fact that they haven't arrived yet and directly capture Sally. That way, Lucifer won't be able to do anything to us," Michael said solemnly. Sylvie giggled. "Archangel Mi Jalai, looks like you're going all out for the sake of the next divine king of the royal court. I don't care about the election of the god king, but if Lucifer doesn't die and Inferno doesn't get rid of him, he will be a great threat to our royal court. His hatred for us has never weakened. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity to join hands with your two S-rank organizations and get rid of him, could it be that we're waiting for him to cause trouble for us in the future?" Michael snorted. "I admire your selflessness, Archangel. All right, since we have the Purgatory Islands defense deployment map given to us by the Heaven's Eye today, if we don't succeed, then we'll die." Chapter 829, 0829 Under the Blue Sky. The waves were constantly crashing against the reefs at the edge of the Purgatory Island group. Several landing ships rode the wind and waves as they approached a beach. On these ships were the flags of the old rulers and the sacred royal court, which meant that these ships belonged to the two great forces, and the Magnesium army had already withdrawn from this battle. In the center of the main island, at the top of the majestic castle tower, a woman was silently watching the approaching ship from afar. She had a unique head of long silver hair that reached her waist without any other color. Her skin was like a bright moon, emitting light. On her exquisite face, her eyes were as clear as autumn water, her nose was high, and her chin was pointed. The lines were like exquisite jade carvings, flawless, with a tall figure of 7 meters. Even though she was wearing a simple and unadorned gray dress, one could still feel her graceful and moving figure. The face of an angel and the figure of a devil seemed to be an adjective naturally prepared for such a woman. Just by looking at her standing there, it was hard to hide her peerless charm and temperament. It made people not dare to approach, much less offend. "They're here." A cold glint flashed across the woman's brown eyes. She turned around and looked at the people seated at a round table behind her. The Magnesium Army did not participate in the operation. "It seems our king has successfully thought of a way to contain the Magnesium Army. Next, it will be the war in the underground world." The bearded Leviathan stood up, picked up a sea telescope, took a closer look, and cursed. "Good. Damned bunch of godly scoundrels. They're going against us again. Sally, our defenses are impregnable. As long as the Magnesium Army's missiles don't come down, we'll definitely be able to beat them until they piss their pants." This silver-haired, cold-looking woman was the head butler of Purgatory Island, Sally, who was in charge of the Inferno Intelligence Network. Hearing Leviathan's words, Sally said, "The other party has restricted our global intelligence network in advance. Even the Barham's mercenaries in various battlefields have been stopped by all sorts of unexpected situations. This time they came prepared. The only one who can restrict us like this is Sky Eye. If the heavens had interfered, then our fortifications would have long since been seen through by the enemy. If we rashly adopt a defensive counterattack, we would only be suppressed by them and suffer heavy losses. That stinky scholar Zhuge Tianming, he's actually helping Sylvie and me Jia Lai. We didn't make things difficult for them during the Holy War, did we?" Mammon, who had a big bald head, cursed. "I'm afraid there's a special reason, but we just don't know. The most important thing right now is to think of a way to defend this place before Boss returns to Purgatory Island." Aziz said seriously, "Do you even need to think about it? Activate the fortifications and fight a bloody battle with them." Leviathan roared. Asmuntis, who was wearing a hooded coat, raised his eyelids and said, "The White Queen and the Seraphim have joined forces this time. Other than the boss, who can stop them in a head-on confrontation? Even though we've already disregarded life and death, if we die, who will protect the children on the island and our brothers and sisters who live in seclusion with us?" The Leviathan was exasperated, but he couldn't say anything. What the F***CK should we do? If only Murphy was here. In the past, when the boss wasn't here, he was the one who made the decision. Mammon rubbed the back of his head and said in distress, "Murphy is in the Dragon Soul. How could he possibly rush over? Moreover, any communication can be eavesdropped on by the Heaven's Eye." Aziz said. At this moment, Leah suddenly said, "Murphy." He left behind a brocade pouch. The other demons couldn't help but look at her. Aziz asked, "What do you mean? Murphy has other plans?" Sally nodded and took out a black embroidered brocade pouch from a small leather bag at her waist. "Back then, when Murphy finished setting up the fortifications on the island and was about to return to China, he told me that the fortifications here would not be a problem against any class organization. There were only two situations where it would be difficult to work. The first was to be attacked by a regular army. The second, it was to be targeted by the Heaven's Eye. He said that the only way for the regular army to attack was to escape because there was a huge disparity in strength in a head-on confrontation. But if there comes a day in the future when the Heaven's Eye becomes our enemy, let me open the brocade pouch. The plan inside might be able to stall for time and save our lives." Sally said lightly. This damn Murphy, he was quite thoughtful." Then Sally, "Quickly open it and take a look." The Leviathan was pleasantly surprised. Sally nodded. After opening the brocade pouch, she found a piece of sheepskin inside. It was obvious that this was to prevent the water from getting moldy, so she had specially used the skin to record it. After reading the words on it, a complicated expression flashed across Sally's eyes. "What does it say? Let me see." Mammon ran over in a hurry to take a look. However, a ball of black and purple flame suddenly appeared in Sally's hand. The moment this ball of strange flame ignited, it burned the brocade pouch and the skin into smithereens. I. Mammon was shocked. Sally, what are you doing? Sally said. Murphy said that only I can read the contents. After I finish reading them, I can naturally destroy them. This stinky Murphy, he's always talking nonsense, the Leviathan said with dissatisfaction. As Muntis and Aziz, on the other hand, had thoughtful expressions on their faces. Sally turned her head and glanced at the ship that was about to land and said, Next, all of you, listen to my commands. Don't ask why. I don't have time to explain anymore. On the seaside, blazing Angel Michael raised the sword of oath in his hand. Dressed in platinum armor, he loudly declared to the hundreds of knights of the royal court, glorious warriors of the holy knights of the royal court. The leader of the Inferno, Lucifer, assassinated Archangel Gabriel, tainted the substitute Holy Maiden Angel, blasphemed our holy God, and had an irreconcilable enmity with our royal court. Back then, we cared about the war and the people. For the sake of the holy God's benevolence, we let them go. But today, I, Michael, will wear my armor again and bring all of you to kill this group of heinous demons. The holy God is with us. A group of holy knights were filled with righteous indignation. They raised their swords and spears high in the air and shouted slogans. At the side, the White Queen Sylvie, who was leading a group of people dressed in different clothes, did not say that. Listen up. Our goal is to capture Sally alive. As for the others, regardless of whether they are men or women, old or young, human or ghost, kill them on sight. Sylvie coldly gave the order. Chaos forever. A cadre nodded and accepted the order. Chapter 830. Song of Spring 0830. Although the two of them were legend rank experts, and it wasn't difficult for them to move faster, there were many people on the island, and there was no lack of experts. Therefore, in order to be on the safe side, they were more willing to slow down, advance step by step, and bring a group of their own subordinates with them. At the critical moment, as long as someone helped them control the situation, they would just have to harvest their heads. According to the information from the Heaven's Eye, the stone passageway in front of us has a hidden mechanism installed beside it. After passing through there, flammable gas will be shot out from both sides and will be ignited and detonated. It is extremely lethal, so we will go around from the side. Sylvie said. Mi Jia Lai nodded. We will outflank you from the left, you guys from the right. Archangel, if you meet an enemy, fight conservatively. Don't chase too deeply, Sylvie reminded. The elites of Bahamut and Baphomet are all blocked 108,000 miles away. They are completely restricted by the people mobilized by the Heaven's Eye. The minions of these demons are not here, so there's nothing to be afraid of. If the people on the island were to meet us, they would probably run away first. Sally has trained a group of Netherworld guards, all of them the product of a hybrid between humans and dark creatures. Although they are all ugly monsters, they can still hurt people. It's better to be careful, Sylvie said. Mi Jia Lai waved his sword. Our sacred royal court specializes in killing these monsters in the darkness. After saying that, Mi Jia Lai took the lead and rushed out. Seeing this, Sylvie didn't say anything more. She waved her hand and went up the mountain from the other side. The subordinates that the two of them brought were all elite soldiers and valiant generals. Their cultivations were all extraordinary, and they were all experts in crossing mountains and ridges. All of a sudden, the two groups of people avoided the easy road and entered the forest, climbing up the rugged mountain roads on both sides. After passing through this area, there was already a town in front of them. All kinds of stone houses and some wooden houses were built according to the terrain. They were of different colors, presenting a beautiful picture of an island. After meeting up, Mi Jia Lai frowned and said, Why is there no one on this island? Aren't they going to run away? Sylvie was also a little doubtful and said, According to the information from the Heaven's Eye, they have 2 emergency escape routes on the west and north sides, but the people we sent to keep an eye on them did not see any signs of evacuation. Are they planning to stay on the island and fight to the death with us? Michael asked. That's just them courting death. Sylvie sneered. Our ships have surrounded this area of the sea. Whether they escape or not, they will all die." As she spoke, Sylvie pointed to the town in front of them and said, "There are explosives buried in the middle and under the left side of the road. We'll be fine if we take the right side." Mi Jia Lai smiled and said, "These demons are really willing to bury explosives under their own nest." Sylvie didn't say anything else. She brought her men and drove straight in from a street on the right. The two groups of people rushed through the streets in a grandiose manner, but they did not find anyone who came out to stop them. "Strange, I can't even feel a single aura. Could it be that they have given up resisting?" Mi Jialai frowned. With his and Sylvie's cultivation, it was reasonable to say that they would be the first to discover the enemy. Sylvie also felt that it was very strange. According to the information from the Heaven's Eye, there are weapons hidden under the blacksmith shop in front of us. There should be people lying in ambush, surrounding us from both sides. There's no one at all. Could it be that there's a problem with the information from the Heaven's Eye? Mi Jialai asked suspiciously. Sylvie shook her head. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Maybe it was on purpose? After all, Zhuge Tianming is from China, and the Heaven's Eye is also an organization from China. It can be said that they are from the same root as Lucifer. Could it be that they are secretly colluding with each other to lure us onto the island? Mi Jialai guessed. Sylvie fell into deep thought. Maybe they are deliberately mystifying us. Let's go closer and take a look. In front of us is the headquarters of Inferno. There must be someone in that castle. Just as the group passed by a flower bed, a mermaid statue in the middle of the flower bed suddenly exploded. Boom! The moment the sculpture exploded, a large amount of dust filled the air. All of them are resisting with luck. It's poison powder. Mi Jialai and Sylvie instantly activated their spiritual energy and magic shields. But some of the people they brought with them were unable to keep up and were contaminated by the dust. All of a sudden, these people began to show signs of festering. The poison quickly spread through their bodies, and they fell to the ground in pain. What's going on? Sylvie, didn't you say that all the traps were told to us by the Heaven's Eye? Mi Jialai was furious as he led his men out of the dust-filled area. Because nothing had happened before, everyone had let their guard down. In an instant, they had lost more than a dozen elite experts. Sylvie could not help but suspect that the Ghost Valley had provided her with information. She pressed the communicator beside her ear, only to discover that the signal here was interfered with, making it impossible to communicate with the Ghost Valley's envoy. After her expression changed several times, Sylvie said, "The castle is right in front of us. We will directly attack and dig 3 feet into the ground. I don't believe that the people on the island can evaporate into thin air." Mi Jialai gritted his teeth and could only do so. However, they did not really believe the information from the Heaven's Eye. The group of people cautiously arrived a few dozen meters in front of the castle. From afar, the two of them could hear the melodious sound of a zither. This dark aura, it's so disgusting. Mi Jialai's eyes flashed. Sylvie also noticed the person who had finally appeared in front of her. She raised her head and a strange light flashed in her eyes. "I've finally found you, Sally." On the tallest dome of the castle, Sally Leaf, whose long silver hair was fluttering in the sea breeze, was sitting there elegantly like a goddess from an ancient myth. In her arms, she was holding a golden harp, gently playing a beautiful movement. Listening to the fresh and moving tune, it was as if the situation in front of him did not make Sally worry at all. Mendelssohn's Spring Song. What an elegant mood. Mi Jialai immediately recognized what the movement was. The suspicion in Sylvie's eyes grew even stronger, because she discovered that not only was Sally not angry or anxious, she was even giving them a cold and mysterious smile. She's the only one here. Azazel, Asmuntis, and the others are not here. What's she trying to do? Sylvie wondered. Who cares what she wants? Even if her current strength is not bad, she is not a match for us. If we go up and capture her, Lucifer will also be threatened by us. It's because she's obviously not a match for us. Everyone else is gone, but she's still playing the zither here. Don't you think it's too strange? If she could escape, why wouldn't she? Sylvie asked. Mi Jialai was stunned. Thinking back to the poison powder trap that had suddenly appeared, he felt a little nervous. Chapter 831. 0831. After the order was given, the Holy Knights immediately sent out 2 knights to quickly descend the mountain to contact the reinforcements around the island. The old rulers and the Holy Royal Court both had their own battleships. Although they were not as advanced and powerful as the Magnesium Army, even ordinary cannons and torpedoes were enough to make it difficult for the ships on the island to escape. Originally, as long as he used a signal flare, he could exchange information. However, just in case, he still sent someone to take a look at the situation at the seaside. Li silently looked at the 2 groups of people below, watching as they surrounded the castle. Her tone began to be a little irritated, revealing a trace of anxiety. She seems to be in a hurry. Did we discover something? Mi Jialai narrowed his eyes. Sylvie nodded. Who knows? She's covering for the others and ambushing us from behind? When the Holy Knight returned and reported the situation, he said that everything was normal outside. There were no signs of any ships or people leaving the island. Sylvie's eyes flashed as she said to the woman on the dome, Sally, child, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You've been playing the zither there all this time. Aren't you going to chat with me for a bit? She wanted to give it a try and see what Sally was planning. It was as if the only thing in her heart right now was playing the zither. Child, now that the entire Purgatory Island is surrounded by us, you can't go anywhere. Why don't you cooperate a little? I won't do anything to you. You should come down, Sylvie said with a calm and composed expression. However, Sally still turned a deaf ear to them and calmly looked at them. I think she's just bluffing. Sylvie, let's just go straight up, Mi Jialai said. Sylvie's gaze shifted as she said, Sally is naturally immune to most magic. Her spiritual force is extremely strong, so my magic isn't of much use to her. It's better for the Archangel to capture her. Mi Jialai wasn't stupid either. He could clearly tell that Sylvie was afraid of falling into some kind of trap and told him to give a try first. White Queen, since we're in an alliance, we should advance and retreat together. Your words make me feel a little disappointed, Mi Jialai said. Sylvie chuckled. Archangel, don't misunderstand. Let's just go up and capture her together. That's more like it. Michael snorted. If Lucifer comes later, things will be difficult. Let's move quickly. Just as the 2 of them were about to attack Sally, they heard a change in the sound of her zither. Wait. Michael frowned. I think she played it wrong. He's anxious. Sylvie could also tell. Could it be that he's afraid? Or is she excited that we're going there? Michael was a little uncertain. Sylvie also felt that all of this was too strange, as if she had fallen into a fog. At this moment, a holy knight suggested, Lord Michael, why don't we destroy that building and make her unable to sit still? This method, it's feasible. Mi Jialai nodded. Sylvie also felt that it was not bad. She smiled and said, Lord Archangel, please make your move. Michael also took up the mantle, and his body began to emit a blazing white spirit chi as he raised the gorgeous gold-and-silver sword of promise in his hand. Holy light slash. A platinum-colored sword light soared into the sky, forming a huge sword of light, and slashed down diagonally. The platinum-colored holy light sword chi struck the stone wall of the castle with a loud rumble. In the end, the hard stone appeared extremely fragile under the sword light of a legend rank expert and shattered with a loud rumble. Mi Jialai slashed again, and wherever the sword light went, rubble flew everywhere. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the middle of the building in the castle, there were 2 holes in it. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer, and the top of the building fell down with a loud rumble. Sally Yi had no choice but to float to the ground. Amidst the dust, Sally hugged the harp and stared coldly at Sylvie and the others with her beautiful brown eyes. Seeing that nothing had happened, Sylvie suddenly understood something. Great. So, this is the so-called empty city stratagem? Sylvie finally remembered that a certain wise man in ancient China seemed to have used such a scheme. From the beginning to the end, she has been creating our suspicions to stall for time. She probably wants to stall for time until Lucifer arrives. Mi Jialai also understood. Damn it, she really dragged it out for so long. Sylvie gritted her teeth and said. Sally sighed in her heart. The plan that Sia Linfuan had mentioned in the brocade pouch had basically succeeded. Back then, Sia Linfuan had purposely left out a trap and did not tell anyone about it. It was the poison powder in the sculpture. If the sculpture was detonated, it could unexpectedly poison many people to death. This information would not be known by the Heaven's Eye, so it could make the enemy think that the Heaven's Eye's information was wrong, and they would no longer be fearless. As for letting Sally play the zither, it was indeed singing an empty city stratagem. She deliberately created a change in the sound of the zither to make the enemy guess left and right. Unfortunately, this was just a stalling tactic. If he couldn't think of a way to defeat the enemy in time, it would still be futile. Sally, you really tricked us so hard, but unfortunately, after so many years, you will still fall into our hands. Sylvie said. Even if I die, I won't let you have me, Sally said faintly. You won't die that easily. Besides, this is not up to you. Sylvie sneered and raised her hand to condense a ball of white light. Light imprisonment. In an instant, more than a dozen white boards of light condensed in the air. These boards of light directly shrank toward Sally. A ball of black and purple flames suddenly burst out from Sally's body. It was like the demonic flames of hell. After colliding with the white light, it shattered the light boards. Oh, his strength has increased by quite a bit. He has already reached the spirit condensation realm. Sir Mijalai, I already said, magic is not very effective against this child. Even if it is white magic that restrains her, Sylvie said. Mijalai grinned and said, White Queen, don't hide it anymore. Since the Ghost Valley Heavenly Master contacted you, do you think he didn't contact me? You and I are well aware of each other. Could it be? Why not know what kind of magic you are hiding? What you're truly using to attack is not white magic, is it? Sylvie's face turned cold, and then she chuckled. This Zhuge Tianming. Really annoying. As soon as she finished speaking, Sylvie raised her hand, and a hexagram black magic array appeared in front of her. Powerful dark magic quickly gathered within the rotating magic array. Obsidian Star. Chapter 832. Catch them all in one fell swoop. 0832 Sally threw away the harp in her hand and nimbly moved at high speed, avoiding the first round of magic arrows. There were high slits on both sides of her skirt, allowing her two slender and round thighs to move without the slightest bit of hindrance. Sylvie was not surprised that her attack had failed. Her other hand also activated a magic array, and the black magic arrow was like a thunderbolt, following closely behind Sally. Sally continued to move, her figure jumping between the buildings at high speed, as if she had broken free from gravity. The obsidian stars all missed, and some of the plants on the island were devoured by this magic power, quickly withering away. When Mi Jia Lai saw this scene, a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Outsiders would never have thought that the White Queen, who appeared to be holy and pure, would use such a vicious dark magic that took away one's life force. After dodging 2 waves of attacks in a row, Sally stretched her arm in the air and launched a black and red magic array towards Sylvie and the people behind her. Blood Art, Scarlet Meteor. For a time, a large amount of black and red magic power gathered in the air and fell from above like a meteor shower. Normally, only the nobles of the Strigoi above the Duke level would be able to use this high-level blood technique. However, Sally's special bloodline and talent allowed her to easily use almost all high-level blood techniques. Divine Protection. Mi Jia Lai raised his sword, and the pure gem inlaid on the Sword of Promise emitted a white light. A huge shield of light appeared above everyone's heads. All the scarlet meteors landed on the shield, stirring up waves of magic power, but to no avail. Looks like Sebastian of the Dark Council did indeed pass on the blood technique to her back then. Unfortunately, this little bit of cultivation is nothing in front of this archangel. Mi Jialai said. Sylvie said loudly, Everyone, listen up. Archangel Mi Jialai and I will capture Sally. Immediately search the entire castle and all the nearby areas. The group of demons from Inferno must still be somewhere. Find them. Kill them all. Yes, sir. The elites of the old rulers and the sacred royal court immediately split into small teams and began to move in all directions. Seeing this, Sally simply turned around and ran towards the nearest team. She flew up and shot out a black and red magic spear. Blood spear. However, Mi Jalai's figure was the first to block it. With a swing of his sword, he sliced the blood spear in half. Sally, you are our prey. Don't make the wrong opponent. Mi Jalai sneered. Two great legend rank experts besieging a woman like me. Aren't they afraid of making a fool of themselves? Sally coldly said. Sylvie giggled and said, You are not an ordinary girl. Don't forget, when you were still a little girl. What did you do? We're enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, capturing a monster like you back to the cage that belongs to you. What's wrong with joining hands? When Sally heard these words, traces of blood began to flow into her brown eyes due to her anger. Her beautiful eyes turned into a magnificent scarlet color. What's wrong? Angry? Haha. A monster is a monster. No matter how beautiful your skin is, you are still a man-eating beast inside, an ugly devil. Sylvie said with a sinister look in her eyes. Sally took a deep breath. You don't have to provoke me. I promised my king that I wouldn't fall for your tricks. Haha, I didn't provoke you. I'm just stating the truth. Regardless of whether you change back to your original appearance or not, you are still not our match. As Sylvie spoke, a ball of surging dark magic appeared behind her. Dozens of black, tentacle-like snakes intertwined with each other and attacked Sally. This time, the attacks were even more concentrated and swift. Sally could only dodge at an even faster speed. As she ran, a black and purple flame ignited on her body, as if she was bringing along a long string of netherworld ghost shadows. Seeing this, Mi Jalai shouted, She's stalling for time. I'll deal with her. With that, a pair of white wings appeared behind Mi Jalai. His figure was like a white rainbow as he followed closely behind Sally. While dodging the long black snake, Sally had to deal with Mi Jalai, who was chasing after her. She was immediately overwhelmed. Who? A holy light descended in front of Sally. Sally stopped in front of her, and one of her arms was entangled by the black energy. Blood explosion. A black and red flame exploded on Sally's arm. At the same time that the black energy was blasted away, another bolt of holy light struck towards her. The impact of the holy light covered Sally's entire body. Ah! Sally screamed. Unable to dodge, she was struck and fell from the sky. Although this holy light wasn't as damaging as being directly slashed, to Sally, it was as if her body was being burned by a raging fire, causing her to feel pain to her bones. A good chance. Sylvie was overjoyed. She took advantage of this time to summon another formation in the air. Night Beast, Heavenlock Thunder. A black formation opened up in the air. As it rotated, black electric currents gathered in all directions, directly enveloping Sally in a huge black bolt of lightning. Sally endured the pain. Just as she was about to land on the ground, a pair of black and red magic wings spread out from her back. The demon wings in the blood technique spread out. With a flap of his wings, his body quickly dodged horizontally, barely dodging that bolt of nether thunder. Just as Sally Yi was being beaten to a dangerous state, a group of Dominator elites ran into the castle and shouted loudly. They're here. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a burly man with a head full of braids jump out from the ground. He grabbed the man's head and fiercely hit it with his head. This collision had smashed the head of the person who had shouted into pieces. Damn it. Lousy couldn't hold it in any longer. It's still refreshing to come out and fight. The one who rushed out was the Leviathan. Soon after, Azazel, Asmontis, Mammon, and the others led a group of men and women of different skin and hair colors and jumped out from under a few stone slabs that had been lifted. Below the castle, deep into the mountain, was a cellar that stored wine and food. Back then, when it was created, there were no shelters on the island, but this cellar that was built against the mountain was the best hiding place. With enough depth and thickness, The people above wouldn't be able to detect their auras. Seeing them take the initiative to jump out at this time, Sally was stunned. Didn't you say to wait for me to send a message before you guys come up? I could still hold on. Mammon grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Sally, don't think that we don't know. You want to stall for time by yourself and reduce our casualties. But we are not cowards. That's right. Since we can't leave, then let's fight together until the last moment. Azazel waved a large hammer and smashed the armor of the nearest holy knight, roaring loudly. Asmuntis drilled into the crowd, and with a stab, his dagger sliced through the throat of an enemy. He indifferently glanced at Sally and said, Even if we stay below, do you think the Netherworld guards you took in will be able to bear watching you fight alone? Sally's eyes sparkled as she looked at the 20 to 30 men and women. Some of their eyes were black, some were red, and their skin colors were also different. However, the same thing was that their eyes were filled with determination. All of them were prepared to die. You all. Sally's delicate body trembled, unable to speak. Good, good. What a true love. Ha ha. I knew they were still here. Those Netherworld guards should be the monsters that have been taken in by the island and the humans. Sylvie laughed excitedly. Today we will capture all of Inferno in one fell swoop. Mijali said, Although there aren't many of them, their strength cannot be underestimated. Sylvie, go and suppress Azazel and Asmuntis. I alone will be enough to deal with Sally. Sylvie nodded. She also had the same intention, because Sally's resistance to magic was very strong. It would be safer to leave it to me, Jali. Chapter 833. I don't like this look 0833. The dark magic on Sylvie's body surged like a tide as she flew into the battle within the castle. For a moment, she suppressed Aziz and the others. Due to the disparity in cultivation, the members of Inferno could only dodge their magic and were unable to fight them head-on. As a result, the battle space was greatly compressed, and the battle was naturally extremely difficult. Damn it, if those brothers hadn't died in battle back then, they wouldn't have been so helpless. Mammon's huge body ran wildly, dodging the magic arrows as he gasped for breath. With his strength, it was already good enough that he could protect himself in such a battle. It would be very difficult for him to be of any use. Don't say useless things. Hold on. The boss is already on his way. Asmuntis pushed Mammon open, just in time to help him dodge the spear of a holy knight. Our specialty is not frontal combat. It's too unfair to fight with that damn woman Sylvie. Mammon was extremely depressed. Aziz knocked away the two enemies with his hammer and cursed, Damn fatty, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off first. Smelly blacksmith, why are you being so fierce to me? That lazy bastard Beryl is still enjoying himself in the magnesium country. At least I'm fighting you with my life on the line. Mammon felt wronged. Beryl was assigned another mission by the boss. Don't look for trouble. At this moment, the Leviathan was hit by a black flame arrow. Its body flew several meters back and crashed into a wall. The Leviathan spat out a mouthful of blood. Big squid, Mammon exclaimed. The Leviathan propped himself up with one hand and wiped his mouth. If you guys keep talking nonsense, I'm going to be beaten into a salted squid by this old woman. Sylvie's hair fluttered as she sneered. You are all traitors of OLD1s. You have followed Lucifer and betrayed me until now. You deserve to die in my hands. Aziz frowned and said, Mammon, you and the other Netherworld guard will deal with the others. I will restrain her with the sloppy ghost and the squid. Restrain me? Sylvie laughed sarcastically. With just you guys? Aren't you here to die? Before she finished speaking, Sylvie opened her arms wide, and a dark magic array once again appeared in the sky. Streaks of heavenly lock lightning struck down towards Aziz and the others. On this side, everyone was surrounded by danger. On the other side, Mijia-Lai's pursuit of Sally was also aggressive. The white wings of light on Mijia-Lai's back easily caught up to the speed of Sally's magic wings. He continuously brandished the Sword of Oath, and the holy light slash seemed to be endless. streaks of sword light, accompanied by holy light that descended from the sky from time to time, restricted Sally Ye's movements. Blood art, blood demon puppet. When Sally landed on the ground, she slapped the ground with one hand. The black and red magic power summoned two giants formed from mud and stone and punched towards Mi Jialai. Divine Thunder Chop. Mi Jialai raised his sword to the sky, and a bolt of divine lightning struck his sword. With a wave of his sword energy swept toward the two blood demon puppets, causing them to explode in an instant. Oomph! Sally Yi, don't you know that the blood arts are completely countered by our sacred royal court's battle skills? Mi Jialai took advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. Passing through the sand and dust, he struck out with his sword. The white light was like a closed cage, binding Sally Yi. Sacred coffin. In the air, the white divine energy formed a wall that continuously approached Sally Yi, confining her to a narrow area. Seeing that she was about to be imprisoned, Sally Yi did not dodge or evade, but instead rushed towards Mi Jialai. Mi Jialai was stunned. He felt that something was wrong, but he saw that in the middle of Sally Ye's hands, a black and purple energy ball was condensing. He immediately understood that Sally Yi had realized that it would be difficult to dodge from any other direction. The only gap was in front of her. Furthermore, Sally Yi knew that there was a gap in her cultivation, so she decided to use a ruthless move. That black and purple energy ball was like a small black sun. It was constantly being squeezed between Sally Ye's hands, and the berserk energy inside could be felt even from a dozen meters away. Mi Jialai hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he summoned a platinum divine light shield in front of him. Sally Yi could no longer hold back, because she knew that if she did not gather enough energy, she would not be able to force Mi Jialai to retreat. And at this moment, once it exceeded the limits of what she could endure, she would be unable to control it and could only allow the energy to explode. This was a special power that she was born with. Even today, she was unable to properly control it. It was powerful and strange, but it was also very difficult to figure out. Boom! The black and purple energy ball exploded and struck the divine light shield, causing Mi Jialai to only be able to resist with all his might and not be able to attack again. Sally Yi herself was also engulfed by this black and purple flame-like energy, and her body was sent flying backwards. This thunderous sound caused the other people in the battle to be stunned. The surging shockwave caused a large amount of sand and dust to swirl up in the surroundings. Mi Jialai heaved a sigh of relief. When he removed his shield, his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Because of the backlash from this energy, a large number of blood vessels in her body had burst open. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her entire body was dyed red. She looked like a bloody man. As expected, it's not a monster that should exist in this world. How can such an evil power remain in this world? Mi Jialai sneered and strode towards Sally Yi. Li staggered to her feet. The wounds on her body were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a strong recovery ability, even stronger than the Strigoi. But unfortunately, the difference in strength is the difference. You still can't beat me. Just surrender and avoid more pain. Mi Jialai said. When the Netherworld guards in the distance saw this, they abandoned their own battles and rushed towards Sally Yi. Miss Sally Yi, we'll help you. These guards were all saved by Sally Yi from all over the world and brought to Purgatory Island. They were all Strigoi, werewolves, and other dark creatures. Children born to humans were not recognized by humans or the Dark Parliament. Li Yi took them in, allowing them to be protected by Inferno, receive training, and have the power to protect themselves, causing them to be grateful to Li Yi. Now that Sally was in trouble, they were naturally burning with anxiety, wishing that they could tear Mi Jialai to shreds. Don't come over here. Seeing this, Li hastily shouted. However, it was still too late. As soon as these nether guards ran over, their backs were exposed. A few holy knights took advantage of this opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the back and the side. Several long swords and spears pierced into their bodies. These nether guards instantly fell into a pool of blood. They looked at the distant Sally Yi with grievances and stretched out their arms. The scarlet color in Lie's eyes became even more intense. She choked with sobs as she watched these faces that she had known for many years, which were like family members, die in front of her in an instant. This kind of heart-rending pain was indescribable. "Be careful, Sally," Asmuntis shouted. It turned out that Mi Jia Lai had taken advantage of the moment when Sally was in a daze to rush in front of her and stab her in the abdomen. Pucci. Lie's abdomen was pierced through. She instantly coughed out a mouthful of blood, but her tearful eyes stared fixedly at Mi Jia Lai. Chapter 834. Chapter 083408340834-inch Sally. The Leviathan and the others cried out in alarm. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their anger was driving them crazy. It was as if someone had poured hot oil on their hearts. This kind of heart-burning pain was indescribable. "Stop shouting. With this kind of injury, she will almost faint. She won't die, but you guys are different. If you don't pay attention, you will really die." Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was paying attention to Sally, Sylvie summoned several nether lightning bolts, which all landed on Aziz and the others. Those with higher cultivation and better physical fitness could still withstand it, but those with lower cultivation would be fatal. After Aziz was struck by a bolt of lightning, his entire body trembled as he fell to the ground. As far as he could see, he saw a tall and sturdy black body fall with a loud bang. Mammon had already lost consciousness. His entire body was emitting white smoke as he fell to the ground, unable to get up. There were also a few guards on the island who had also died on the spot. Sylvie giggled. "I've almost played enough. Don't tell me you really think. I can't do anything to you. All of you go and die." Just as Sylvie was about to continue releasing the nether thunder, she suddenly heard Mi Jia Lai's exclamation from behind her. "How is this possible?" Sylvie turned her head to look and was shocked to discover that Sally, whose abdomen had already been pierced and whose internal organs had been crushed, was actually enduring unimaginable pain as she pushed away Mi Jia Lai's sword and ran towards her. Sylvie thought of something and stretched out her hand, releasing 2 black magic chains, intending to bind Sally. However, Sally immediately flew over, enduring the intense pain of her abdomen continuously bleeding, and arrived in front of a holy knight. Seeing that Sally was heavily injured, the holy knight stabbed at her with his sword. She barely managed to move her body, and the sword pierced through her lungs and came out from the back of her body. The woman's silver hair was already dyed with blood, but her eyes were incomparably resolute. A hysterical fire of vengeance made her look fearless. Sally grabbed the holy knight's head and directly twisted his neck. This holy knight never thought that Sally would be able to forcefully kill him even though she was so heavily injured. After killing him, Sally lowered her head and bit the dead knight's neck. At the same time, she pulled out the sword from her body. A barrier formed from a blood technique wrapped around Sally Yi. She took advantage of this gap to suck in a large mouthful of fresh blood. "No, Sally!" The heavily injured Asmuntis couldn't help but shout when he saw Sally start to suck his blood. They knew very well that the reason why Yi Fan had been protecting Sally all this time and didn't want her to get involved in the war was because he was worried that something like this would happen. Once Sally Leaf began to break her precepts and began to suck blood, then what happened next might be out of control. Sylvie and Mi Jia Lai also revealed serious expressions. As expected, at the last moment, he still broke the precepts, Sylvie teased. Michael's face darkened. "We have to control her quickly. We can't let her drink too much blood." As he spoke, Mi Jia Lai had already turned into a ray of white light and stabbed toward Sally's back. Huff! Her face was covered in blood, and she was filled with a murderous aura. Her eyes were red and purple, flashing with a bewitching light. However, compared to before, her eyes were much colder and more merciless. What was hard to believe was that all the wounds on her body, including the 2 sword wounds on her body, had already completely healed. Seeing Mi Jia Lai's sword coming at her, Sally turned around and struck out with her palm. A black and purple flame formed a whirlpool, stirring up the trajectory of Mi Jia Lai's longsword. Mi Jia Lai frowned. He could feel that Sally's strength seemed to have increased by a bit. Although she wasn't able to completely block the sword strike, she took advantage of this moment of sluggishness to get rid of it. She retreated, kicked the ground with the tip of her foot, turned around, and whipped her leg onto Mi Jia Lai's armor. Bam! Mi Jia Lai took a step to the side, feeling the power of Sally's kick, and was quite shocked. He didn't expect that after sucking blood, not only would Sally's cultivation increase, even her physical strength would increase. At the same time, Sally Yi had already charged towards another martial artist from the old days. Damn it, she wants to continue increasing her strength? Mi Jia Lai raised his sword and rushed forward. Sylvie also knew that she couldn't let Sally continue to increase her cultivation. In any case, the others were no longer a threat, so she planned to work together with Mi Jia Lai to capture Sally. Sylvie raised her hand, and a bolt of nether thunder landed in front of Sally. Boom! Sally's movements were blocked, but she quickly dodged and changed her target, charging towards a martial warriors at the side. A black and purple flame exploded, confusing the martial warriors' line of sight. Sally circled around to the back of the man and punched into the back of the martial warrior's heart. The martial warriors was unable to block Sally's speed. At the same time as he screamed, the artery on his neck was bitten open by Sally. Seeing Sally once again suck the blood of a second person, and the magic power on her body became stronger and stronger. The faces of the people from Inferno revealed expressions of worry and pain. They all knew very well that this was definitely not Sally Ye's original intention. She was facing a life and death situation and had no choice but to absorb blood again after more than 10 years in order to save them. Sally Ye planned to destroy herself at any time. Thinking of this, Aziz, the Leviathan, and the other men all had tears in their eyes. However, they had no time to help Sally Yi, because the other martial warriors' were still attacking them in waves. Li Yi sucked a few mouthfuls of blood. Seeing that Mi Jia Lai was attacking her again, she directly threw the corpse of the dead martial artist at Mi Jia Lai. Mi Jia Lai cut the corpse in half with a single slash and unleashed a holy light slash. The huge sword of light landed on Sally's body. Sally wasn't able to completely dodge in time, and a deep bloody wound appeared on her left leg. However, her wounds were healing even faster than before. Circles of runes seemed to be spinning in her bewitching purplish-red eyes. Mi Jia Lai felt a strong mental disturbance, causing his mind to become absent-minded. His movements immediately stopped. Taking advantage of this gap, Sally Yi quickly closed in. The 5 fingers on her hand transformed into long, blood-red fingernails. They were like sharp daggers as they slashed towards Mi Jia Lai's throat. But at this moment, a bolt of netherworld thunder from Sylvie landed on Sally Ye's body. With a boom sound, Sally Ye was struck by lightning and was forced to retreat. Sylvie landed beside Mi Jia Lai. Archangel, be careful. She has a strong spiritual force. Now that she has sucked blood, she has begun to cast spiritual spells. Chapter 835. 0835 What do you mean by a monster? This is a monster. Sylvie sneered. Drinking blood can allow her to quickly become stronger. If she were to eat some people, I wonder how powerful she would be. Mi Jia Lai said solemnly. This kind of monster should be directly killed, destroyed, and sent to the deepest abyss of hell. Are you sure you want to capture her alive? Her birth is a miracle. Her body has unlimited research value, so of course she has to be brought back alive. Sylvie smiled evilly and said, as for whether she lives or not, it doesn't matter. If we use some methods to turn her into an idiot, she won't be able to resist. Mi Jia Lai frowned. I really should get to know you again, White Queen. Archangel, we are the same. Sylvie said with a smile that was not a smile. Mi Jia Lai coldly snorted. I was indeed careless just now, but I won't let her spiritual force disturb me again. As he said that, Mi Jia Lai threw the sword of promise in his hand into the air. The sword light shot out in all directions, turning into a ball of white light. Sword of Divine Punishment. Mi Jia Lai's hand fell, and hundreds of light swords fell from the ball of light. They were like dense raindrops, crashing down towards Sally. Sally had just been struck by the nether thunder, and her body was a little numb. However, she still reacted quickly and moved quickly on the ground, dodging the light swords that were falling everywhere. One light sword after another landed on the ground. It looked like an illusion, but it pierced out a deep sword pit. If he was stabbed by a sword, it would definitely not be a joke. Seeing that Sally's range of movement had been locked onto, Sylvie ordered loudly, "Everyone, don't let her get close." As long as they didn't let Sally continue to suck blood, they could still safely capture her. Heavenly Lock Thunder. Sylvie opened her arms and summoned 3 magical formations in midair. The 3 magical formations continued to spin and began to continuously release nether thunder towards Sally Yi. The Heaven's Punishment Sword and the nether thunder gathered together, and the place where Sally was located seemed to have turned into a purgatory on Earth. No matter how fast Sally was, she wouldn't be able to dodge this carpet attack. Sally, who had no way out, could only charge towards Sylvie like a madman against the lightning and light swords. Humph! Just in time, Sylvie was already prepared. A shadow of a demon appeared on her body, and the tip of her slender white fingers condensed into a black, slender demon claw. Her eyes also flickered with scarlet flames, which was the demon eye that she possessed. Through her magic eyes, Sylvie could clearly see the trajectory of Sally's attack. When Sally suffered 2 swords and a bolt of lightning, she forcefully endured the pain in her entire body and attacked Sylvie's throat with her blood claw, but Sylvie dodged to the side just in time. "You've been tricked, child." The demon claw of Sylvie's left hand directly pierced into Sally's chest. Pooh! The demon claw pierced through Sally Yi and appeared from behind her. Her entire body was covered in blood. Enduring the pain of her piercing body, she gritted her teeth and continued to use her right hand to grab Sylvie's head. However, a sword fell from the side. A white light flashed. "Ah!" Leah screamed miserably as her slender right arm was cut off. Mi Jia Lai waved his sword and said indifferently, "Since it's a monster, I should be able to recover even if I cut off one of my hands." "Ugh. Archangel, your sword strike is really decisive. Fortunately, you didn't cut off her head." Sylvie giggled and threw Sally, who had her hands severed, to the ground. Sally. When the people of Inferno in the distance saw this scene, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. They angrily began to charge towards them. It was a pity that the enemy was outnumbered and there was a difference in strength. Aziz and the others could only watch as Sally fell into a pool of blood. Sally, who had one of her arms chopped off, could no longer tell where she was in pain, or rather, her entire body was numb from the pain. However, there was a trace of faith in her heart. She believed that a man would appear to save all of this. She still tried to get up and continue to stall for time, but just as Sally was about to get up, Sylvie stepped on her head and pressed it into the sand. "What a disobedient child. Don't you understand? The person you're waiting for won't come. Or rather, even if he comes, he won't be able to save you." After Sylvie finished speaking, she kicked Sally again, causing her to crash into a wall. Sally felt her eyelids become heavier and heavier. Although her wounds were healing, she had lost too much blood and fell there. Her consciousness gradually became blurry. "All right, the most troublesome thing has been resolved. Kill the others," Sylvie said indifferently. Mi Jia Lai nodded, raised his sword, and walked towards the crowd in the midst of the chaotic battle. "Holy Knights, listen up. All of you, get out of the way." At Michael's command, all the Holy Knights retreated like a receding tide. When the martial artists of the old days saw that Seraphim was personally coming to end the battle, they naturally retreated tactfully. Azazel, Asmuntis, and the others gathered together with a group of scarred Netherworld guards, staring fixedly at Mi Jia Lai. Justice will eventually prevail over evil. Today, I, the Archangel, will personally send you demons back to where you belong. The Sword of Promise in Mi Jia Lai's hand condensed a scorching platinum energy and a pair of wings of light spread out behind him. He planned to behead all of these people as fast as possible. Be careful, he's about to attack. I'll be at the front. Aziz gripped his huge hammer tightly and said, "Sloppy bastard, if I stall him, don't miss this opportunity." As Muntis nodded. In fact, they all knew that it would be futile to fight a legend rank expert at 100% condition. With such a tired and broken body, wanting to block me Jalai was even more of a pipe dream. However, even if there was a huge disparity in strength, their willpower in battle would not be inferior to anyone else. This was the most essential reason why Inferno was able to win the almost impossible holy war back then. Mi Jiaolai moved. His figure turned into a white blur, so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch him. The flickering platinum holy light even affected their vision. Aziz roared. Just as he was about to throw his hammer at it, he saw a figure descend from the sky in a daze. Bam! A deep sound rang out, as if a meteorite had fallen to the ground. It was earth-shattering. Mi Jiaolai realized that something was wrong while he was moving at high speed. He almost instantly turned back and retreated with an extremely solemn expression. Amidst the flying debris and dust, a man stood in front of the Inferno crowd with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Chapter 836. Scrap Copper and Iron 0836. All of a sudden, Azazel, Asmuntis, Leviathan, and the others felt as if their blood was boiling. They finally had a chance to vent their pent-up anger. "Boss!" The Leviathan howled loudly. Its 2-meter-tall, burly body directly knelt on the ground as if it had collapsed. The coarse man, whose face was covered in blood, had already flattened his mouth. His face was contorted, and he was panting as if he was about to cry. He tried his best to hold it in, but he was unable to. Tears flowed out of his eyes. Although they had been walking in the underground world for so many years and were no longer afraid of death, none of them wanted to die in such a sullen manner. To them, at this moment, besides joy, they were also moved. This man appeared in front of them. The scene of him standing up in a moment of crisis had not been seen for 5 to 6 years. Countless thoughts from the past flashed through their minds and in front of their eyes. Yi Fan's back, in their eyes, was like a giant. At the same time, it gave them a sense of security. It also gave them lofty aspirations, allowing their fearless faith to continue. She had relied on her faith to hold on until now. When she saw the man's figure, a tear fell from the corner of her eye and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, following which the woman closed her eyes and fainted. At this moment, Yi Fan stood there without saying a word. His eyes looked around at the devastated town, at the people who had died tragically, and at the injured people who had fallen to the ground. In his ears, there were the cries of the Leviathan and the others behind him. In front of him, there were corpses soaked in blood. When Yi Fan saw Mammon lying on the ground without any movement, Yi Fan's gaze paused for a moment, and his pupils contracted. When Yi Fan saw Sally Yi, who had already fainted at the corner of the wall, and saw the woman's broken arm, Yi Fan's body trembled. Yi Fan took a deep breath. A violent, murderous, and terrifying aura surged out from his body like a flood bursting through a dam. As he stood there alone, he looked like a huge demon's shadow enveloping the entire town. This was a domineering killing intent that only came from killing countless people and staining his hands with the blood of countless people. These past few years had caused Yi Fan to gradually retract his aura, forgetting those bloodthirsty years that dominated the battlefield. But today, he found that he couldn't control himself no matter what. To be exact, he no longer wanted to control it. When the warriors of the Holy Knights and the old rulers felt the aura from Yi Fan's body, their faces all turned pale. They were all experts of the underground world, and even the weakest among them was a Xiantian full circle. However, they suddenly realized that even standing within a radius of 100 meters made them feel immense pressure. Yi Fan was the only one who came, but this one person seemed to be superior to a magnificent army. Sylvie was the calmest. After realizing that the situation was bad, she quickly rushed towards the unconscious Sally. As long as he caught Sally, it would be equivalent to having a hostage. However, she had only run a few steps when she saw Yi Fan's crazy speed. With an afterimage, he had already teleported to Sally's side. Sylvie and everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of abnormal speed was this? How could a person possess such a powerful explosive force just by relying on his body? Even if Mi Jia Lai had used his wings of light to accelerate, it wouldn't have been so fast and fierce. Could it be that he had become stronger again? Sylvie could clearly feel that Yi Fan was even more terrifying than the last time they met. Lucifer, your men are all gone, and now you are the only commander left. You can't beat us. Sylvie forced herself to calm down and sneered in order to boost her courage and appease her subordinates. Yi Fan didn't seem to hear anything at all. He squatted down, and with a trembling hand, he gently tested Sally's breathing. At the same time that he confirmed that the woman's life was not in danger, Yi Fan's eyes had already turned red. A good chance. Seeing that Yi Fan's back was facing them, Mi Jia Lai suddenly flapped his wings of light, turned into a white rainbow, and stabbed towards Yi Fan's back. "Boss, be careful!" as Muntis and the others cried out in alarm. Yi Fan did not turn around. He grabbed backward with his left hand and brazenly grabbed Mi Jia Lai's sword of promise with his bare hands. What? Mi Jia Lai was dumbfounded. He never would have thought that Yi Fan would actually be arrogant enough to receive the sword with his bare hands. Unfortunately, Mi Jia Lai's sword was unable to pierce through. Yi Fan slowly turned his head, and a pair of eyes that were like the eyes of an abyss demon coldly looked at Mi Jia Lai. Mi Jia Lai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He actually saw traces of dancing golden flames in Yi Fan's eyes. He thought that this was an illusion, but it was clearly real. A terrifying pressure that caused Mi Jia Lai to feel an instinctive fear. After all, Mi Jia Lai was a legend rank expert. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and shouted. He activated his spiritual energy, wanting to pull out his sword and continue fighting. However, no matter how hard Mi Jia Lai tried, Yi Fan's hand was like a steel bar, firmly grabbing onto his sword. Seeing that Yi Fan's hand was starting to bleed, but Yi Fan didn't seem to feel any pain at all. He only stared fixedly at Mi Jia Lai. Mi Jia Lai realized that he couldn't pull out his sword. The difference between his strength and Yi Fan's was too great, and Yi Fan's flesh and blood body was unimaginably tenacious. Lucifer, do you think that I won't be able to do anything if you grab my sword? Mi Jia Lai's body erupted with a ball of holy light. Lightning slash. A burst of lightning appeared on the sword of Oathbound. He originally thought that this way, he would definitely be able to heavily injure Yi Fan. But who would have thought that Yi Fan would suddenly raise his sword in advance? Mi Jia Lai's body, along with the sword, was ruthlessly thrown out by Yi Fan at 180 degrees. Mi Jia Lai felt his body tremble, and all the bones in his body ached from the fall. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and turned around, wanting to continue attacking with his sword, only to discover that Yi Fan was already standing in front of him. Bam! Yi Fan's fist fiercely smashed onto Mi Jia Lai's chest armor. A deep, distorted dent appeared on the silver breastplate, as though it was about to be pierced through. Mi Jia Lai's body was sent flying, drawing a parabola in the air. In the air, Mi Jia Lai spread his wings of light, wanting to stabilize his body, only to see Yi Fan catching up once again. Yi Fan didn't plan to let Mi Jia Lai get off the ground, nor did he plan to let him stand firm. In midair, he had already brandished his lightning-fast fists, and his legs were also like a storm as he greeted Mi Jia Lai. Everyone heard a series of bang, 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 sounds of metal clashing like thunder. Mi Jia Lai's body remained in the air for a few seconds without falling. Chapter 837. 0837 Chapter Gang 0837 Mi Jia Aloof fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His mouth was full of blood, and even the corners of his eyes were bleeding. If it wasn't for the fact that he was relying on his cultivation to hold on, if it wasn't for the armor blocking most of the damage, this crazy punch and kick would have been enough to take his life. All the holy knights were stunned. Lucifer, who didn't have any Jinchi, was actually able to beat Archangel Michael into such a sorry state, with just his physical strength. As for everyone in Inferno, they were all excited, and their eyes were filled with fanaticism. Yifan expressionlessly walked towards Mi Jialu. He wasn't in a hurry to chase after him, as if he was deliberately waiting for him to get up and continue fighting. Mi Jialu supported himself with his sword and stood up. Feeling humiliated, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lucifer, I was just careless. Don't be too complacent." Sylvie squinted her eyes and opened her hand, summoning a white healing light that enveloped Mi Jialu's body. "Archangel, let's go together." After Mi Jialu was slightly healed, his body once again condensed a ball of divine energy that was even stronger than before. "No need. I want to let him see why I have the title of Seraph." Mi Jialu took off the rotten armor on his body and raised his sword towards the sky. At the same time that a holy light struck his body suddenly leaped up in the air. A platinum halo appeared behind him. Following that, 3 wings of light that were even larger than the previous wings of light spread out. In an instant, the divine energy on Mi Jialu's body rose to an unprecedented height, and the wounds on his body had almost all healed. It's the angel's descent. That's right, Lord Mi Jialu's seraph form. The group of holy knights cheered excitedly, their faces filled with reverence. The knights of the sacred royal court believed in the holy god and prayed for divine energy. No matter which space or dimension the holy god came from, it was true that it could give them endless divine energy. As for the angel's descent, it was a battle skill that could only be mastered when one's cultivation reached an extremely high level. Different from the demon summoning technique, the angel didn't really enter this world. Instead, a portion of its power entered the holy knight's body. But even so, with a purer and more powerful divine power, this combat technique was already powerful enough. "Lucifer, die." Michael suddenly descended from the sky. The speed of the 3 pairs of light wings was at least 3 times faster than before. Holy light slash. This time, Mi Jialu's sword of light surged with even more energy and sword chi than before. As it descended, it was as if it was going to split the earth apart. The sail proudly stood there. The ferocity and anger in his heart caused him to summon a sword from the sword god's ring. The moment he held his sword, Yifan raised his sword and charged forward, forcefully clashing with the holy light slash and clashing with it. Boom! When the 2 swords collided, a shockwave swept up a large amount of sand and dust. The position where the sail was standing on the ground directly caved in. Mi Jialu, Sylvie, and the others were all stunned. None of them could see clearly how a sword had appeared in Yifan's hand. It was actually able to forcefully block Mi Jialu's sword of oath in the form of a seraph. Yifan's sword was thick and solid, shaped like a large sword. The blade of the sword did not lose its sharpness, and its entire body emitted a faint green light. Looking at the simple shape, one could tell that it was definitely not forged in the present, but an ancient sword. Other than Yifan, no one else knew that this was one of the 8 swords of the Yu King, the true steel sword. It was incomparably fierce and could destroy gold and break jade. The swordsman was enraged, destroying everything in its path. In Yifan's heart, other than crushing the bones of this group of people to dust, he had no other thoughts. Therefore, with a thought, the ring really gave out the sword that Yifan longed for. Seeing that his attack had been blocked, Mi Jialu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He once again slashed out several sword lights towards Yifan in the air. Yifan's strength was enough for him to wantonly wave the huge and heavy zhengang with one hand. Facing Mi Jialu's attack, he used the ancient sword technique and unceremoniously attacked in place of defense. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous sounds of sword strikes and the surging energy fluctuations were shocking. He originally thought that after Mi Jia Lai entered the seraph form, Yi Fan would be suppressed, or at least evenly matched. However, everyone could only see that Yi Fan was wildly brandishing his greatsword, completely suppressing Mi Jia Lai. Mi Jia Lai was forced to retreat step by step. He discovered that his swordsmanship was like child's play in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan clearly didn't have any cultivation, but he was still not afraid of his divine power. His defensive power was terrifyingly strong. With one look, Sylvie knew that Mi Jia Lai was no match for him. His speed and strength were both lost, and his martial skills were even worse. Sooner or later, he would be killed. Thus, Sylvie quickly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to grab Sally again. However, how could Yi Fan miss out on such a detail? Sensing Sylvie's movements, Yi Fan pushed Mi Jia Lai back with his sword, then turned around and slashed out with the true steel sword. A sword intent that was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger condensed into a huge mountain-splitting sword, slashing down on Sylvie's path of advance. Feeling this earth-shattering sword might, Sylvie and Mi Jia Lai felt suffocated in their chests. Back then, Sylvie had almost been killed by this sword strike. She had relied on pretending to be dead to escape. But today, it was clear that Sylvie couldn't afford to have her body destroyed again. Seeing the sword light approaching, Sylvie hurriedly ran away. Boom! The sword intent landed on the ground, directly creating a ravine that was several meters deep, causing the ground to shake violently. Seeing that Yi Fan had turned around, Mi Jia Lai suppressed the trembling in his heart and slashed out with a thunderlight slash. The sword of promise was about to land on Yi Fan's neck, but Yi Fan's body was like a swimming dragon, as if he had eyes on his back. He leaned forward and dodged it. In almost an instant, Yi Fan turned around. The seemingly clumsy body of the true steel sword nimbly stuck to the sword of promise, and suddenly accelerated upwards. No! Mi Jia Lai realized that his sword had revealed a huge flaw, but it was too late. Yi Fan seized this gap and slashed down, directly chopping off Mi Jia Lai's right arm that was holding the sword. Ah! Mi Jia Lai screamed miserably. The wings of light on his back flapped, wanting to retreat. But how could Yi Fan give him the chance? The other party didn't even have a sword, so he was at his mercy. Yi Fan took a big step forward. His sword was like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, instantly sweeping around Mi Jia Lai's body. Mi Jia Lai had never been so helpless and terrified before. In the face of Yi Fan's sword light, other than screaming in pain, he actually had no way to resist. As one of the top 10 legends, he never thought that Yi Fan had already grasped such a profound sword technique, and his progress was so fast. When Yi Fan's true steel sword stopped moving, Mi Jia Lai's left hand and legs had already been cut off. Mi Jia Lai's face was ashen as he fell to the ground. The light on his body had completely dissipated. Looking at his limbless self, he collapsed and howled in pain. Seeing this, the people of the Holy Knights were so scared that they fled. They could no longer face the current Yi Fan. This was not a human at all, but the true king of hell, the fallen angel Lucifer. The group of people from Inferno, on the other hand, roared in relief, tears streaming down their cheeks in excitement. Yi Fan did not directly kill Mi Jia Lai. He wanted this archangel to feel the pain of having his hands and feet broken, and feel the pain of his life flowing away. Chapter 838. 0838 chapter counted in 0838. Sylvie's entire body quivered as a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. She subconsciously took 2 steps back, but she immediately understood that if she retreated, it would be over. Therefore, she ordered loudly, "Everyone listen up. Kill Lucifer with me. Only if he dies will you have a chance to live. There's no point in running away." The group of martial artists behind them were originally so scared that they didn't dare to make a move, but after hearing Sylvie's words, they realized that they could only risk their lives to have a chance to survive. As a result, some of the old rulers and holy knights stopped running and retreating. They gathered their cultivation and surrounded Yi Fan. Sylvie spread out her arms, releasing a blazing demonic power. The dark magic power turned into countless pairs of demonic claws, whistling towards Yi Fan. "I'll control him. All of you attack," Sylvie commanded loudly. For a time, in front of Yi Fan were manic dark tentacles, and in the surroundings, there were more than 10 experts attacking Yi Fan from different directions. Yi Fan stood on the spot with his sword, calmly watching all of this happen. He didn't seem to have any reaction. But just as everyone was about to reach within 3 meters of him, Yi Fan suddenly moved. Yi Fan held the true steel sword in his hand, and a sword intent cut off the incoming dark magic. At the same time, he took a step to the left and slashed at a holy knight. That holy knight originally thought that he would need another 2 meters to attack, but Yi Fan had actually arrived behind him in the blink of an eye. The holy knight didn't even notice what had happened. In the next second, his head flew off his neck. Yi Fan was like a dragon and a tiger. Facing the people who were surrounding him, he forcefully used his speed and barbaric impact to fight them head-on. He didn't want to dodge, nor did he care to dodge. In his eyes, these people were already no different from dead people. Clang! Yi Fan directly cut off the blade in a martial artist's hand. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, he chopped off the martial artist's head. With another swing of his body, the weapons of the 2 martial artists behind him were also cut off. At the same time, their bodies were cut into 2 at the waist. Yi Fan's figure shuttled back and forth like lightning. Sylvie's magic was unable to put any pressure on him. 1 man and 1 sword, unstoppable. Every time he attacked, at least 1 life would be taken. Under Yi Fan's sword, it was difficult for these body refinement realm martial artists to even have the strength to fight back. In the distance, the people of Inferno could only see Yi Fan's figure moving in an instant. His sword rose and fell, and blood splattered everywhere. In less than half a minute, 20 to 30 martial artists who came to encircle them were lying on the ground. Those warriors who had yet to step forward were already scared out of their wits. None of them dared to attack. However, Sylvie did not give up. She continued to mobilize her demonic power in an attempt to restrain Yi Fan and absorb his life force. At the same time, she summoned 3 magic arrays and used the Dark Thunder to deal with Yi Fan in the sky. Unfortunately, with Yi Fan's speed, all of these attacks could be avoided. Once the Nether Thunder tried to harm others, Yi Fan could even use the True Steel sword to block it effortlessly. Facing the almost invulnerable Yi Fan, the Holy Knights and the martial artists of the old days were in despair. No one cared about Mi Jia Lai, who was groaning in pain, and no one was willing to help Sylvie as cannon fodder. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The martial artists of both sides began to flee in all directions. Catch up to them. Not a single one of them is allowed to run. Seeing this, Aziz knew that they no longer had any intention to fight. It was time to take advantage of the victory to pursue them. So he shouted loudly and led the remaining Netherworld guards and martial warriors to chase after and annihilate the remaining enemies. For a time, outside the castle, only Yi Fan and Sylvie were left fighting. Yi Fan had just fought with Oleg, so he could clearly feel that the increase in his level of swordsmanship allowed him to fight with even more ease. At this moment, facing Sylvie, he was no longer afraid. He walked towards his former mistress, wanting to completely end her. Sylvie, on the other hand, slowly retreated. "Lucifer, I am the disciple of Shakyamuni. If you kill me, you will offend Shakyamuni. You have to think this through." Yi Fan didn't say anything, but the killing intent in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. "Do you think you can live if you kill me? Can those comrades beside you, those women of yours, live? My master will avenge me," Sylvie said with her eyes wide open. Without any hesitation, the sail suddenly sped up and stabbed towards Sylvie's sword intent. Sylvie hurriedly condensed a whirlpool-like dark energy shield. But this shield was unable to block the penetrating force of the sword intent and instantly collapsed. A hole appeared in Sylvie's chest. She let out a blood-curdling scream, and just as she was about to cover her wound to heal it, she saw that Yi Fan had already arrived in front of her. Sylvie's face was deathly pale. A sword light appeared in front of her eyes, so fast that she couldn't tell. It was like a storm. The sword thrusts were like raindrops, continuously striking Sylvie's body countless times. When Yifan's last sword strike landed, Sylvie discovered that her 2 arms had already fallen to the ground. Her mouth was open, and it was difficult to breathe because her throat had also been pierced by 2 wounds. Her body was densely covered with puncture wounds. Her internal organs had all been pierced. Blood gushed out crazily, and Sylvie's entire body was dyed red. Because she was unable to make a sound, Sylvie was in so much pain that she wanted to die, but she was unable to shout out. This kind of feeling, which was worse than death, caused her beautiful face to become incomparably sinister. Yifan looked at her expressionlessly and finally opened his mouth. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a bone-piercing chill. "I know. The demon in your body can help you recover. I'll wait for you. Once you're done, I'll kill you." Sylvie's eyes revealed a vicious look, but she still released the power of the demon in her body, speeding up her recovery. Her arm returned to her wound and healed. The wounds on her body also stopped bleeding and returned to normal. Although her face was ashen, and her entire body had aged by at least 20 years, with wrinkles and white hair on her head, she was still alive in the end. "Lucifer, do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Sylvie gasped for breath and said sinisterly. Yifan narrowed his eyes, not wanting to say anything more. He raised his sword, planning to kill her again, using evil to control evil. He wanted to let her taste all the pain, until she didn't want to live anymore. But at this moment, Yifan suddenly felt dizzy, as if he didn't have any strength left in his body. How could this be? Leaf the Sail staggered a step back, the true steel sword supporting itself on the ground, its body on the verge of collapsing. It was as if he had suffered a heat stroke. His body was extremely uncomfortable, as if he could faint at any moment. Sylvie laughed maniacally and kicked Yifan to the ground. "Ha ha! Lucifer, this is what happens when you look down on me, Sylvie. Since I dared to destroy your nest, could it be that I didn't think of a way to kill you? How is it? Is it very uncomfortable? This is specially prepared for you, a genetic poison that only works on you in the entire world. How do you feel?" Li Fanxian's face was pale, and his entire body was sweating profusely. Touching his incomparably heavy heart, he suddenly realized something. It's Zhuge Tianming. It was arranged. Only now did Yi Fan realize that from the very beginning, the heavens, I had already calculated the situation that he was in. Zhuge Tianming had obviously secretly collected his genetic specimen and made this poison, giving it to Sylvie to use. Chapter 839. 0839 From the very beginning. The heavens, I knew that even if Sylvie and me Jia Lai joined hands, they might not be able to defeat Yifan. Therefore, he directly thought of the genetic virus method, borrowing a knife to kill someone. It had to be said that although the heavens, I did not directly send anyone to participate in this operation, the control behind the scenes was even more powerful than the actual sending of people. Yifan was even more deeply aware that Zhuge Tianming's fear of him had already reached the point where he had to get rid of him. In order to avoid one day in the future, Yifan would help Su Qingxue return to the Ghost Valley, so he might as well make the first move. Sylvie regained the initiative and laughed complacently. "So what? How is it? It doesn't feel good, does it?" As she said that, Sylvie kicked Yifan again, causing him to fall to the ground. Yifan's entire body was covered in sweat, and the true steel sword had also disappeared back into his ring. Every muscle in his body seemed to not belong to him, and his tendons and veins were numb, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. "Lucifer, I will definitely take your head today, but before that, I will let you taste the feeling of being riddled with holes." Sylvie sneered, her eyes filled with viciousness. With a wave of her hand, a sharp sword that had fallen to the ground appeared in her hand. Sylvie condensed a ball of dark energy, attached it to the sword, and stabbed towards Yifan. However, halfway through the sword, it was suddenly grabbed by Yifan. Yifan struggled to hold onto the sword, his arms trembling. The genetic poison had almost caused him to lose control of his body, as if countless ants were nibbling away at his body. Seeing that she was unable to stab down with her sword, Sylvie flew into a rage out of humiliation. She grabbed the sword with her other hand and continued to exert force. "I want to see how long you can last." Yi Fan used all his strength, using his hand to pinch the sword, and, at the same time, began to circulate the martial arts that he did not intend to use. Disintegrate. There was no way out. The only way was to disintegrate and fight. Yi Fan didn't know if the disintegration tube would work or not. Although his body would become stronger and recover faster after disintegrating, he was poisoned this time. Logically speaking, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to resist it. A surge of energy surged within Yi Fan's body. Compared to the previous times he disintegrated, Yi Fan discovered that the originally faintly discernible golden energy within his body had become even more obvious after this period of cultivation. It was as if strands of golden threads were flowing through his limbs and bones, flickering in his blood. For a time, a golden halo appeared on Yi Fan's body, and his eyes gradually flickered with golden flames. A terrifying pressure spread out from Yi Fan's body. Sylvie's body clearly stiffened for a moment. Yi Fan was clearly lying on the ground, and she was holding onto a sharp sword. But now, she was suddenly afraid. Ow! How could this be? She saw that Yi Fan's body was continuously emitting wisps of steam, as if the blood in Yi Fan's body was burning. The surrounding ground, feeling the pressure brought about by Yi Fan's disintegration, actually directly cracked and collapsed. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was both surprised and happy. As soon as he disintegrated, every cell in his body seemed to glow with a strong life force. That mysterious golden energy removed all of the gene toxins and evaporated them out of his body. This was scientifically inexplicable. Yi Fan simply didn't understand why this golden energy was so domineering and powerful. This energy that originated from his body was like a guardian god protecting him, feeling the endless power returning to his body and once again controlling it. Yi Fan wished he could roar towards the sky. Clang! Yi Fan grabbed with his hand and directly broke the sharp sword into 3 pieces. With the other hand slapping the ground, Yi Fan's body rose from the ground. At the same time, he lashed out with his leg, sending Sylvie's body flying more than 10 meters away. Like a cannonball, Sylvie crashed into the stone wall. Her body had just recovered, so she didn't know how many bones she had broken. Yi Fan walked towards her, the muscles on his body flowing with a golden light, like a majestic war god. Just this aura alone caused Sylvie's face to be filled with despair. No. Impossible. You. How could you? She couldn't understand how even the genetic poison couldn't kill Yi Fan. Could it be that there was a problem with the Heaven's Eyes information? Zhuge Tianming had tricked her? In fact, even if Zhuge Tianming were to come personally, he wouldn't be able to explain all of this. This was because this golden energy far exceeded the knowledge of the Heaven's Eye. Yi Fan walked in front of Sylvie and felt the woman's frightened gaze. He lightly said, "Don't be afraid. I'm no longer interested in torturing you, because I have another goal." Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan had already smashed Sylvie's head with a palm. Yi Fan didn't even give Sylvie any chance to beg for mercy before he took her life. The White Queen, who had no fighting spirit, was just a loser waiting for death. After chasing after the deserters, Aziz and the others, who had returned to the vicinity of the castle, saw that Yi Fan had killed Sylvie, and all of them felt very satisfied. "Boss, we've killed 2 legends today. We've won this battle." The Leviathan laughed heartily. Just as the group of people were about to cheer, Yi Fan turned around and frowned. "With so many brothers dead and injured, how can we talk about winning or losing?" When everyone heard this, they immediately calmed down and had complicated expressions on their faces. Yi Fan dispersed his disintegrated state, sighed, and said, "Burn Sylvie's corpse. We must ensure that it is burnt to ashes. There is a demon residing in her body. Although I destroyed her head this time, I can't give her any chance to recover her body. Boss, leave this to me." The Leviathan brought the two men and immediately began to burn them on the spot. As Muntis glanced at me Jalai, who had lost too much blood and fallen to the ground. "Boss, where's that guy? He doesn't seem to be dead yet. Chop off his head and send it to the sacred royal court. Let their god king take a look. As for the corpse, throw it into the sea to feed the fish." Yi Fan said. The group of people had long since gnashed their teeth in hatred. Hearing Yi Fan's instructions, they immediately rushed to chop off his head. They didn't even forget to wake Mi Jialai up and torture him before making a move. Never in his wildest dreams would Mi Jialai have thought that he, the dignified archangel of the sacred royal court, one of the legend rank experts, would actually die such a miserable and humiliating death. "You can't live for your own sins," as Muntis said as he watched Mi Jialai's head being pushed into the sky with a spear. At this time, Yi Fan had already walked to Sally's side and picked up the unconscious woman. "I'm sorry. I'm still late." Yi Fan swallowed his saliva. The shame in his heart was indescribable. "Boss, quickly come and take a look at Mammon. His condition is even more serious than Sally's." Aziz ran over and said. Chapter 840. A reign of terror 0840. Mammon's cultivation had yet to reach the body refinement stage, so he was naturally heavily injured by Sylvie's nether thunder. When Yi Fan arrived beside him, the big black fatty's aura was already weak and his gaze was somewhat lax. "Boss, his body is very weak. It seems that the dark magic of that poisonous woman, Sylvie, has corroded him," Aziz said with a heavy expression. Actually, there was no need for Aziz to say it. Yi Fan was also very clear that he was holding Mammon's pulse, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He could clearly feel that Mammon's life was already like a candle in the wind. Being hit by a legend rank expert was definitely not a joke. Even though he had escaped death many times in the Holy War, this time, Mammon was not so lucky. The weak Mammon's eyelids trembled, as if he realized that Yi Fan was right beside him. A hand covered in blood grabbed Yi Fan's wrist with great difficulty. "Boss, fortunately, before I leave, I can still see you once." The corner of Mammon's mouth curled up. Yi Fan forcefully grabbed his hand and said, "Brother, you must hold on. I will think of a way to save you." I. Yi Fan tried his best to think of a way to save Mammon's life, but even the information he had read about the Earth axis could not be used at a time like this. He was a human, not a god. It was impossible for him to save any kind of injury. Mammon was already at the end of his rope. This kind of damage to his entire body was too tragic, unless he cultivated the demon summoning technique like Sylvie and relied on a non-human power to revive, but that was obviously not realistic. Mammon's voice became lower and lower. "Unfortunately, I can no longer get my brothers. Send planes, send artillery shells, boss. I'm on the island, in my own residence." There was a document hidden under the desk. There were all my connections to my family, my ammunition warehouse, all of my subordinates' contact information. When Sally wakes up, let her take over my business. Continue to do it for you. Four. Mammon opened his eyes. Before he could finish his words, he no longer breathed. At the side, Azazel Muntis and the others all had tears in their eyes. Their hearts felt as if they were being cut by knives. They beat their feet and stomped their chests, shouting to vent the grief and anger in their hearts. Yi Fan squatted beside Mammon's corpse, as if his soul had been sucked out. His eyes were empty for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Fan stretched out a hand, closed Mammon's eyelids with a trembling hand, and stood up expressionlessly. "Everyone, listen up." Yi Fan turned around, his throat low, but every word was sonorous. The people of Inferno stopped grieving and looked at him one by one. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and pointed at the distant sea. "Pain and sadness can't bring us anything. Ol Duan's sacred royal court. Their ships are still floating on the sea that belongs to us. Their people are still in their own territory, waiting for us to perish, waiting for their legendary experts to bring back the good news of victory. 6 years ago, we sacrificed countless brothers and defeated them. Today, 6 years later, They came to our territory and killed our brothers who were as close as brothers. We are not gods. We cannot save our dead brothers. But they say that we are demons, so let us, in the way of demons, carry out a blood sacrifice for our dead brothers. Azazel, Asmontis, and the others all revealed fanatical fighting spirit. They couldn't help but raise their fists high and shout, "Divine wrath! Divine wrath!" Yifan's eyes were red as he loudly ordered, "Leviathan, send all your ships over. The Magnesium army has already scrammed. The next battle will be a purely underground war. I want you to sink all of those guys' ships. Other than your damned cuttlefish pirate flag, I don't want to see any other flag floating on the sea. Do you hear me? I vow to complete the mission. My prince." The Leviathan punched its chest, its face ferocious. "Azazel, I don't care where all the troops of Bahamut are in the world right now, and I don't care what they're going through. I want them to destroy all the sacred royal courts, holy halls in the world within 2 days. Destroy all the strongholds of the old rulers. I want to plant the star flag of Bahamut in their churches, in their strongholds." Azazel knelt on one knee. "Yes, my prince." After Yifan gave the order, he walked down the mountain and waved his hand. "Asmontis, come with me." Asmontis, who was waiting for orders, asked, "King, where are we going?" "Bring all the assassins you can bring, and follow me. Kill." In the central plains of China, in a mountainous area shrouded in clouds and mist, there was a hidden territory that no one knew about. There were some mountain farmers and herb gatherers who would know of this place. Legend has it that it was the place where immortals lived in seclusion. Some mountain climbers and explorers wanted to enter, but were unable to. Some fainted for no reason and were sent out of the mountain range. Some went around and around, unable to enter the depths of the mountain. The Dreamcloud Mountain was the location of the Ghost Valley, which was known as the Omnipresent. A large number of ancient buildings, with the characteristics of various dynasties, were located on the mountain, scattered all over the place. Water wheels, pavilions, ropes, gangways, and all sorts of chains and mechanisms used to transport items and documents made this place look very classical and mysterious. A large number of Ghost Valley members had served the Ghost Valley for generations. The Ghost Valley rarely recruited new members from the outside in order to ensure their own concealment and loyalty. Every day, there were busy intelligence personnel walking back and forth. With the progress of the times, not only were there primitive messenger pigeons, but there were also network communications. The Ghost Valley even had its own independent hacker team. No one knew how all the information about the Ghost Valley came from, and even the Ghost Valley's Heavenly Master didn't know everything. Because there was too much information about the Ghost Valley, there were dozens of stewards in charge. Each steward had their own set of intelligence gathering plans and methods. These stewards rarely cooperated with each other and did not interfere with each other. Even the Ghost Valley's Heavenly Master had no right to interfere with their work. All stewards were only responsible to the Elders Guild. The balance between the Heavenly Master, the Elders Guild, and the upper echelons of the Ghost Valley, as well as the two great families of the Ghost Valley, made it difficult for every force in the Ghost Valley to have a conflict. It was precisely because of the stability of the Ghost Valley that they were able to maintain their intelligence work more efficiently. This was also the foundation of the Ghost Valley, which had been passed down for thousands of years. In the center of the Ghost Valley, there was an irregular tower. It was made of all sorts of irregular polygons and was over 100 meters tall. It was surrounded by a large number of huge iron chains, maintaining the stability of the tower. This tower was called Dubhe, and it was the center of power of the Ghost Valley. On one of the floors of the Dubhe Tower, in an antique room that looked like a study, a scholar with a feather fan and a silk scarf was leisurely sipping tea and flipping through a book. At this time, a ghost slave dressed in black walked in from the door and knelt on the ground humbly. "Master, I just received information that the King of Hell has rushed to Purgatory Island. Mi Jia Lai and the White Queen have both been killed. I don't know why, but Lucifer doesn't seem to be affected by the genetic poison. His strength is still a mystery and can't be estimated." The scholar, who had a leisurely expression, frowned. He was stunned for a few seconds before slowly standing up and putting down the book. He walked to the bleachers outside the study and looked at the vast and busy Ghost Valley in the fog. The man seemed to be deep in thought. Chapter 841. A Land of Extreme Cold. 0841, Purgatory Island. The smoke dispersed, and everything returned to calmness. The women, children, and some of the people who had been hiding underground and in the caves all came out one after another. They began to move the broken stones, the broken trees, the holes, the corpses of the dead, and the reconstruction of their homes. No one felt happy that they had survived because their lives had been exchanged at the expense of their former family. The island was filled with sadness and anger. When they heard that Lord Lucifer had already launched a global war of vengeance, all of them were looking forward to something in their hearts. At this moment, a private plane landed at the airport of Purgatory Island from afar. A golden-haired little brother wearing big sunglasses walked down from the plane. It was Beryl, along with Al and Ronida. One of the Netherworld guards in charge of the airport stepped forward and said, "Sir Beryl, Miss Sally is waiting for you in the castle." Beryl nodded and patted the guard's shoulder. He then turned around and said, "Princess, Doctor, let's go. I'll take you to see Sally. She has the final say here." The three of them walked towards the castle in the town. Ayer looked around curiously. When she saw some of the destroyed buildings, she revealed a sad expression. "This place is very beautiful, very peaceful, and aloof from worldly affairs, but those people, you just have to destroy all of this." Ronida sighed. Ayer said, "Dr. Ronida, how are you? Is it too tiring?" "I'm fine. I didn't suffer any physical pain. I was just imprisoned for a few days." Ronida shook his head. Inside the castle, he entered Sally's study and saw Sally and a few of the island's craftsmen discussing how to repair some of the island's facilities. Sally's severed arm had already grown back. Although her face was a little haggard, she had already recovered. Seeing Beryl bring the two women in, Sally indicated for the craftsmen to leave first. "Sally, long time no see. It seems like you'll be busy." Beryl smiled and sat on the sofa. "I'm just doing my job. I can't follow my king to kill people. I have to do my best to rebuild Purgatory Island." Sally smiled and said to Al and Ronida, "Princess, Doctor, please take a seat. Since my king has said that you can rest here for a few days, I will arrange a place for you to stay." Al said gratefully, "Thank you, Sally. I've troubled you." "It's nothing. This time, I'll have to trouble the princess to bring the doctor out from the Magnesium Army. I've always been curious about who exactly Air is, but I didn't expect it to be such a beautiful princess," Sally said sincerely. She was used to being called beautiful, and she knew that she was very beautiful. However, the Sally in front of him was not inferior to her in terms of beauty. Praising her like this was a bit embarrassing. "Sally, don't say that to me. It's embarrassing. I think you're the one who's beautiful. Your hair is so beautiful." Ayer was rather envious. She had never seen such silver hair, which was as beautiful as moonlight. Lee smiled faintly and walked in front of Beryl. "Beryl, you're already in the house. Why are you wearing sunglasses?" Beryl scratched his cheek, unable to explain. Without saying a word, Sally reached out and took off the sunglasses from Beryl's face. Beryl immediately covered his eyes awkwardly, but he was still seen. His eyelids were swollen and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had cried too much. Lee sighed faintly and returned the sunglasses to him. "No one will laugh at you. You don't have to cover it up." Beryl forced the corner of his mouth to move, as if he was smiling and crying at the same time. "Mammon, that damn fatty, he left just like that. I can't believe it. Not only did Mammon leave, we lost more than 20 brothers and sisters this time," Sally said. Beryl wiped his face, sniffed, and said, "If it wasn't for Boss telling me to stay in a magnesium country and help Princess out to save Ronida, I wouldn't even know what had happened here. I should have fought with my brothers. But I didn't even get to see Mammon for the last time. Your strength is not even comparable to Mammon's. Staying here is simply a dead end. You might as well stay in a magnesium country. Your specialty is communication, not fighting, so my king's decision is not wrong." Sally said. Beryl gloomily cried. Little Sally, this is too hurtful of your self-esteem. Although I'm a little weak, I have the same heart as my brothers in life and death. I'm just telling the truth. You help Princess Al find the doctor and save her. This is very important. We, Inferno, cannot let our friends be arrested because of us. Only when the doctor is safe can the king be at ease. Sally said. Beryl sighed. I didn't help much. I just led the way. Princess Al can do it by herself. At this time, Al asked with concern, Sally, where is Fan now? I heard on the plane that he personally brought his men to take revenge. Yes, Sally nodded. This time, we will split into 3 groups. The Leviathan's sea demons will deal with their sea power, and Azazel will lead the Bahamut from all over the world to destroy their branches. My king has personally led his men to the headquarters of the old rulers and the sacred royal court. This time, they have lost a large number of experts, and their 2 great legends have also been killed. Their hearts have scattered, and they will not be my king's match. Ayer frowned and said, I'm just worried Shakyamuni Apocalypse will interfere. After all, the White Empress is his disciple. From the information that has come back, Shakyamuni Apocalypse hasn't made any movements. For the sake of a failed White Empress, he probably doesn't want to do much. Ayer was still a little worried, but she could only nod. I hope so. In the far north of Europe, there was a mountain range that had been covered in snow for 1,000 years. The sun shone through the thick clouds and shone down on a majestic palace built on top of a mountain. The palace was incomparably grand, and its entire body was made of huge gray stones. It was unknown how many years it had experienced. This place was deserted, and aircraft from all countries were prohibited from passing through this area. It was hard to imagine what kind of person would be able to live in such a forbidden zone for life, a place that seemed to be above the heavens. Puff, puff, stepping on the deep snow, a burly, bearded man wearing a bearskin vest, exposing his arms, and an exquisite long saber at his waist walked alone to the entrance of the palace. The cold outside, which was dozens of degrees below zero, seemed to have no effect on him. That door was made of gold and silver. It was 7 to 8 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters wide. On top of it was a black dragon totem inlaid with black crystal. Its aura was astonishing. The 19th seat of the Research Academy, Ocean Oleg, requests an audience with the Shakyamuni. The bearded man was Captain Oleg. Not long after he finished shouting in a rough voice, this incomparably heavy door slowly rose. Chapter 842. Anomaly 0842. After passing through the huge golden door, there were hundreds of steps in front of him. It was as if they were stairs leading to the heavens. What was rather miraculous was that there was not a single speck of snow on the gray stone steps. If one looked carefully at the sky, they would be able to see a faintly discernible screen of light above the palace, enveloping this place. As soon as the snow came into contact with the light screen, it naturally evaporated, unable to fall into the palace. Oleg obediently walked up the steps to the main hall of the palace. Outside the hall, on the huge round stone pillars, there were reliefs of ancient gods. Some were fierce, some were loving, and some were solemn. Oleg walked into the hall. The ground was made of huge square stones. These black stones were inlaid with countless colorful gems. If one were to look down, they would discover that the ground of the entire hall was the resplendent starry sky above their heads. In the quiet hall, soft white crystals covered the stone pillars, illuminating the entire space. It was sacred and dignified. Walking all the way to the innermost part, one could see that there were less than 30 chairs made of gold placed on both sides. Each of these chairs had a different shape and were exquisite workmanship. At the very top, there was a throne made of a huge piece of brightly colored crystal. However, there was no one on the throne. The only person Oleg could see in the hall was an old woman wrapped in white clothes and a white headscarf. Her face was full of wrinkles, and her body was shriveled up. This old woman's eyes had long since disappeared. She was actually a blind person. She was standing at the bottom of the steps in front of the throne, leaning on a black walking stick. In front of her, there was a spinning crystal ball floating in front of her. The crystal ball, which was twice the size of her head, seemed to have escaped gravity and floated steadily in the air. Prophet, Oleg respectfully bowed his head. He did not dare to neglect this old woman in the slightest. I'm very ashamed that I was unable to complete the Shakyamuni's task. It seems that I won't be able to bring Princess Ayer into the research institute through marriage this time. Oleg said. The old woman nodded and said in a hoarse and aged voice, I know everything. The Shakyamuni also knows. Oleg raised his head, frowned, and said in bewilderment, Since you already knew that I would not be able to bring Elle back from Lucifer, why did you send me there? Because my eyes can see you, but I can't see that child. The old woman sighed. Oleg was stunned. Could it be that you can't see Lucifer's fate? Is he an anomaly? The old woman was silent for a moment before she said, He shouldn't have been an anomaly, but he has already become an anomaly. I still can't figure out what happened before he returned to China. A force that shouldn't exist in this world had disrupted the child's destiny and destroyed what should have been a fixed destiny. I know you can't bring Her Highness Daisy back, but I don't know if Lucifer will hand her over. So, I still suggested that Dharmaraja let you try, but unfortunately, you still didn't succeed. Oleg shuddered, and his face became extremely serious. Someone can actually destroy fate. Who the hell is it? This matter has nothing to do with you. The Shakyamuni already knows that you have come to report. The Shakyamuni is currently in closed-door training, so it's not convenient for him to see you. Oleg hurriedly nodded and said, It was the ocean that spoke too much and disturbed the Shakyamuni's cultivation. The old woman nodded and said, I know you still want to report the matter of the White Queen, Sylvie. It seems like Sylvie was unable to capture Sally. Instead, she has already made an irreparable mistake and is now dead. In less than 3 days, the foundation of the old rulers will be destroyed. Oleg asked, I wonder, how does the Shakyamuni plan to deal with it? Originally, Sally Yi was an anomaly and could not be easily touched. Now, it involves Lucifer, another anomaly. Even if it's the power of the Apocalypse King, it's not worth it to take the risk to touch it. The Shakyamuni has already told me that Sylvie was unable to present Sally Yi to the Shakyamuni, so she is not worthy of entering the Research Institute. She is not worthy of any seat, and her death is not worthy of pity. The old woman's tone was calm, but it was incomparably cold. When Oleg heard this, he immediately understood what he meant and sighed in his heart. It seemed that Sylvie had died in vain. She had fought for most of her life and had the title of Shakyamuni's disciple. Even a great figure like Libsun was fooled into thinking that she could bring him to see the Shakyamuni. However, who would have known that she hadn't even earned the title of an official disciple under the Apocalypse Shakyamuni? Even Sylvie herself had never seen the Shakyamuni before. Oleg was originally worried that with Sylvie's death, the Shakyamuni would ask him to organize people to protect the old rulers. After all, that could be considered a force of the Apocalypse King. But now, it seemed that the Shakyamuni no longer had any interest in the withered old rulers. Indeed, compared to the heyday of the past, Yi Fan's group of demons were still around, and there were also the Black Emperor and Queen Bai, 2 legendary powerhouses, guarding them. The current ruler of the old days had lost too much blood, and there was no new blood to join in, so he was basically worthless. Looks like one of the 3 rank organizations in the underground world will be erased, Oleg said. The old woman shook her head. No, it's still 3. After this battle, Inferno will naturally replace OLD ones. Oleg was stunned for a moment, then smiled in relief. That's right. Actually, Hell has never left. The old woman sighed and said, This is an anomaly. Then may I ask the prophet, do you still want to bring Princess Ai back? Oleg asked. No need. It won't be long before the gears of this world's fate will turn to an even more critical moment. 19 seats. When you go back this time, study magic well and prepare for the arrangement of fate. The old woman raised her head and faced the direction of the great hall, towards the distant sky. Oleg had an illusion that this old man, who clearly had no eyes, seemed to be able to see further than anyone else. Huahai, Jiangnan Military Region. 4 days had passed since the day Yi Fan left, but Yi Fan still hadn't returned. In the past few days, the women didn't dare to leave this place. Although they didn't have to worry about food and clothing, and the generals of the military took good care of them, and even gave each of them a separate room to live in so that no one could disturb them, in the hearts of every woman, they were actually worried about the man in the distance. Sister, elder sister, why aren't you answering the phone? It was the afternoon, and Moo had something important to do, but she couldn't contact Su Qingxue. Thus, she took the initiative to run to the house where Su Qingxue was. Chapter 843. 0843 Chapter How Can I Not Go 0843 The handle of the door was actually covered in a layer of frost, and there was even a trace of cold air coming out from the crack in the door. Moo knew that Su Qingxue's special jinqi would cause the ice to freeze. She guessed that her sister was cultivating, but this was the first time she had seen Su Qingxue's cultivation cause such a huge impact. Even the door had frozen. Just as he was hesitating whether or not he would disturb Su Qingxue, and what if he went berserk, the door opened. A burst of cold air assaulted Moo's face, causing Moo to shiver. Su Qingxue was dressed in white sportswear and was rather casual as she naturally stood there. What's wrong? What happened? Su Qingxue asked with a calm face. Moo blankly stared at the scene in the room. It was as if the room had turned into an ice house, and there was frost everywhere. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva and ask, Elder sister, were you cultivating just now? Su Qingxue helplessly turned her head and looked back. Yes, after I finished running in the morning, I went back to my room to cultivate when I was bored. Elder sister, you've been practicing for so long. Yeah, the training time passed very quickly. I only just realized that it was already afternoon. In any case, staying here instead of worrying about your brother-in-law, I might as well do something of my own. Su Qingxue had something in her heart that she didn't say out loud. If she was a little stronger, even if she didn't drag a man down, she would still be able to go out together. She wouldn't have to stay at home and be on tenterhooks. Moo pouted. I don't have your talents, sister, so I won't be able to achieve anything. Elder sister, you should be very powerful now, right? Even your cultivation is so noisy. Su Qingxue shook her head. I don't know. I feel that I have a deeper understanding of the jinqi in my body and am more proficient in using it. However, I don't know exactly what kind of training I'm doing. Don't talk about me. Why are you looking for me? You're shouting so loudly. Can't you make a phone call? Moo felt wronged and said, I called a few times, but I couldn't get through. Did you turn off your phone? No. Su Qingxue took out her phone from her pocket and swiped the screen, only to find that it was out of battery. Elder sister, put your phone on you. Your true qi is so cold. Who knows how many degrees below zero? Your phone will run out of battery very soon, Moo said. Su Qingxue suddenly understood and couldn't help but pat Moo's head. You still know this, but I didn't expect that. I'm sorry. It's fine. Let's hurry to the conference room. Sister Rower brought back news from brother-in-law and told us to go over, Moo said. When Su Qingxue heard this, she didn't say anything else and immediately followed Moo to a meeting room. Ning Zimo and Du Yuner were already there, and the generals of the military were also seated. What surprised Su Qingxue even more was that the military advisor, Xiao Linfuan, had also come. Sister-in-law, Xiao Linfuan greeted with a smile, but he didn't seem to have shaved for a few days and didn't look very happy. Su Qingxue's heart sank. What happened? What happened to my husband? Sister Su, don't be nervous. I just contacted my teacher. They have already returned triumphantly from the sacred royal court. The godly king abandoned the royal court and ran to the magnesium country to seek refuge. This time, Brother Yi Fan brought people to take care of the headquarters and branches of the sacred royal court. Although they didn't kill everyone, they were already dead in name. Fog Knight said excitedly. Is he hurt? Su Qingxue asked. No, they no longer have any legend rank experts. Even if they have legend rank experts, there's still no match for Brother Yi Fan. If the sacred royal court didn't rely on their good relationship with the various governments, the godly king probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Fog Knight said. Su Qingxue heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally relaxed her tense heartstrings for the past few days. Then did Brother Yi Fan say when he'll be back? Du Yun'er asked anxiously. He won't be back for the time being. Fog Knight shook its head. He's not back yet. Su Qingxue's eyes reddened as she said, he has already killed so many people in the world. Doesn't he know that things will go in the opposite direction? How many more people do we have to kill? How long do we have to worry about him? She was afraid that the man's killing would cause public outrage. If she made enemies everywhere, wouldn't the gains not make up for the losses? Fog Knight hurriedly explained, Sister Su, don't misunderstand. My master said that Brother Yi Fan has already avenged his dead brother, so he won't continue to kill. It's just that he still has some things to take care of on Purgatory Island, so he won't be able to come back for a while. He wants us all to go to Purgatory Island. Su Qingxue and the other girls were stunned. They didn't expect that Yi Fan wouldn't come back and instead wanted them to go overseas. They didn't care about this. As long as they could see the man as soon as possible and see the place that belonged to him, it would naturally be very good. Sister-in-law, let's talk about it when we meet. Xia Linfuan walked up and said. Su Qingxue asked, General Xia, you're going too? Xia Linfuan smiled bitterly. How can I not go to the funeral of a life and death friend? Su Qingxue finally understood why Xia Linfuan was so haggard. She couldn't help but admire the friendship of these men. What kind of experiences and years had made them so deeply bound to each other? The millions of Kunlun mountains were like a giant dragon lying horizontally on the ground. In a valley in the mountains that was almost isolated from the rest of the world, the special geographical environment allowed this place to be surrounded by snow-capped mountains. However, the river gurgled, the forest was dense, and the scenery was beautiful. It was like a paradise. This place was like an ancient town that had not been changed by time. There were antique buildings everywhere, including simple stone houses that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, as well as richly ornamented pavilions. The crisscrossing roads divided the thousands of houses here into more than a dozen areas. At the highest point of the mountain, there was an ancient building that was built halfway up the mountain. There were no roads that could lead to this place. If one wanted to get to the boss building complex, they would need to use movement techniques to sweep over the rugged cliffs and cliffs. It was extremely thrilling. At this moment, in the middle of these buildings, in a small courtyard, the Dragon King, Yi Long Tong, was quietly meditating. He had returned to the clan the day before yesterday, wanting to meet his father. However, his father was comprehending martial arts and was staying on the snowy peak. He couldn't disturb him, so he could only wait here. Almost 2 days had passed, and Yi Long Tong did not eat or drink anything. He did not dare to have any dissatisfaction as he calmly cultivated. At this moment, an old servant with a head full of gray hair and wearing a simple black robe pushed open the door and came out of a room. Second Master. The old servant smiled amiably and said, Master has come down from the snowy mountain and is waiting for you in the study. Yi Long Tong hurriedly stood up, patted the snow on his body, and said, All right, Uncle Yi-kun, I will go in now. He took a deep breath. Although he was meeting his biological father, he was still a little nervous every time he met him. There was no helping it. These were the few epic experts in the world. Even if they were father and son, there was still a lot of pressure when they met. Especially since Yi Long Tong knew that in terms of martial arts, his talent was not as good as his elder brothers. He was not even as good as many of his peers and juniors in the clan. This time, if it wasn't for that matter, Yi Long Tong wouldn't have come back in such a hurry and rashly looked for his father.